Chapter 226. Somewhere in the mountains. Ash's Poby the first day wasn't so bad, but after that we left the only good road. Since then, this carriage has turned into a torture device all its own. I have been bounced around constantly for the past 3 days, so much so that I haven't been able to practice anything. Not that I didn't try to practice, but I only learned 2 things during these 3 days. One, that my own mind blade can cut me, and 2, that being brought out of a soulscape by slamming face first into the floor isn't fun. I would have been much better off and much happier walking. But that isn't allowed because I am supposed to be a prisoner. Jarek just told me that we are only a few minutes away from Lord Shendaw's castle. That means this nightmare journey is almost over. It also means the real danger is about to begin. As long as Lord Shendaw doesn't kill me himself and throws me into the arena, it should all work out. As the carriage slows down, I take a peek through the curtains. The castle is just coming into view ahead of us. It is bigger than Lady Shinun's castle, but looks more run down. I don't get many chances to look at it before the carriage stops, but it looks poorly maintained. The carriage stops and Jarek opens the carriage door and motions me out. I slowly stagger out, making it look like I can barely move. As I do, I can see a lot of human and demon guards watching me. One of the demon guards moves to speak with Jarek, while 4 of the human guards move to surround me and grab me. 2 of the guards grab my arms and start dragging me towards the castle, while the other 2 follow with their spears pointed at my back. I stumble and stagger a lot, making the guards mostly carry me. I want them to think I am completely suppressed. I want them to underestimate me right up until I am in the arena, and then I want them to be completely shocked. As I am dragged through the castle gates, I look back and see my escort and the carriage turning around and leaving. Now I am completely on my own. My survival is dependent on whether or not I can pull off my plan, surrounded by enemies with nothing but my own wits and strength to depend on. This is going to be fun. As they drag me into the castle itself, I am surprised at the change. The outside looks worn down and poor. The inside, on the other hand, is lavish and very well maintained. Even the walls are scrubbed clean and decorated with art and gold. The guards drag me along a plush carpet that lines the hallway. Ahead, I can hear music and voices. A pair of human guards ahead of us open the double doors and the sounds get much louder. The guards drag me into a huge room full of people. But my attention is drawn to the dozen very scantily clad human women dancing in the middle of the room. We are halfway across the room before I manage to drag my eyes away and look around the rest of the room. The crowd is mostly demons with human servants moving about with trays of food and drinks. To me, it looks like a cheap imitation of a high society party you would see in the movies. Then, I look at the dais and am reminded of another movie altogether. I now realize that when the other lords were calling Lord Shendaw a pig, that they meant it literally. He has no throne because he would never fit into one. His body is massive. He has a small head and the face of a pig, but his body is made up of massive folds of fat. His body is at least 5 times the size of what it should be. He looks like a giant slug. If it wasn't for the small head, he would look just like a hut. The guards drag me through the dancers, interrupting the entertainment, and all eyes turn to us. They take me before the dais and force me to my knees before Lord Shendaw. He looks confused at seeing me and having his entertainment disrupted, but one of his demons quickly informs me who I am. Lord Shendaw says, "This is the thing that killed my emissary?" "Yes, it was me," Lord Shendaw says. "And why did you kill him?" "I was simply trying to cause problems for Lady Shinun. I didn't even know he was your emissary," Lord Shendaw says. "Well, no matter, even if you did provide me an opportunity, you must still die for killing one of mine. He was weak. He died in 1 bite. You should thank me for getting rid of him." Lord Shendaw says, "Weak or not, he belonged to me, and for that you must die. Take him to the arena." The guards immediately turn me and drag me from the room. As they do, I can hear the demons already placing wagers about how long I will last. From the sounds of it, I won't have to wait. They plan to make me the evening's entertainment. So far, so good. Now to give them a show they will never forget. I am dragged down several hallways then, a flight of stairs before being thrown into a cell. I can hear a lot of growling and hissing from other cells further down the hallway. The cell I am in has 1 wall of bars, which includes the door I entered through, and 2 solid walls of stone. The last wall is solid and has an iron door, which I am guessing leads into the arena. From the little I can see down the hallway, I can tell that it curves. I am guessing it surrounds the arena. So the cells across the hall should be normal cells, and all the ones on this side connect to the arena. So when it is time to fight, the door in the back of the cell will open and give me access to the arena. I am sure refusing to go out will be dealt with somehow, probably something painful. Not that it matters to me. I want to go into the arena and fight. Just out of curiosity, I test the cell. The bars aren't enchanted, and I am strong enough to bend them. I could probably escape if I wanted to, but I don't want to, although I might later. For now, I will stick to the plan. If things go sideways, I will improvise. After about an hour, I am brought food. The jailer calls it my last meal, but I will prove him wrong soon. It is actually better than I expected, better than what we ate on the trip here. I finish eating then, sit down to wait for the door to the arena to open. Chapter 227. After about a half hour, I start hearing noise from the other side of the iron door. It sounds like crowd noise, so I guess they are filling the stands and it shouldn't be long now. That works for me. The more of an audience I have, the easier it will be to keep everyone focused on me. Keeping Lord Shenda distracted is the main goal. If fighting in the arena doesn't work, Plan B will be setting whatever is in the other cells free to run amok. Although, from looking at him, I am guessing Lord Shenda is totally a slave to his vices. The arena should be one of them. Now, I have to decide if I am going to try to keep it entertaining, or if I want to annoy and anger him. Either way should work to keep him distracted, but the question is which will make it easier to manipulate him. After seeing him, I am leaning more towards anger. He doesn't look to have much self-control. Anger makes people do stupid things. If I can make him angry enough, he will make mistakes for sure. As I wait for it to start, I find myself thinking about the movie Gladiator. This may not be the Colosseum in Rome, but I think I can use a few tricks from that movie. The iron door rising into the ceiling tells me that my time for planning is up, and it is time for action. So I stand up and walk out into the arena once the door is high enough for me to pass under without ducking. I walk slowly and act like it is very hard for me to move, keeping up the illusion. As I make my way out onto the sands, I get a chance to look around at the crowd seated above me. The arena is a circular pit of sand with 20-foot walls all around. Besides the one I came in there are around 20 doors. The door I came through closes as I look around at all the humans and demons seated above the walls of the pit. Opposite where I came in there is a box where Lord Shenda is laid out on a dais, probably the same one as before. I doubt he can get up and move around. They probably just carried the dais with him on it. On the side of the ring where I came in there is another box with a throne in it, and seated there I see another demon lord. One I have never seen before, meaning that must be Lord Dra. Him being here complicates things. Convincing Lord Shenda that Lord Dra has betrayed him isn't going to work now. I will have to think of something else. Before I can think of anything, I hear the sound of a door opening, so I turn to face it. As the door rises, I can hear growling coming from the other side. And as soon as it is high enough, 2 massive wolves come out. As soon as they enter the arena, the wolves split up and start circling in opposite directions. I move to the middle of the pit and let them circle me. I want to make it look like I am about to die. The first wolf darts at me from the front, but I know that it is a feint and the other will be coming from behind. Pretending to fall for the feint, I dodge it and stumble just right to dodge the real attack from behind. I am in no danger at all, but to the crowd it looks like I survived by pure luck, which sets them to cheering. I keep up the act for a few minutes, making it look like I am surviving by the skin of my teeth. Each time I barely escape an attack, the cheering gets louder. After 5 or so dodges, they are screaming their heads off. Once the crowd reaches a fever pitch, I summon my mind blade and in one sudden move, I cut down both wolves. As their bodies drop to the ground, the crowd goes absolutely silent in shock. "Are you not entertained?" Lord Shenda says. "What was that just now?" Lord Dra says. "I believe it was a mind blade." Lord Shenda says. "From a rank 6? Impossible." Lord Dra raises his hand towards me and I feel his power sweep over me. After the power passes, he looks a little confused, and I feel the power sweep over me again. The power invades me as if trying to find my secrets. I can feel it crawling all through my body. Lord Draw says, well, he is definitely rank 6, but there is something different about him. Lord Shendaw says, it doesn't matter. Bring out the next beast. At the sound of another door opening, I turn to face it and see what is next. What comes out looks like a cross between a rhino and a turtle with the teeth of a shark. It charges out and comes straight at me. I easily dodge its attack and counter with my Mind Blade. To my surprise, the Mind Blade bounces off the thing's shell, leaving a decent scratch, but nothing more. It extends its neck and whips its head around to try and gore me with its horn. I lean into the attack so that I am safely within the curve of its neck. Then I bring my Mind Blade up hard, aiming for the neck where it comes out of the shell. This time, the Mind Blade goes through it like a knife through butter and sends the head and neck flying. The crowd, which has been cheering until now, quickly switches to booing as the head flies through the air. I straighten up and throw a cocky smile at the crowd and the 2 demon lords. Is that all you've got? They told me this would be easy, but I didn't think it would be this easy, Lord Shendaw says. I don't care who told you what. You will die in this arena, Lord Draw says. I want to know how he can move like that under the suppression of the manacles, Lord Shendaw says. What does it matter? I can just throw beasts at him until he dies. Lord Draw says, calm down and think. Even Lord Beebeak would struggle with those manacles on, and he is the strongest of us physically. Lord Shendaw says, are you saying he has been altered somehow? But why? Unless he is an assassin, Lord Draw says. While I have no doubt Lady Sheenan wants you dead, even as strong as he is no threat to us. Lord Shendaw says, what do you mean? Lady Sheenan is my future wife? Huh, like Lady Sheenan would want a tub of lard like you, Lord Shendaw says. I will kill you. Lord Draw says, stop. He is egging you on, Lord Shendaw says. I don't care. No one insults me. Lord Draw says, enough. Calm down, or I will suppress you. Lord Shendaw shuts up. But he is visibly not happy. Maybe I can egg him into attacking Lord Draw. Looking at Lord Shendaw struggle to keep his mouth shut, I find myself wondering if demons can suffer from heart attacks. I turn and watch Lord Draw. He is obviously the more dangerous of the 2, and not because he is more powerful. Are we doing this or not? I am getting bored down here. Lord Shendaw says, kill him. Send in the next beast. Lord Draw says, wait, I have questions for him. Lord Shendaw says, no, this is my arena. Now, send in the beast. Chapter 228. Lord Draw sits back down, but he does not look happy about it. In fact, he looks like he wants to kill Lord Shendaw. Maybe I can start a conflict between them after all. But first, I have to deal with whatever beast is next, so I turn towards the door that is opening and wait to see what comes out. At first, I think it is some kind of bull, but that is only because it had to bend over to pass through the doorway. As it comes out and stands up straight, I realize it is a minotaur with a big axe. It looks to stand around 16 to 18 feet tall, and its humanoid body is heavily muscled. It roars as it strides forwards towards me, raising the axe for a powerful swing. It may be awesomely powerful, maybe even stronger than me, but in my eyes, it is just plain slow. I move slightly to let the big axe pass by me, then I duck between its legs and move behind it. By the time it realizes that it missed me, I have summoned my Mind Blade and cut across both its ankles. Its next roar is one of pain as its ankles give way, and it collapses to the ground. Before it can even recover, I dance up its back and decapitate it. When I do, the crowd falls silent. There are now 4 beast bodies in the arena, and I still haven't even been scratched. I stay standing on the Minotaur's back as I look around at the crowd, giving them and the demon lords the cockiest look I can produce. My look incites the crowd to boo at me, and both demon lords look very upset. Is that the best you can do? Lord Shendaw says. Why won't you die? Lord Draw says. Those were some impressive moves. You are definitely not an ordinary demon. Why are you here? Who sent you? Didn't you get the memo? I am here because I took a bite out of Fatty's emissary and the weakling died from it. Lord Shendaw yells, how dare you? Lord Draw says, would you just shut up? Yes, Fatty, shut up while your betters are talking. At that, Lord Shendaw starts screaming incoherently in rage and flailing around. I can't tell if he is having some sort of fit or trying to get his massive body on its feet. Several of the demons near him seem to be trying to calm him down. But Lord Draw is actually laughing at Lord Shendaw. Should you really be laughing at your one and only ally? Lord Draw says, how could anyone not laugh at such a pathetic spectacle? True, he is rather like a 500-pound child throwing a tantrum, isn't he? Lord Draw then throws a spell, or ability of some kind, that forces Lord Shendaw into a sleep-like state. Considering how close in power the two of them should be, it is fairly impressive that Lord Draw can affect him with it. Either Lord Draw has a power to affect other demons, or he has hidden his real power from the other demon lords. If the latter is the case, then the other demon lords are in for a much tougher fight than they know. Although, that could be a good thing for me. The more they suffer, the longer before they invade. Maybe I can convince Lord Draw to kill Lord Shendaw. Then the other 5 can attack. Lord Draw says, you should watch yourself. He could still crush you with one hand. He would have to catch me first. I am surprised you would let him live and bring such shame to demon lords. Lord Draw says, what matters shame? All that matters is power. There are many types of power. Which one interests you? Lord Draw says, all types of power are of interest to demon lords, including the power of human minions. Lord Draw says, of course. Then Lord Shendaw lessens your power by lowering the image of demon lords. Lord Draw says, you may have a point, but I am not foolish enough to listen to an enemy. Who says we are enemies? Fatso has a grudge with me, but I bear you no ill will, Lord Draw says. You may not see me as an enemy, but as the enemy of my ally, I see you as one. How can he be your ally? An ally is an equal. The most he could be is your pet, Lord Draw says, flattering me and insulting him at the same time. You are trying to set us against each other, aren't you? What would be the point of that? You can obviously kill him as easily as I killed this Minotaur, Lord Draw says. Whether that is true or not, I will not be manipulated by such as you. Instead of answering, I just smile at him. After a minute, it dawns on him, and he looks around at the crowd of demons and humans that all serve Lord Shendaw and will report our conversation to him. Even if Lord Draw won't turn on Lord Shendaw, the same won't be true the other way around. Lord Draw says, ah, I see. Well played. Lord Draw and his minions all vanish. He must have had an escape prepared just in case. With him gone, all I have to do is wait for Lord Shendaw to wake up and be told of our conversation. With any luck, Lord Shendaw will fly into a rage and order his forces to attack Lord Draw's forces. Even if he doesn't order an attack, I doubt they are going to be working together anytime soon. All the demon lords really need is for Lord Draw not to come to Lord Shendaw's aid. At 5 against 1, they should be able to win fairly easily. Then, they can focus on Lord Draw. That is all I really need to do to complete my part of the deal. That and survive here in the enemy's castle. Speaking of surviving, it is probably not a good idea to still be standing here when Lord Shendaw wakes up. So I jump down off the Minotaur's body and walk over to the door I entered through. After a minute, it opens. I walk into my cell and sit down as the iron door closes behind me. Now to wait and see what happens next. About 20 minutes later, I hear lots of angry screaming from beyond the iron door. Sounds like Fatty is awake and has been told about what he missed. And he sounds pissed. Chapter 229. The noises soon fade to nothing. I guess they moved to another room. Lord Shendaw seems to have forgotten about me for now, but that probably won't last. Now the question is, do I sit and wait to see what happens, or do I break out of my cell and cause some chaos? In the end, I decide to wait and see what happens. I can always switch plans later if I have to. Besides, I kind of want to see what will happen, and I want to fight in the arena some more. When I see the jailer, I call him over and ask if I could have the Minotaur's heart to eat. Turns out he won a lot by betting on me, so he is more than happy to do me a favor. A few minutes later, he brings me the heart on a platter and opens the cell door to pass it to me. It would have been easy to escape, but I don't want to. So I take the platter and start eating the heart. Devour activated. Star plus 20. Toughness plus 10. Wow, I was expecting a strength boost, but 20 points. Yes, please. The heart is tough and chewy, but I am so happy with the strength boost I eat it all anyway. That strength boost from the Minotaur made the whole thing with the arena worth it. Although, if that is how strong the Minotaur was, then it was a really good thing. I didn't let it hit me. I am really curious about what other beasts Lord Shendaw has locked away for me to fight. I could find out by breaking out and releasing them, but if I fight in the arena, then Lord Shendaw will be distracted. Who knows, I may even get a chance to antagonize him further. So I settle down to rest and wait. But I am soon disturbed by humans coming to congratulate me on my fights. Even a few demons stop by to compliment me. It seems I have become quite popular after winning in the arena. This gives me another option. I can use my popularity to undermine Lord Shendaw and maybe weaken his position. Too bad he doesn't keep a bunch of gladiators. If he did, I could try pulling a Spartacus. At any rate, the jailer is now pretty much my ally, since every visitor bribes him to let them see me. The number of people who want to talk to me or even just look at me up close is fairly surprising. From how they are acting the arena is their main form of entertainment, and I am the first winner they have been able to see up close. From some of the comments I gather, if things hadn't been interrupted, I would have faced beast after beast until I fell. It would have been interesting to see if they had enough beasts to wear me down. If they have anything stronger than the Minotaur, it could have gotten really interesting. Well, if they do, I will probably find out tomorrow. That is if I am not facing execution. Well, whatever comes, I am as ready as I can be. I can move even easier now that my strength has increased. In the morning, when my jailer comes with my breakfast, I ask him if he knows what is going on. He says he heard about troops getting ready to march, but nothing about the arena. So I take my time and enjoy my breakfast before doing some light exercise. I would do more, but since I am not sure what is going to happen, I want to conserve my energy. Lunch comes and goes before anything happens. The jailer comes with the latest news. Apparently, Lord Shendaw's forces found Lord Draw's troops massed on the border and launched an attack. They won using a surprise attack, and now there is a celebration planned for the evening. After the feast, the entertainment will be the arenas, meaning I will be fighting again. If what the jailer told me is true, then the plan actually worked. Now I just have to stay alive until the allied lords attack and take the castle. That might be a little difficult, though, since my death is supposed to be tonight's entertainment. I hope the crowd won't be too disappointed when I survive against their wishes. So I sit and I wait. The jailer brings my dinner, which seems to have been taken from the feast. I am not going to complain considering the food is very good, but I don't eat too heavily since I will be fighting soon. Eventually, I start hearing noise through the iron door, and not long after the door rises and lets me out into the arena again. As I walk out onto the sand, the crowd cheers. I am not sure if they like me now or are just excited to see the fight. Based on Lord Shendaw's glare, I'd say me being alive is the only thing ruining a perfect day. If that is the case, then I will happily stay alive just to make him suffer that little bit. In fact, if I have my way, his day is only going to get worse from here, even if the allied lords don't attack tonight. As I walk out to the center of the sand, I notice the bodies have been removed and the sand has been raked mostly flat. As I reach the center of the circle, I look up at Lord Shendaw and give him the cockiest smile I possibly can. Lord Shendaw says, "Smile while you can, mongrel. Tonight you are going to die." "Funny, I was about to say the same to you," Lord Shendaw says. "Oh, I guess you haven't heard that we defeated your ally today?" "Oh, I heard. But you are wrong on one point," Lord Shendaw says. "What point?" "Lord Draw was never my ally. I set you against him to make sure you are destroyed." Lord Shendaw says, "Lies. My people reported your conversation to me." "Are you really so stupid that you don't realize I set you up?" Lord Shendaw says. "Enough. I am sick of you. Send out the champion." Chapter 230. Upon hearing that command, the crowd goes wild and starts chanting a name. I don't even pay attention to the name they are chanting as I turn to see which door is going to open. Even if this champion is a demon, I am not too worried. I should have enough skill to match even a higher-ranked demon. To my surprise, when the door opens, a human walks out, and I immediately feel bad. Even in the manacles, a human, no matter how skilled, has no real chance against me. Especially after the training Vacker has given me, I could hold my own even against a swordmaster. He does have a very nice sword, though. And this is a fight to the death. I can't think of a way to spare him. I wait and let him come to me. But he prances around the pit showing off for the crowd. How did this guy ever get to be a champion? He shows off for a few minutes before finally turning to face me. He is all smiles like this is a game. When he finally attacks me, I casually lean out of the way. He looks shocked that he missed. I could easily kill him right now. He isn't even defending himself. Seriously, what kind of champion is this? Is he acting a fool to get me to drop my guard? He looks mad as he swings at me again. This time, I don't bother to dodge. As he swings with both hands, I use one hand to grab his hands in mid-swing. He looks shocked as his swing stops instantly, and he is unable to move no matter how hard he tries. Before he can think of a way to get free, I squeeze slightly and crush all the bones in his hands. He screams in pain and lets go of the sword, so I let him stumble away cradling his hands. The crowd goes quiet as I pick up the sword. It suits me as a single-handed sword just fine. The crowd seems to be in shock at how easily I dealt with the so-called champion. It makes me wonder what kind of people have been in this arena before me. Probably only humans would be my guess. Ready to watch your champion die? Lord Shendaw says. I am ready to watch you die. Release more beasts. Even though the champion is still alive, several doors start to open on Lord Shendaw's command. 3 doors open and release pairs of beasts. Wolves, tigers, and bears. The 4th door that opens releases what looks like 50 or so goblins. The wolves and the tigers go after each other, while the pair of bears charges at me. The goblins go after the champion, but I am too busy to try and save him. I dodge between the bears when they charge at me and cut one down as they pass me. I chase after and kill the second bear, then I charge into the goblins and start slaughtering them. After what happened in the pit, I hate goblins with a passion, and I make sure not a single one escapes my new blade. The wolves and tigers are still fighting by the time I kill the last goblin, so I head their way. They are all wounded from fighting each other, so I have no problem at all finishing off the 4 of them. That leaves me as the only one standing in the arena with part of the crowd going wild. The rest, those close to Lord Shendaw, are completely silent, while the Lord looks too mad to speak. Lord Shendaw says put him back in his cell. Clear the arena. Beastmaster, prepare the final beast. While I am curious what this final beast might be, I return to my cell without causing any problems. As soon as the door closes behind me, I yell for the jailer and ask what the final beast is. Unfortunately, he doesn't know. The final beast has never been seen before as far as he knows. So what kind of beast do they have that they have kept stored until now? I should probably make my escape now, but if I do, my curiosity will drive me nuts. So I sit and wait for the door to reopen so I can go out and satisfy my curiosity. I am definitely going to have to edit the story before I tell the girls when I get back. If they knew I was risking my life just to see what big bad beast they have here, they would beat the crap out of me. Then again, they are probably going to anyway for letting myself get kidnapped. Beyond the iron door, I can hear the noise level rising. It looks like it is almost time. When the door rises, I walk out to see the seating completely full. There are even people standing in the aisles and above the seats. Seems almost everyone in the castle is here. I even see soldiers in the crowd. Everyone must want to see this final beast. This would be the perfect time for the allied lords to attack. I doubt there is even anyone on watch at this point. Everyone is here to watch my fight. Depending on what the beast is, they might be here to watch my gruesome death. Lord Shendaw says, "Congratulations on being the first to ever face this beast. I look forward to watching it rip you apart. You have promised me death many times now. Is this one going to live up to the hype?" Lord Shendaw says. "Oh, I guarantee you've never faced anything like this." "Oh yeah, so what if I win yet again? Got a final beast hidden away?" Lord Shendaw says. "No, this is the last beast. You have killed all the others. If you somehow manage to win this fight, then you win your freedom." "Seriously? If I kill this pet of yours, I am free." Lord Shendaw says, "Yes, if you win, then you are free. You have my word." "All right, let's do this. Bring it on." Lord Shendaw says, "Release the Hydra." Chapter 231, Hydra. Please tell me he is kidding. At first, I think he is bluffing since none of the doors into the arena are big enough for something like a Hydra. But then, 2 sections of the arena wall slide apart to form a massive opening, and I begin to worry. Then from beyond the opening, I hear a loud hissing sound and something large approaching. Okay, if it is a hydra like from the legends I know, then it will have multiple heads and each one will have a different breath weapon. I absolutely can't cut any of the heads off, main body hits only. That is all I really remember about them. I just hope it is enough. The first thing I see are the eyes. 6 eyes glowing red in the darkness. Then I see the heads. 3 heads like massive snakes, and then the long necks, and finally the 4-legged main body. The damn thing is the size of a school bus, and it looks really, really hungry. At first, the 3 heads are turning every which way looking at the crowd, but after a minute, they turn and focus on me. They each act independently, so it is going to be like fighting 3 opponents instead of 1. It takes up about a quarter of the arena, so moving around it is going to be tricky. I have to be careful not to get trapped. The heads just stare at me. They seem to be sizing me up, which suggests a dangerous level of intelligence. As those 6 eyes stare at me, I start to feel a force in my head telling me to stay still and go to sleep. The legends never said anything about a hypnotic gaze. I quickly stop looking into its eyes. As soon as I look away, one of the heads darts forward with amazing speed and tries to bite me. Its mouth is big enough to eat me in one bite. But even with its speed, a single step back and a slight lean, and it just barely misses me. I get a really good look at its mouth, and I notice it has fangs like a snake, and from the liquid dripping from them, it is probably poisonous too. This thing has way too many ways to kill me. I have to be perfect in this fight. One mistake will kill me for sure. Seeing the middle head miss the other 2 come at me from either side, I move back forward to avoid them. As I do, I move under the middle head, which is still recovering from its attack, and take a swing at the body. The sword I got from the champion cuts through the scales and into the body, but it doesn't go far. I quickly move away as the heads recover and prepare to attack again. The heads don't immediately attack again. They seem to be reevaluating me since I caused it pain. As I watch the hydra watching me, I notice the slash on its chest is slowly closing up. Regeneration. This just keeps getting better and better. I am going to need to do more damage. I need to get in close and do a massive amount of damage in a short time. Enough that it can't heal it quickly? As I am thinking how to manage it, one of the heads acts differently. It draws back, and before the mouth even opens, I am already moving out of the way. Well, now I know the left head breaths fire. Luckily, it is only a small stream and it doesn't last long. Not long after the fire ends, the right head draws back and then spits a stream of green liquid, which I am guessing is poison. When it hits the sand and starts hissing, I change my mind and call it acid. Now it is the middle head's turn. But to my surprise, the middle head just keeps trying to bite me. Either it is not willing to use its breath weapon, or it doesn't have one. Whichever it is, I keep dodging. I manage to get close and hit the main body a few times, but am quickly forced to retreat before I can do any real damage. I just can't keep the 3 heads off me long enough to do any real damage. I need to come up with a better way to do this. At this rate, I will end up exhausted and then dead. The hydra seems to have come to the same conclusion. It stops attacking and backs off to stare at me. It seems we are at a stalemate for the moment. The crowd, however, is cheering like mad. They are loving the show, and if anything, there are more humans and demons watching than there were at the start. While I am still trying to think of a plan, the hydra tries to end the fight. All 3 heads snap forward and release their breath weapons at once, and it turns out the middle head breathes lightning. This is the luckiest thing that could have possibly happened to me. Instead of trying to dodge all 3 attacks, I dodge into the lightning breath and move forward through it. As the lightning washes over me, it feels amazing. I feel like I've just had a full night's sleep. And what is more, the hydra is focused on the breath attack, allowing me to freely move up close to the main body. Mind Blade, Lightning Aura, Demonic Assault. The champion's sword was able to cut the hydra, but not enough. So I toss it aside as I step up next to the main body. With my Mind Blade covered by the Lightning Aura and Demonic Assault active, I cut into the hydra and inflict major wounds. As soon as its breath attacks end, the 3 heads roar in pain. I continue cutting it as hard and as fast as I can. Demonic Assault is used up before the hydra recovers enough to launch an attack and force me away. I managed to cut into its chest 7 times before it drove me back, and now it is bleeding heavily. The Hydra is furious and launches continuous attacks against me, keeping me from inflicting any more damage. After a minute, even the heavy wounds I dealt to the thing start showing signs of healing. I am forced to consider the possibility that this thing might be beyond my current ability to kill. It would be a totally different story if I didn't have these stupid manacles on. I am starting to think that I am going to have to try something stupid in order to have a chance of killing this thing. The legends I remember say that if you cut off a head, either it will regrow or two will grow in its place. I don't think a head can regrow instantly, and it might slow down the healing of the wounds on the chest. If I can cut off all 3 heads, the time it will take them to regrow is my best chance of killing it permanently. The problem is, can I cut off all 3 fast enough, or is the first going to regrow before I can cut off the third? Since I can't think of a better idea, I decide to give it a try, and the next head that tries to bite me goes flying. Chapter 232. Even as I cut the left head off, I am turning my body, and as soon as the swing is complete, I move as fast as I can toward the right head. The head is already reacting and trying to retreat, but I quickly catch up and send it flying as well. I specifically left the middle head for last, since it is the one that spits lightning. But as I turn to look, it has already risen high into the air. Ignoring it, I move towards the main body. As I do, the 2 headless necks retreat and coil close to the body. I can already see new heads starting to grow. So I hurry and stab my mind blade into one of the cuts I made earlier. I reshape the mind blade to make it longer as I stab it deep into the Hydra's body, trying to hit something vital. The remaining head screams as I stab deep into the body, and the crowd goes wild. When I withdraw my mind blade from the body, it is accompanied by a gush of blood. The blood sprays into my face, temporarily blinding me so that I don't see the Hydra's tail to dodge it. Before I can stab into the body a second time, the tail hits me like a truck and sends me flying. I fly completely across the arena and slam into the stone wall hard enough to leave a crater. When I fall to the sands of the arena, I am accompanied by a rain of chunks of stone. The breath is knocked out of me, and for a few seconds I can't move. If the Hydra attacks me right now, I am done for. When I manage to make my eyes focus and take a look, the Hydra hasn't moved. As I finally manage to take a breath and stagger to my feet, the Hydra still isn't moving. The middle head is just licking the wound in its chest. That last strike seems to have done something. This is the first time it has paid attention to one of its wounds. The other 2 heads have almost finished regrowing. My time is running out. At least there is no sign of additional heads growing, and while the heads have been regrowing, I've seen no sign of the other wounds healing. The new heads, however, look different than they did before I cut them off. They seem more defined. The middle head is still licking the wound I made with my last attack. It is no longer gushing blood. That wound did some damage. I need to do that again. Maybe it will bleed out if nothing else. The middle head doesn't move as I charge in, so to get it out of the way, I cut it off. When I cut the middle head off, the Hydra freezes completely. The other 2 heads are almost done regrowing, so I need to do damage quickly. The blood from the last wound has slowed to a trickle when I slam my mind blade back into it. I quickly wrench my mind blade back and forth to widen the wound, and I am rewarded by blood gushing out once again. This time, I was smart enough to turn my head away so I am not blinded by the blood. Twin roars tell me that the left and right heads are done regrowing, and it is time to start dodging again. The regrown heads are much swifter and more accurate in their attacks, making me work harder to dodge them. It seems when they regrow, they upgrade or something. The necks also seem to be moving faster now than they did before, meaning if I cut them off again and don't finish the thing, then I am going to lose once they regrow again. Since I am just barely managing to dodge the upgraded heads, if they upgrade again, they will be fast enough to hit me. I need to do something before the middle head regrows. As long as the other 2 heads stay focused on me, it will keep bleeding. If I can keep it from healing for long enough, then blood loss should kill it. Of course it isn't that easy. The only way to keep the heads from licking the wound is to keep them attacking me. Now, it is a race. Will I get exhausted first? Or will it die from blood loss first? Now I kinda wish I had escaped when I had the chance instead of giving in to my curiosity. The worst part is I am getting tired, and the Hydra shows no signs of slowing down, despite the fact that it has lost enough blood to turn the sand to mud. The mud is making it so that I have to be very careful of my footing, and almost half the arena is mud now. Getting close to the Hydra to hit the main body is also going to be much harder because of the mud. Step by step, I slowly back away, trying to draw the Hydra after me and out of the mud so I can get at the main body. That, and the more it moves around, the more it should bleed, and I need it to bleed. I manage to lure it forward a few steps, but then it stops and refuses to move any further. Blood continues to pour out of its chest yet. The Hydra still doesn't seem bothered by it, and the middle head is almost fully regrown. No more time to worry about it. Time to roll the dice. I manage to cut off the left head for the second time, but the right head dodges my swing. The head then counterattacks, forcing me to dodge. As I dodge, I counter and manage to hack it off. The Hydra freezes for a second or two before the middle head finishes regrowing. It hisses at me and the Hydra quickly retreats to the far side of the arena. Rather than try to follow it through the mud, I jump across the arena to reach it and take a swing at the middle head. My arrival surprises the middle head and I manage to cut it off before it recovers. Now, with all three heads regrowing, the body once again freezes. But the heads are growing fast. I have maybe 30 seconds before the left head finishes regrowing, and it looks a lot meaner this time around. Chapter 233. Before it finishes regrowing, I stab and cut the main body several times, doing as much damage as I can. As soon as the left head finishes regrowing, I jump back clear of the mud. No way I can dodge with my feet stuck. The left head is far more aggressive and quickly chases after me, ignoring the wounds to the main body. As it charges at me, it seems to miss a step and stumbles, which gives me hope since it is the first sign I've seen that blood loss is affecting it. If I can hold out just a little longer, then I might actually win this fight. The Hydra reaches me and the left head comes in to bite me. It is moving so fast I can barely see it. It is far too fast for me to completely dodge, so I use the chain of my manacles to block. With the chain, I manage to keep the head's mouth closed so it can't bite me, but the head still hits me. I can feel my bones creak in protest as the head hits me and sends me flying across the arena. I cough up a little blood as I slam into the arena wall for the second time. Not sure if it was the head hitting me or me hitting the wall, but my chest is starting to hurt. Not sure how many more hits I can take. This time, I at least manage to land on my feet and keep my eyes on the Hydra. It is coming towards me, but it is noticeably slower now. All the wounds are finally starting to affect it. The bad news is the right head has finished regrowing, and the middle head isn't far behind. Now, my only hope is to keep my distance. 2 heads at that speed is way more than I can handle with these manacles on. As the Hydra advances towards me, I back away, following the curve of the arena wall. It has slowed down a lot compared to the beginning, but it is still slowly gaining on me. The crowd is going insane. They can tell we are approaching the end of the fight one way or the other. The Hydra catches up to me and the heads immediately start trying to bite me again. It takes everything I can muster to avoid the teeth. I get hit and thrown around several times in the process. No bites means no poison, but other than that, I am getting beaten and thrown around like a rag doll. Getting bounced off the walls repeatedly is not a pleasant experience. But as it goes on, I can see the Hydra's movement slowing down. As the heads start being affected and slow down as well, I am once again able to successfully dodge the attacks. I may be bruised all over, and a few of my bones are certainly fractured, but I am still up and able to move. Dine, congratulations. Skill Evasive Steps has progressed to level 2. Evasive Steps level 2 at GI +8. The art of not being where you are. It is getting easier and easier to dodge the attacks of the Hydra's heads, even with the middle head now regrown and joining the attack. It is going after me with everything it has. I guess it realizes it is dying and wants to take me with it. It seems to get more and more frustrated as I continue to dodge its attacks. The 3 heads start using coordinated attacks to try and corner me, and it seems their intelligence has gone up as well. The more I dodge, the more accurate its attacks become. It is learning, but it is too little too late. It has lost too much blood now to recover and defeat me. With the Hydra slowing down, I am finally able to get some distance from it and take a look around. Lord Shenda and those closest to him are silent, but the rest of the crowd is cheering like mad for me. To be honest, having people cheering for me is a completely new experience, and I am finding it rather intoxicating. This must be what celebrities felt like. No wonder they got addicted and did all sorts of crazy things. Of course, if I become king, cheering crowds will become something normal, I would think. I will need to watch myself to make sure I don't become addicted to this feeling. Finally, the Hydra stops chasing me and sinks to its knees. By this point, practically the entire arena is covered in its blood. It looks like it is ready to fall over and die at any moment. But it has one last surprise for me, as all three heads fire their breath weapons. If I was still watching the crowd instead of the Hydra, I would be dead. As it is, I barely dodge. Other than singing my fur a little, the last attack of the Hydra doesn't do anything to me. The arena is another matter. A large section of the wall is destroyed, and some of the crowd are injured. That last attack took the last of its energy, and after it is over, the Hydra collapses. The crowd continues cheering for a few minutes as the Hydra breathes its last few breaths. Then the crowd goes silent and turns to look at Lord Shenda to see if he is going to keep his word. As Lord Shenda is opening his mouth to speak, there is a sudden loud explosion from somewhere in the castle. Well, it is about time. The crowd is suddenly panicked and screaming as they try to scatter into the rest of the castle through doors too small for that many people. Lord Shenda is screaming orders, and his people are trying to follow them, but they can't get out of the room because of the crowds. The sands of the arena are the only quiet place in the room, and now no one is paying any attention to me at all. First, I cut out the core and stuff it in my pouch. Then I remove the heart and start eating it. While I chew each bite, I continue cutting at the Hydra. My pouch won't hold the whole thing, but it should hold a good portion of the meat. I would try to take the hide, but after the long battle, it isn't really in a condition that is worth saving. Devour activated. Strar +10, End +10, Toughness +10, Region +5. New stat region unlocked. Region, yes. Finally, that fight was so worth it. Chapter 234. When I look up from eating the heart, I see that Lord Shenda and his loyal followers are all gone. I am surprised that the fat pig can move that fast. They must have gone to the Great Hall. I need to make my way there as well. I am not missing the show after everything I have gone through. Before I can go chasing after them, I notice that the door to my cell is open, and the jailer is waving me over. I rush over and quickly tell him to gather any humans who wish to survive and serve new lords down in the cells. Then I easily jump out of the arena into the stands and make my way towards the Great Hall. When I reach the doorway to the Great Hall, I stop to see what is going on inside before I enter. It is a good thing I did. The allied lords haven't arrived yet. Lord Shenda is still in command. He is currently ordering his guards to launch a counterattack and to hold out until the army arrives. Lord Timmint says, "Not much chance of that. Your army is already dead." Lord Shenda says, "What? You allied with Lord Dra?" Lady Shinun says, "What? You still haven't figured it out. Lord Ash played you two against each other. He was working with us the whole time." Lord Sakra says, "Yes, and he did a wonderful job keeping you distracted until we got here." Lord Bibik says, "A little too good. We couldn't bear to launch the attack earlier and interrupt his wonderful fight." Lady Shinun says, "You mean you couldn't?" Lord Shenda says, "I will kill you all." The fight that follows is truly eye-opening for me. Lord Shenda really could have killed me with one hand. Even against 5 other lords, he is almost a match for them, mainly because his body seems very hard to damage. The fight teaches me a lot about the powers of a demon lord in general, and the 5 allies in particular. It is a little unsettling to realize that each of the demon lords is about 3 to 5 times my current strength. I am starting to think dealing with their armies will be the easy part. As far as I know, there is no one on the peninsula that comes close to their level of power. Not even me. My powers are going to have to grow very fast over the next few years if I want to have even a chance of matching one of them in power. Even if I manage that, I am still going to be outnumbered 5 to 1. I sure hope the goddesses have a plan they haven't told me about yet. Of course, their plan is probably dependent upon me destroying the temples like they asked. Once I get back, I will need to make that a priority. Then I can ask them about further plans. I have been watching the battle while thinking, paying particular attention to the different powers of the 5 allies. Once I see that they have Lord Shenda completely subdued, I walk out to join them. From the look on Lord Shenda's face when he sees me, I was right to wait until he was under control. He looks like he would do anything to get his hands on me right now, even if it cost him his life. Lord Sakra says, "Ah, Lord Ash, wonderful performance." Lord Timmint says, "Yes, you have surpassed even my expectations." Lord Shenda yells. This is all your fault. I will tear you into tiny pieces. Lord Bibik says, Lady Shinun, you bargained to be the one to finish him. Please do so. Lady Shinun says, with the utmost pleasure. Lord Shenda yells, you can't hurt me. You are mine and always will be. With a scream of rage, Lady Shinun leaps atop Lord Shenda and starts stabbing him repeatedly. His massive body is fairly resistant to damage, so it takes her a long time. As I slowly back away, I notice the other 4 demon lords are also backing away. The sight of her stabbing away completely covered in blood and gore completely kills any interest I had in sleeping with her. It takes a long time for Lord Shenda to die, but Lady Shinun seems glad of that. When he dies, I see a cloud of energy split 5 ways and drift to the demon lords. The section that goes to Lady Shinun is about half the size of the ones that go to the other 4 lords. So she gave up half her share just so she could kill him. I guess that they had history. I am starting to think that when the war comes, I should make sure to take out Lady Shinun first. Because while she is the weakest of the demon lords, I think she will be the most dangerous to have as an enemy. What is worse is she seems to like me, as if I don't have enough problems with women as it is. While she is busy, I tell the other 4 lords about the humans ready to surrender in the cells. My excuse is exactly what the other lords were waiting for, and they quickly leave to resume control of the invading army. When I turn back to Lady Shinun, not only is she looking at me, but somehow she's completely clean. She is smiling at me like she wants to eat me. It is not a comfortable feeling. Lady Shinun says, My dear Ash, you have exceeded my wildest dreams. You say that like you didn't expect me to succeed. Lady Shinun says, I didn't. That is what makes this so impressive. I had a plan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to try. Lady Shinun says, Oh, don't give me that. I was watching the whole time. You were making it up as you went. Does it matter? After all, I completed my part of the deal. Lady Shinun says true, and I will hold up my end of the deal. Good. By the way, can I keep these manacles? Lady Shinun says. I guess so, but why? They will be useful in training. Lady Shinun says, So you are asking me to help you get stronger knowing that you will be my enemy one day? Well, yeah, I guess I am. Lady Shinun says. All right, you can have them. Thank you, Lady Shinun says. No need to thank me. You helped bring about my fondest wish. Lady Shinun tosses me the key and tells me to wait here until the demon lords finish taking control of the castle. As she walks off, I use the key to remove the manacles and stuff them in my pouch. Once the manacles are off, I suddenly feel like I could jump over a building if I wanted to. It is so nice to be able to stand up straight and take a deep breath without it taking a massive amount of effort. In the distance, I can still hear the occasional explosion and sounds of fighting. I sit and wait patiently for the demon lords to finish everything they need to finish and turn their attention back to me. Chapter 235. As I sit waiting, I think about doing some looting, but realize I don't have a way to carry anything. My pouch is still full of gold and drake bone, and all the other random crap I have collected in my travels. At some point, I am really gonna have to empty it out and sort through everything. After all, I don't need to carry everything with me. If nothing else, I should transfer the bulky stuff to the backpack since it can hold a whole lot more. I have so much I need to do when I return to Ilium. I'm going to need to cross the land bridge as fast as possible. Well, as fast as Backer can move anyway. I could move faster alone, but I want him to continue training me. The hardest part is probably going to be keeping him alive through all the beasts we are likely to encounter. He is great with a sword, probably among the best in this world, but he is still only human. Not that I think there is anything wrong with being human, since I was one, but it does have its physical limitations. Crossing the land bridge won't be easy with just the 2 of us, but I will find a way. I will also do everything I can to keep Vacker alive. He deserves to live and enjoy his freedom. I may put him to work training myself and my soldiers, but he will still be free. As I sit there thinking, the sounds of combat slowly fade away and then cease completely. Sounds like the demon lords have finished the battle and taken the castle. Now, after a period of consolidating their forces, they should attack Lord Draw. They will need to attack fairly quickly before Lord Draw has a chance to repair his forces and prepare for their attack. Ideally, they should attack Lord Draw immediately, so he doesn't have any time to prepare. Either way, they should take a lot of casualties, and that will buy us the time we need to prepare for their invasion. The only thing I am concerned about is if they want to keep me around until after their attack on Lord Draw. I would rather not stay. The sooner I get back, the sooner I can start preparing. The list of things I need to do before the invasion just keeps getting longer and longer. I need to get started. My first priority has to be the temples. If the goddesses are stronger, they might be able to help even the playing field. The goddesses can give power to their followers. Maybe if they gain more power, they can share some of it with the humans. I know, Cronotia said. Saronia would need decades to master the Orb of Arcat, to give all the humans the ability to gain levels, but maybe she can do it for a few people sooner. Originally, I thought the Beastmen alone would be a match for the demons. But that was before I saw the true power of the Demon Lords. Their lieutenants are almost as bad. It will take a dozen Beastmen to match one of them. I don't even know how many lieutenants there are between the 5 allied Demon Lords. Each of the Demon Lords should have a lieutenant, but it is possible that they have more than one. Not to mention, they may have other powerful demons under their control. Even now, I just don't know enough about their forces. But I don't want to stay here any longer, even if it means I can learn more. I am ready to go home. Maybe if I am forced to stay here longer, I can find out a bit more about their forces. But that all depends on what the Allied Lords decide to do with me. I may be free of the manacles, but I am still basically a prisoner. They may be treating me as an ally, but I don't for a minute think they have forgotten. I will be their enemy from now on. It is kind of sad since I think if they weren't my enemies, I would like most of the 5 of them. Lady Sheenan would probably still be someone I would avoid even if she wasn't a demon lord. As if thinking about her summoned her, she walks in through the door with a smile on her face. Lady Sheenan says, "The last of Lord Shendaw's forces are either dead or surrendered. We have won. Congratulations." Lady Sheenan says now, while the others take care of things here, it is time to keep our end of the deal. "You are going to set me free," Lady Sheenan says. "Yes, is that so surprising?" "Well, I sort of thought you would keep me around as long as you could," Lady Sheenan says. "Why would we do that?" "To delay me from returning and starting the preparations to counter your invasion across the land bridge," Lady Sheenan says. "We would only need to do that if we saw you as a threat." "Are you telling me that no matter what I do, I am no threat to you?" Lady Sheenan says. "No matter how strong you become, you will not match 5 of us. And humans as useful as they are cannot match demons. So no, you are not a serious threat." "I won't try to convince you that you are wrong. I will wait and prove it to you," Lady Sheenan says. "You cannot hope to match our current power, and by the time we invade, we will be even stronger. We will just have to wait and see," Lady Sheenan says. "I suppose so. By the way, the others have agreed. If we capture you, you are mine. That will only happen if I lose." Lady Sheenan says yes, but I will look forward to it all the same. "Now let's return to my castle so I can keep my promises." She walks over and takes hold of my arm, and then the world around me blurs and shifts. When everything comes back into focus, we are standing on the dais in the great hall of Lady Sheenan's castle. She sits in her throne and sends servants to fetch Vacker, and something else she doesn't specify. Chapter 236. Vacker says, "It is really good to see you in one piece. You sound like you doubted I would be back." Lady Sheenan says, "I think all of us had some doubts. It was a fairly crazy plan you came up with." Vacker says, "Doubts or not, it is really good to see you." "It is good to see you too, and now you are free." Lady Sheenan says, "Yes, Vacker is now free. So, would you like to leave immediately, or would you rather celebrate a little and leave in the morning?" "Personally, I have had a long day and would prefer a bit of rest before setting out." Vacker says, "Fine by me. I am just happy to be free." Lady Sheenan says, "Very well, then let's have dinner." The meal is absolutely amazing, and there is a constant stream of ale and wine. Lady Sheenan is in a very good mood, and for once there are no veiled threats or hidden dangers to worry about. This is a side of her I never expected to see. Throughout the dinner, I even forget that she is a demon lord. All 3 of us drink too much, but luckily Lady Sheenan doesn't take advantage of the situation. Because with as much ale as I have had, I might forget just how dangerous she is. Vacker and I end up stumbling back to the guest room, and that is the last thing I remember. When I wake up in the morning, I regret drinking. My head feels like a stampede went through it. The only thing that convinces me to get up is the smell of breakfast. After stuffing myself, I feel more alive and almost ready to face the day. After cleaning up the breakfast plates, the servants return with 2 chests that are apparently gifts from Lady Shinun. Each chest has a name on it. One has my name, the other has Vacker's. Wondering what she is up to, I open the chest with my name on it. Inside, I find a set of leather armor. As I lift it out of the chest, I can see that it is well made and that the leather came from the hellboar I killed. That means that Lady Shinun ordered this made before I left for Lord Shendaw's castle. She said she had her doubts, but would she really waste this material if she thought I wouldn't come back? The more I learn about Lady Shinun, the more confused I become, which isn't that strange, I guess, since she is female. But I thought for sure that a demon lord would be much more simple to understand. I expected to be stabbed in the back and lied to repeatedly, but they have been nothing but honest. The demon lords, at least those other than Lord Shendaw, have been nothing like I was expecting. I need to get out of here before I start to lose perspective and start thinking of them less like demons and more like humans. I need to see them as enemies without question, or I might hesitate and get someone I care about killed. It is a good thing we are leaving today. I can't afford to get any more confused by Lady Shinun. Shaking myself out of such thoughts, I try on the armor and find it is a nearly perfect fit. Looking over, I see that Vacker also got a set of armor and a new sword. Lady Shinun is being very generous. When I look in the chest, I find that there was a backpack under the armor. When I open it, I find it full of supplies. Lady Shinun said she wouldn't provide us mounts. Yet she is doing everything she can to help us make it. It is almost as if she wants us to survive the trip so that we can be her enemies when she invades. Without a word, Vacker and I shoulder the packs and head down to the castle entry. I am hoping to get out quietly, but that is soon dashed as I see Lady Shinun standing outside the castle waiting for us. She doesn't look hungover at all. In fact, she looks perfect in a short sundress. Her skin is even a normal color in the sunlight. She must be doing that on purpose. She is a succubus, so she would have the ability to alter her looks. But the question is, why is she bothering? Is she trying to look more human because she thinks that will make me forget what she really is? Vacker says, "Good morning, Lady Shinun." Lady Shinun says, "Good morning, Vacker, Lord Ash. Were you planning to leave without saying goodbye?" "Well, I didn't want to disturb you. You consumed a lot of wine last night," Lady Shinun says. "I can handle my liquor. Besides, it is a host's duty to see guests off. While I appreciate the sentiment, it is a little misplaced. After all, from this point on, we are enemies." Lady Shinun says, "Don't get too hung up on that. Have a safe trip. If you survive, we will meet again." She acts like she is going to walk past me into the castle, but before I know it, she has stopped, grabbed my head, and pulled me down into a passionate kiss. Before I can regain my wits enough to push her away, she has ended the kiss and vanished into the castle. I turn to look at Vacker in confusion, but he is just standing there smirking. I am glad Drog isn't here. If he had seen that, I would never live it down. "Not a word," Vacker says. "Wouldn't dream of it, Sonny." "Let's just get out of here," Vacker says. "Lead the way, bossman." Ignoring Vacker's sarcasm, I lead the way out of the castle grounds and down the mountain. I set the fastest pace that I think Vacker can maintain. I don't want to exhaust him. At this pace, I figure maybe 3 days to get us out of the mountains and to the start of the jungle. Chapter 237. After an hour, I have to stop and let Vacker rest. Looks like this is going to take longer than I thought. Not that I blame him. After all, he has spent who knows how many years in a cell. It is no surprise that he doesn't have any endurance considering everything he has been through. Vacker says, "I am sorry. I am slowing you down." "Don't worry about it. You have been through a lot. It will take a bit of time for you to get back to peak." Vacker says, "A bit of time? You realize this is basically the first day of freedom I have had in my entire life." "Yeah. And once we are out of Lady Shinun's territory, we will stop so you can enjoy it." Vacker says, "Good point. We should get going before she decides she wants another taste of you." She agreed to let us go, but there was no mention of not recapturing us. And I thought I told you not a word about that. Vacker gets up and starts walking again as he laughs at me. I feel I haven't heard the end of this yet. He sets a bit faster pace, though. The thought of Lady Sheenan coming after us seems to have motivated him. I don't actually think she will come after us. She wants me on different terms. Still better to be safe than sorry. The sooner we are out of her reach, the better. Besides, the more Vacker pushes himself, the faster he will recover. He may suffer a bit, but he can take it. I am in a rush to get home and check on everyone, but I won't push him harder than he can take. I will, however, push him to his very limit, just like he did when he was training me. This isn't revenge. Okay, maybe a little, but this is what he needs right now. He will get his chance for payback once we are in Ilium, and he gets to train me again. For him to train me properly, he needs to be in good shape. This trip will get him in shape if it doesn't kill him. I plan to do everything I can to keep him alive on this trip, but the odds are against me. We have a lot of very dangerous ground to cover, and who knows what beasts we will run into. All I can do is the best I can, but there is no guarantee that I can survive this trip, let alone keep a human alive. Come to think of it, I better start paying attention. There are probably beasts here in the mountains as well as in the jungle. When I pull myself out of my thoughts and look around, I realize that Vacker has gotten ahead of me. Then I see movement above him. Even as I spot it, it is leaping down at Vacker, and I am too far away to block its attack. So I summon my mind blade and throw it like a spear. It hits the thing as it is halfway to Vacker. The thing squeals as it is hit and somehow turns in midair to land on its feet facing me. Now that I can get a good look at it, it looks like a small lion except its mane is made of flames. Did the demons import a bunch of animals from hell? Or have they been here so long that animals here are changing? With no one to ask, I turn my attention back to the beast which is charging at me. It is small, but it is really fast. I just barely manage to lean to the side in time to dodge it as it leaps at me. The thing is only 2 feet tall. It shouldn't be attacking us. We should be too big for it to see us as prey, unless it isn't a solitary hunter. As soon as I have the thought, I look up at the sides and see 6 more of the things. Vacker, watch out above! Vacker says, oh crap! What do we do? Hold on, let me try something. Vacker says, don't do anything stupid. You know me. Vacker says, that is what I am talking about. Watching as the other 6 move closer, I notice they are leaner and don't have a mane, which would make them females, meaning they work like the lions they resemble, meaning the male is in charge. So I turn to face the male and roar as loud as I can at it. The roar echoes up and down the mountains. The male acts like I punched it. Its mane shrinks, and it tucks its tail between its legs and slinks away. A quick look to either side shows the females are also retreating. Normally I would prefer to kill them, but this time I will let them go. I am sure I could take all of them on my own, but I am not sure I could protect Vacker while fighting them. Vacker says, you idiot. Were you trying to start an avalanche? Ah, no, I didn't think of that. Looking around, I see a few rocks have indeed shifted, but the slopes look stable for now. Vacker is right, though. I could have easily started an avalanche. From now on, I need to keep the terrain in mind. Even after everything I've been through, I am still making rookie mistakes. Vacker says, what was the roar for anyway? I basically told them you were my prey, and I am the bigger predator, so they ran off. Vacker says, thanks, I guess. Would you rather have been eaten? Vacker says, well, no, of course not. All right then, let's keep moving. With a nod, Vacker starts off down the road again. We still have most of the day left after all. The rest of the day's journey is uneventful, except for having to stop frequently for Vacker to rest. By sundown, when we start looking for a place to camp, I am fairly sure we have left Lady Sheenan's territory. Vacker says, Lady Sheenan is the one with the territory that is the furthest west. If we are out of it, then we are into the wilds. That is good. No more worrying about demons, at least, Vacker says. Not really. The wilds are far more dangerous. Chapter 238. The next morning, when I see how much pain Vacker is in, I decide to camp here for the day and let him rest. I hate to lose the time, but we won't make much distance with the condition he is in anyway. After a day of rest, he should be able to travel again. I'd prefer him to be in better shape before we enter the jungle. Stopping to rest in the jungle is bound to be much more dangerous. Better he rest up before we get there. I will even let him rest for another day if he needs to, which he might after another day of travel. Since we are staying put for today, I decide to cook a stew using the hydra meat. So after breakfast, I prepare a pot and put in hydra meat and vegetables from the rations and leave it to simmer all day long. I tell Vacker to just take it easy and rest. His only job today is to heal up. Meanwhile, I need to find something to do. If I sit still all day, I will go insane. Okay, Vacker, don't freak out, but I am going to summon an undead. Vacker says, You are a necromancer on top of everything else? No, not a necromancer. I just have one summon, and it happens to be an undead. Vacker says, Why didn't you use it before now? I wanted to keep it a secret from the demon lords. As a trump card, I guess, Vacker says. Okay, so why tell me now? Because I am going to summon it to guard the camp while I do some exploring. Vacker says, Okay, let's see it. Summon Bones. Bones appears as usual and looks around. He seems disappointed when he sees no enemies. I guess it has been a while since I summoned him for a good fight, but I haven't been in any suitable for him. I will just keep him out for a while. There should be some beast to fight soon. Vacker says, Wow, he is impressive. Bones, this is Vacker. He is an ally. I want you to protect him in the camp. Bones chitters at me then, nods and starts walking a circle around the camp. I know Bones will do exactly what I told him to, so I feel fine about leaving Vacker at camp to rest. I have no specific goal in mind as I wander away from camp. I just need to be moving. We are still deep in the mountains, so the terrain around camp is pretty rough, but I move through it easily. I keep my eyes open for dangers, but I am also studying the way the mountains are laid out. Who knows? I may need to lead an army this way at some point. Vacker and I have been following a trail. It hasn't been used often, but it isn't too bad for all of that. It, however, is not something you could move an army over. If we ever have to attack the demon lords, we will need another path. Since I have nothing else to do, I may as well scout around and see if I can find a better path. Besides, if I can find a better path, then Vacker will be able to move faster as well. Mainly, it is just something to keep me busy. I'd actually like to find a fight to take my mind off things. It is probably a bad sign that I am starting to enjoy fighting so much, but with what is coming, I may as well enjoy it. As long as I can keep myself under control and can tell friends from foes, then it is okay if I go a little crazy. After all, I am not human anymore, and what I have been through would drive anyone crazy. Frankly, it is amazing that I haven't snapped yet. I would have to say that is due to the girls helping keep me in check. They are the reason that all this power hasn't gone to my head yet. Well, not too much anyway. This time, I am not letting my thoughts consume me. I am still paying attention to my surroundings. I can smell various beasts and animals, but they can smell me too and are avoiding me. My hopes for a good fight seem to be in vain. It doesn't seem like there is anything strong enough to want to challenge me in this area. Which means as long as I stay close to Vacker, nothing should try to attack him either. Which means this part of the trip will be boring, but that is a good thing for Vacker. Growing bored of wandering aimlessly, I turn and head back towards camp to check on Vacker. On the way back as I am crossing a stream, I catch movement out of the corner of my eye, and my arm moves before I can even think about it. When I pull my hand back, it is barely wet, and there is a fish wriggling on my claws. Finding congratulations. Skill fishing has progressed to level 7. Fishing level 7 AGI plus 7. You are on your way to being a master. Since the stew won't be ready until dinner time, I guess we can have fish for lunch. I quickly catch several more, clean and gut them, before continuing back to camp. When I reach camp, Vacker is napping, and Bones is still circling the camp. He will continue until I tell him to stop or something attacks. Once the fish are over the fire, and cooking the smell soon wakes Vacker from his nap. We chat casually over lunch, and then he goes back to napping while I try to figure out what to do with myself. The past few weeks have been crazy, and I am still fairly stressed out. I haven't really had time to relax. You would think I would be happy now that I am no longer a prisoner, but I feel like if I relax, something will get me. Sitting still just makes me think about things that I don't want to think about. So I need something to distract myself. If only I had a new anime to watch. Something sci-fi would be perfect. Since I am living in a fantasy world, I want something different. Not having anime or manga is probably the only thing I regret about this world. Wait, I've leveled up a lot of skills lately, and it has been a while since I examined my status. Status! Name, Ash Race. Black Lion Demon Beast Type. Unique Demon Rank, 6 titles. 4. The Merciful Blessed by the Light, Anti-Hero, Angel Slayer HP, 3,867 divided by 3,867 DP. 1,325 Divid, Ed by 1,325 Strength. 494 Agility, 258 Endurance, 361 Intelligence, 199 Wisdom, 244 Charisma, 115 Willpower, 40 Luck, 22 Toughness, 25 Regen, 5 Unspent Points, 50 Fire Resist, 70 Cold Resist, 32 Magic Resist, 25 Hellfire Resist, 31 Shadow Resist, 35 Lightning, Greater Immunity Physical Resist, 18 Abilities, 8 Quests, 5 Skills, 17 Combat Skills, 10 Magic Skills, 3 Crafts, 14 Beast Skills, 2 Mental Skills, 5 Demonic Abilities, 4 Skills, Combat Skills, 10 Beast Slayer level, 3 Dual Wield level, 3 Dodge level, 3 Charge level, 2 Sword Basics level, 10 Sword Dancer level, 2 Weapon Master level, 2 Blind Fighting level, 1 Supreme Swordsmanship level, 3 Evasive Street EPS level, 2 Magic Skills, 3 Channeling level, 5 Enchanting level, 4 Disenchanting level, 5 Active, 2 Stealth level, 6 Dash level, 2 Passive, 12 Tenacity level, 4 Pain Resist level, 8 Safe Fall level, 2 Fitness level, 6 Lesser Drive Agon Sight level, 1 Meditation level, 10 Max Poison Resist level, 4 Lockpicking level, 5 Linguistics level, 7 Danger, Sense level, 3 Swimming level, 7 Riding level, 2 Crafts, 14 Skinning level, 4 Cooking level, 7 Expert Mining level, 11 Masonry level, 3 Repair level, 4 Herb Gathering level, 4 Expert Scrimshaw level, 14 Leatherworking level, 6 Cartography level, 4 Fishing level, 7 Tailoring level, 3 Expert Blacksmith level, 13 Woodworking level, 4 Gem Cutting level, 3 Abilities, 8 Demonic Strength Supreme Agility, Supreme Intelligence, Fire Elemental Bond, Supreme Endurance Magic, Body level, 2 Superior Wisdom, Aura of Courage Beast Skills, 2 Lion's Roar level, 2 Devour level, 2 Mental Skills, 4 Mental Attack level, 2 Mental Defense level, 2 Soulscape level, 4 Void level, 3 Mind Blade level, 3 Demonic Abilities, 4 Absorb level, 1 Lightning Aura level, 2 Demonic Body level, Max Demonic Assault quests, 5 Destroy the Wind Temple, Wind Temple destroyed, 0 divided by 1 reward, Destroy the Earth Temple, Earth Temple destroyed, 0 divided by 1 reward, Destroy the Fire Temple, Fire Temple destroyed, 0 divided by 1 reward, Destroy the Water Temple, Water Temple destroyed, 0 divided by 1 reward, Destroy the 4 temples, Temples destroyed, 0 divided by 4 reward, Chapter 239. Wow, I knew my strength had gone up, but not that much. Thanks to the manacles I've been feeling weak lately, I didn't realize how much my strength has gone up. Just to test it, I pick up a rock and give it a squeeze. It turns to powder without me even having to try hard. This is going to be a problem. If I even shake a human's hand, I could crush every bone in it without meaning to. That is a lot of strength to try and restrain all the time. Maybe keeping the manacles was a good idea. If it wasn't for the chains, I could just wear them all the time like training weights in an anime. Maybe I can get them modified at the Mages Guild in Ilium when I get back there. Or I could try to do it myself. After all, I can still manipulate mana even if I can't use it. So I take the manacles out and lay them across my lap. Then I drop into meditation and take a good look at them. The suppression enchantment is only in the manacles, which is good, but there are other enchantments going through the chains. If I disenchant the chains, I need somewhere to get rid of the mana since I can't use it. Either that or I need to find something else to do with all that mana. Maybe I can improve the other enchantments. The suppression being adjustable would definitely be a nice option to add. Also, being able to take them off without the key would be a good idea. That way I can lose them in a fight if I need to. After taking a good long look at the manacles, I think they can handle the extra mana. It is a lot of mana, though. If I lose control of it, that is going to be a big explosion. I am fairly sure I can survive it if it happens. But Vacker won't stand a chance. So I pick up the manacles, stand up, and start walking away from the camp. I want to be far enough away that the explosion won't reach it. Once I find a good spot, I sit back down and resume my meditation. I carefully plan out everything. Then, after taking a deep breath, I start slowly moving mana around and changing the enchantments. I just hope I am guessing right in how the effects I want will look as spells. If not, the entire thing might blow up in my face, and I am not so sure that I can survive that. The hardest part is I cannot hold the mana for long, so I have to pull some and use it immediately. Then I have to take more before the rest becomes unstable. It is very tricky and requires intense concentration. I should have set Bones to guard me to make sure I am not interrupted, but it is too late now. Hiding congratulations! Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level 6. Disenchanting level 6 int plus 12 wes plus 12. You are skilled at removing an enchantment. So far, so good, and the skill up will help. Working quickly but carefully, I continue moving the mana and reshaping it. I had completely forgotten how intense and nerve-wracking this kind of work can be. Being in a life or death situation that does not have a physical solution is a test of will all on its own. Even though it has been a while and I haven't really practiced, I find myself making the changes quite easily. Everything I learned from altering the forge comes back to me, and the mana flows exactly as I will it to. As I pull the mana out of the chains, they disintegrate, and as I put the mana into the new effects in the manacles, they glow. Dinding congratulations! Skill Enchanting has progressed to level 5. Enchanting level 5, int plus 10 whiz plus 5 che plus 5. You can enchant items. By the time I finish, several hours have passed, but I managed to do it. I now have a set of wrist and ankle weights that I can adjust and remove just by thinking about it. I put them on right away to test them out and try the modifications. They work as I had hoped, but they are not perfect. The weight can vary between 1,000 and 5,000 pounds in increments of 500 pounds. After experimenting, I find that the suppression they used on me in the castle was around 2,000 pounds. Right now, I can move normally at up to 2,500 pounds. Anything above that leaves me unable to move. When I crank it all the way up, I end up lying on the floor, unable to so much as lift a finger and barely able to breath. If I couldn't adjust them, I thought I would have been doomed right then and there. But the thought control works perfectly. They even drop off with just a thought. I can even adjust the weight before I put them back on, which is important since I like breathing. After turning it down to 1,500, I put them back on and get back to my feet. At this weight, I can move normally, and it should help keep me from hurting anyone accidentally. Again, I pick up a rock and squeeze it. It takes a decent amount of effort to crush it into powder this time. Now the suppression can work for me instead of against me, and if I get in a serious fight, I can ditch it with a thought. It now works just as I had hoped, and no explosions is a definite bonus. With all that settled, I head back to camp. It has been a few hours, and the stew should be just about done. I am looking forward to seeing if the Hydra meat is as good as the Drake was. I hope it is at least as nutritious, since that will help Vacker a lot. He needs to regain weight and muscle mass. Chapter 240. When I get back to camp, I find Vacker passed out with a bulging belly. When I check the pot, almost half the stew is gone. Considering how much he ate, he must have liked it. So I sit down and pull the pot over to try it myself. It is good. Not quite as good as the Drake, but still delicious. It isn't long before the pot is empty, but unlike Vacker, I don't go into a food coma. So I clean the pot and put it in my pouch. Then I sit and try to think of something else to keep my mind off things. I end up thinking about my stats again. My strength is great, but my other stats concern me. If this was a video game, then with my current stats, I would be a strength build damage dealer, which is fine for fighting. But I need to be able to do more than fight if I plan to be a king. I should raise the skills that increase my intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. I will need them as a king. Am I really qualified to be a king, though? Considering I am doubting my own sanity lately, I doubt it. Then again, there is the saying that the best person for a job is the one who doesn't want it. There is also the one that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I have been gaining a lot of power lately. Again, with the things I shouldn't be thinking about because I can't do anything about them right now. With all these concerns and worries, all I can really do is trust my own mental strength and the girls. In an attempt to distract myself, I decide to go into the Soulscape and rewatch some anime. Summon Soulscape! The main problem with this solution is that hours of watching anime in the Soulscape is only minutes in the real world, which means I need to spend days watching anime to make the night pass. I can do that. There are so many anime series locked in my memory that I could easily spend weeks watching all of them. If that isn't enough, I am sure I have months' worth of manga stored away in my memory. So I spend what feels like days lazing around watching anime in my Soulscape. I feel much better after rewatching all my favorite series. Exit Soulscape! As I open my eyes, I am glad to see the sun is just rising. I was worried I hadn't spent enough time in the Soulscape. Vacker is sound asleep and snoring away without a care in the world. Even in his sleep, he seems different. It looks like Freedom really agrees with him. He even looks a little younger. Assuming that I can get him through the jungle, I think he can look forward to a long life as a teacher. He will be a great boon to Ilium and the beastmen who learn from him. I will make setting up his school a priority. The sooner we get him settled in and taking students, the better. After all, we only have a few years for him to train students. He was able to teach me a lot in just a few days. But I am not really your typical student. Besides, I was extremely motivated at the time. Threatening students with death isn't a good strategy. Humans will come to him of their own accord. But I plan to look for students among the outcasts. After hearing Miria's story, I figure there must be a lot among the outcasts with similar stories. Honestly, the outcasts are going to figure in a lot of the plans I have been cooking up. I want to take them in, and once they are loyal to me, I will forge them into a force greater than any clan. All the beastmen that we saved in the mines are outcasts because they were captured. That doesn't matter to me. I will make them warriors again and let them regain their honor in my service. They will be the core of the new outcast army, and they will allow me to conquer the clans and become the Beast King. The fact is, the sooner I am the king, the sooner I can start preparing the beastmen for the war. I would like to do everything without having to force them, but I will use force if I have to. Although, even if I have to use force, I still think the beastmen will be easier to unify than the humans. To be honest, I expect to have problems with the humans at every step of this plan. It is sad to say, but I trust the human nobles less than the demon lords. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. For now, I should wake Vacker so we can get moving. Vacker says, "What? Oh, mornin'. Is there any stew left?" Afraid not. It's rations for breakfast. "How are you feeling?" Vacker says. "I feel great, actually. You do have more of that meat, right?" "Yes, some. I am going to use it sparingly to make it last." We eat the rations and then get moving. Bones follows along. Vacker does seem to be much better off. He is moving better than he did on the first day. If he can keep this up all day, we should be close to the end of the mountains. He does end up having to stop a few times to rest, but we still make decent time and I have no complaints. Surprisingly, the next morning Vacker is still feeling good enough to keep moving without a day of rest. So we keep pushing on, and by the end of the day we have reached the top of the last ridge, and as we look down, we can see the jungle stretching to the horizon. We could reach the edge of the jungle with another hour's travel, but I decide to camp here. It is a great view, and I would rather not be plagued by insects all night long. To celebrate making it through the mountains, I decide to use a bit more of the hydra meat and cook steaks for dinner. Vacker is excited as soon as he sees me pull out the meat, but not long after I start cooking, I hear a strangely familiar hissing sound. Chapter 241. It sounds a lot like Lizzie, but she should still be on the other side of the land bridge from here. I guess it could be another of her species. But if so, I could be in serious trouble. Lizzie is probably the most dangerous creature I have ever encountered. I do not want to fight another of her species. The hissing gets closer and closer, and then suddenly I see her come out of the jungle and come racing up towards us. That is absolutely Lizzie. Even at this distance, I can recognize her, but she shouldn't be here. It only takes her 2 minutes to reach me, and as she does, she stops and wraps her neck around me and licks my face. "All right, Lizzie, That is enough. You can have some meat. Lizzie dances happily around me while Vacker sits there with a look of horror on his face. I quickly explain to him that Lizzie is a friend, which he should have known from Bones. Not reacting to her, he starts to relax as he sees me petting and scratching Lizzie, especially when she rolls onto her back for me to rub her belly. Miria yells, "Stupid lizard! Where did you run off to?" Maricel says, "She is up there with Ash." Miria says, "Ash, where?" Maricel beats Miria to the ridge and simply says hi and then drifts off to the side to watch the show. I am expecting a flying hug, but what I get is a flying double knee to my gut. Miria manages to knock me over and land on me still with both knees. Miria yells, "How dare you? Let yourself." Get kidnapped, getting knocked over and yelled at. I don't really mind, but she emphasizes every word with a punch to my jaw. Miria is a beastwoman and is not weak. I feel each and every punch, and it is not a pleasant experience. What is worse is she is crying as she punches me and I have no idea how to react. The crying while punching me is bad enough. But when she stops punching and just cries into my chest, I am at a loss. Even worse, I can hear Drog laughing at me, and that is when I notice Miria has Blitz on her back. I will ask later why it is wrapped in what looks like bandages. For now, I am just glad to see them. After a few minutes, the tears end, and Miria just clings to my chest as if she has no plans to move ever again. I still have no idea what I am supposed to do. I look over at Maricel, but she is just smiling at me as if enjoying the show. Vacker looks angry. He also looks short of breath and a little pale. Vacker says, "An overgrown lizard, a bunny girl, and a ghost. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Ah, no. I thought I had all the time it would take us to cross the land bridge to tell you about everything? Miria says. "Master, who is this?" "This is Vacker, a sword master I kind of saved." Miria whispers, "At least it isn't another woman." "Did you say something?" Miria says, "No, master, nothing." Vacker says, "Why do I feel like your life is much more interesting than you have let on?" Well, keep in mind I couldn't tell you anything. I didn't want the demon lords to know. Vacker says, "Well, how about you start filling me in while you cook dinner?" So I start by introducing everyone, and then start telling Vacker my story from the beginning. As I talk, I add another steak for Miria, then I start feeding Lizzie, who is happy to accept. Vacker looks like he is going to cry as he watches Lizzie eat chunks of hydra meat from my hand. Other than the steaks for the three of us, Lizzie ends up eating all the remaining hydra meat. When the last bite disappears into Lizzie's mouth, Vacker to shed a few tears. But Lizzie's happy rumbles as she licks her chops clean is well worth it to me. As I tell my story, Miria keeps interrupting when I try to gloss over certain details. The more I try to make myself sound like less of a lunatic, the more she interrupts. And even worse, Maricel starts joining in. Between the two of them, they make sure Vacker knows all the details of every mistake I have made since coming to this world. They seem to be enjoying themselves, and they get Vacker to laugh several times. When the steaks are done, those of us who can eat tear into them with gusto. Lizzie watches intently, waiting for someone to drop some or get full enough to give her what is left. Miria is the only one to make her happy by giving her what is left of her steak. Vacker and I finish ours. Once we are done eating, we all relax by the fire as I continue my story with some interruptions. By the time the story is over, Vacker has laughed so much that his ribs hurt. "All right, Miria, I'll take Blitz now, and you can tell me how and why you are here." Miria says, "Not yet. First, you need to tell us what happened to you." With a sigh, I tell Miria and Maricel the story since I was captured. I leave the worst parts out. Vacker doesn't interrupt me, but once I am done at Miria's prompting, he fills in the details I skipped. He doesn't know what happened in Shendaw's castle, but the details of my torture are bad enough. Miria goes ballistic when she hears the details, and it takes hours to calm her down and convince her Lady Sheenan is too strong to attack. Maricel isn't much better. She is convinced Lady Sheenan won't even see her coming. By the time I have convinced both of them to wait for revenge until the demons invade, it is too late to continue talking. Chapter 242. When everyone wakes up in the morning, I once again turn to Miria and ask for Blitz and an explanation. She delays by feigning sleepiness and says she will explain after breakfast. After we have all eaten our rations for breakfast, she reluctantly hands over Blitz. Drog, master. Hello, Drog. Drog Miria was super dedicated. She never once let me out of her sight. She even kept me close when she was bathing. Did you know she has a birthmark on her right? Enough? Shut up, Drog. Drog, if you don't want me to tell you, I could always show you. You can do that. Wait. No. Never mind. Just shut up, Miria says. It is bound by a sealing wrap made by the high priestesses of the twins. It was the only way that anyone could move Blitz from where you dropped it. Once I find the end of the cloth, I untie it and start unwrapping Blitz. Once it is off, I toss the wrap aside and take Blitz's sheath out of my pouch. Miria picks up the wrapping and carefully rolls it up and stores it away. I don't know why and decide not to ask. It feels good to have Blitz back on my back. It is like a missing piece of me is back where it is supposed to be. Okay, now let's hear how and why you are here. Drogmaster, can I manifest? Sure. Go ahead, Miria says. We are here because the goddesses passed on word of your plan. We are here to save you when your plan goes horribly wrong, like your plans always do. Yet here, I am free and heading home. My plan worked exactly as I wanted it to. Vacker says, exactly. Well, close enough anyway. It worked, didn't it? Vacker says. While it may have worked out, you still haven't told me the details of what happened while you were gone. It is not that important. And what do you mean horribly wrong? My plans may have a hiccup now and then, but they always end up working. Maricel says, you have survived your plans only through luck and sheer stubbornness. Miria says, your plans always end up risking your life, even when it isn't necessary. So, I would rather risk my life than someone else's. Vacker says, if you are a leader, then you need to learn that your life is more important than others. Oh, I know my life is important. It is more that I prefer to face the risks head-on. Miria says, we are saying that you shouldn't face risks because everything will fall apart without you. If I don't face risks, we won't stand a chance. I have now seen the power of the demon lords. Any one of them could crush me with ease. Vacker says, well, that is true. Maricel says, if they are so strong, that makes it even more important that you stay alive. That is just it. I am going to need to get a lot stronger to have any chance of facing them. To get stronger, I need to take risks and even face death. Miria says, why are you acting like you will be facing them alone? Because I will be. Our army will face their army, but it will be up to me to face the demon lords, Miria says. Why you? That is what I was summoned for. Besides, as far as I know, I am the only one with a chance of becoming strong enough. Maricel says, wait, you weren't summoned to kill the demon lords. You were summoned to exact my revenge and kill the king. Your wish was for me to kill the king, but your power alone didn't summon me. Chronosha helped, and her wish is for me to face the demon lords. Maricel says, so you will fulfill both wishes? Yes, I will do my best, Miria says. So, will you just keep on risking your life? Yes, I have to, but I won't risk my life for no reason. Vacker says, if it is strength you want, I can help you get stronger. Don't worry, I plan to learn everything you can teach me, but there is more to strength than just skill. Miria says, you know the others, and I will lay down our lives to protect you. Yes, and now you know why I tend to run off alone. Maricel says, and that is why we get so mad at you when you do. Miria says, I will keep punishing you each time you come back. I will accept the anger and the pain. Just so long as you are alive, I will accept it all. Vacker says, this is all getting a little too mushy. Shouldn't we get moving? Yes, we have a lot of ground to cover. Although it will be faster now. You and Miria will ride Lizzie and I will run alongside. Miria says, wait, we don't have to go anywhere. Huh, what do you mean? Maricel says. The head of the Mage Guild gave her a teleportation item. Miria says, yeah, we can be back in Ilium today. As I am about to respond, I notice Bones has stopped circling the camp and is facing towards the jungle. I am already on my feet, moving to his side when he chatters his teeth to alert us to danger. When I reach his side and look towards the jungle, I notice the trees are shaking. Then I realize it isn't all the trees, just one section, and whatever is shaking the trees is moving towards us. It must be pretty heavy to shake the trees, but I don't see the branches moving, so it can't be very tall. Lizzie lowers her head and lets out a very unhappy sounding hiss, and Miria looks shocked. Miria says, "It can't be. No way did it follow us all the way here." What followed you? Chapter 243. Miria says, "A beast? I don't know what it is called, but we lost it over 200 miles from here." "Okay, calm down. What can you tell me about it? Why did you run from it instead of killing it?" Maricel says, "They tried. But Miria's arrows and Lizzie's teeth couldn't hurt it. They couldn't get through its fur, but it couldn't catch up to Lizzie, so we just ran." Miria says, "It is fine. We can just teleport back to Ilium right now." "No, I at least want to get a look at it before we run away." The others don't argue with me. They all just turn and watch the edge of the jungle, waiting for the thing to appear. When it finally emerges, I am surprised that it looks familiar. It looks like a behemoth from Final Fantasy. It is four-legged, covered in thick fur, has huge horns, and is about the size of a train engine. "We aren't leaving," Miria says. "What? Why?" Vacker says he wants to fight it. "I am going to fight it," Miria yells. "Are you insane?" "Yes, but that is besides the point," Drog says. "Are you planning to fight it alone?" "Yes," Drog says. "Oh, good," Miria says. "No, we will help." Vacker says, "I don't think I could handle that level of fight yet." "It is fine. I'll be fine. Just stay here." Before they can argue, I have removed the manacles and stored them in the pouch, and I am racing down the mountain towards the beast. I had forgotten how good it feels to run at full speed with nothing weighing me down. I reach the base of the mountain in under a minute and draw Blitz as I slow down. Before I get too close, I activate Mind Blade. It manifests as a shimmer around Blitz, exactly as I had hoped. My Mind Blade on its own doesn't do enough damage since I can't add my strength to it. But when combined with Blitz, it should do a good amount of damage, and this thing looks like it will take a lot. Now that I am closer, I think that I may have underestimated its size a bit. From up close, it looks as big as a house. Its fur is very long and thick. I can see why they had trouble damaging it. As I move in for my first attack, it roars at me in challenge, so I roar right back at it. It actually looks confused upon hearing my roar. Maybe because instead of challenge, my roar contains my excitement. I don't give it time to recover. I dart in and take a slash at it. I score a hit but do no damage. I was expecting that though. Blitz did cut its fur but didn't go any deeper. It reacts instantly and swipes at me with a paw. I dodge easily, but it is faster than I was expecting. It takes several more swipes in quick succession, but I move out of the way like I am dancing. From a distance, it probably looks like a cat trying to catch a laser pointer. I am having loads of fun. After dodging a few more swipes, I hit the same spot again. This time, I draw blood. It isn't much more than a scratch, but it is a start. After a few more dodges, I hit it again and inflict a deeper wound. This time, blood flows, and the beast seems mad. Maybe this is the first time it has been wounded. Its next attack isn't a swipe, it is a full-on gore. But I simply move aside and strike the same spot again. This time, blood spurts and I get a yelp of pain out of the beast. This isn't going to be too hard. Its anger makes it a little faster, and it goes crazy swiping at me trying to catch me. As I am busy dodging around, an arrow flies past my ear and hits the spot I've been attacking. Miria just won't listen. She thinks I am in danger, so she just has to interfere. She doesn't realize I am in no real danger from this thing. She doesn't trust in my strength, and that could cause problems later. But how do I make her see what she is doing? "Miria, back off. This is my fight," Miria says. "But you are in danger." "No, I am not. Haven't you noticed? It hasn't even scratched me." Miria says, "But it could flatten you at any moment. This thing is way too slow to be a serious threat. I am having fun, so stop interrupting." Reluctantly, Miria backs off and stops shooting arrows at the beast. I turn my attention back to the fight. I have been dodging the whole time, but now I am back to attacking as well. The wound from earlier is still bleeding. I learned from the Hydra that big beasts take a long time to bleed to death. I don't plan to wait with this thing. As I dodge its attacks, I move closer and study how its body fits together. Then I focus my hearing to listen to its heartbeat until I can pinpoint its heart. And I strike at the exact point I need to. The first hit only cuts away the fur, but the second and third hits begin to open a decent wound. Before I was just hurting it to see if it had any kind of special attack I needed to worry about. Now I am focused on killing it quickly, so I hit the same spot over and over, opening the wound wider. After a few more strikes, the wound is opened enough that I can see the thing's heart. I dodge a few more attacks, waiting for the perfect moment. When it finally comes, I strike instantly and cut the heart in half in one blow. Then I stand back and wait for it to realize it is already dead. It staggers around for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. I watch the light leave its eyes before I get closer. Once it is dead, I use pure strength to roll it over so I can get at the wound, then start removing the heart and core. Once that is done, I start eating the heart. As I do, I turn to look at Miria. Devour activated. Star +10, end +5, luck +3. Do you see now, Miria? I am probably the person who needs protecting the least, Miria says. Then how come you got kidnapped? That demon was one of Lady Shinun's lieutenants and could have probably leveled Ilium all on his own. Miria says, "Oh, I didn't know that. Besides, I have gotten stronger since I was kidnapped, and I just now got stronger again. I get stronger by fighting and eating the hearts of strong opponents." Miria says, "We all thought you did reckless things just because you liked the thrill of it." What? No. Chapter 244. Drog says, "If he just wanted thrills, he wouldn't get so mad when I suggest he spy on you girls." Drog, shut up. Drog says, "Yes, master." Miria says, "Filthy pervert." Vacker says, "What are you going to do with that thing?" "I don't suppose you brought the backpack, Miria." Miria says, "No, I left it with Isabella for safekeeping. So much for the easy way. How much can this teleportation device move?" Miria says, "He said us and Lizzie plus about a dozen people." Maricel says, "We were expecting you to have collected more than just one person." Vacker says, "Collected? Does he often collect people?" Miria says, "Oh, he constantly picks up strays. Like me. I wouldn't exactly call you a stray, Miria. Besides, I don't recall you giving me a choice." Maricel says, "Anyway, what is the plan, Ash? I was actually thinking of having you all teleport back and me and Lizzie will take the long way." Miria says, "What? Why? We came all this way to rescue you. As you can see, I don't need rescuing. Besides, fighting my way back will let me grow even stronger." Drog says, "I get to go back to Isabella, right?" "No, Drog. You would stay with me since I have Blitz." Drog says, "Then I agree with Miria. This is a stupid plan." Miria and I say, "Shut up, Drog." Vacker laughs and says, "Well, this won't be boring, that is for sure." Maricel says, "Don't you need to return to Ilium to set plans in motion and put people at ease?" Yes, I guess so," Miria says. "Are you just trying to avoid dealing with all the people who want to talk to you?" "Maybe," Maricel says. "Isn't part of your duty to the goddesses to organize and lead the humans against the demons?" "I plan to wait to do that until I am the Beast King. With all the tribes united behind me, the humans would have to listen to me," Vacker says. "Using military force to coerce these human kingdoms is not a good way to build an alliance." Maricel says, "Yes, we need the kingdoms firmly united so the demons can't bribe someone into betraying us." All right. I get it. Stop browbeating me," Miria says. "Well, when you act like a child?" Maricel and Vacker break out laughing. Miria, after seeing the look on my face, hides behind Lizzie. With a sigh, I turn to contemplate the beast. I don't want to leave it behind. It should be good materials, especially the fur. I am sure Walter could make something out of it, so I start carefully skinning the beast. Lizzie is right by my side as I work happily eating anything that I consider waste. She even eats the scraps of fur and hide that I am cutting away. She also happily eats the guts when I remove them. Once I am done skinning it, I scrape the hide as clean as I can before cutting it into sections. Then, I take all the gold out of my pouch and divide it between the sections before tying them up as improvised bags. This allows me to put the meat into my pouch where it will stay fresh. What Lizzie doesn't eat on the spot anyway. She ends up eating so much that she curls up around her bulging belly and takes a nap. The gold fits into 3 bags, and the 4th bag contains the horns, claws, and the best of the bones from the beast. I would like to take it all, but I am out of ways to carry it, and I am worried the teleport item may have a weight limit. Out of everything, I am actually worried about the gold the least. Gold is fairly easy to come by after all. High-quality beasts, on the other hand, especially ones I can kill easily, are much rarer. I guess that is a benefit to not fighting my way across the land bridge. All the beasts will surely cause the demons losses. It may only be losses to their human troops, but I will take any advantage I can get. Vacker says, "Are we ready to go?" Basically, we just have to wait for Lizzie to finish her nap. Vacker says, "Why wait? Can't you just wake her up?" Miria says, "Trust me, you do not want a grumpy Lizzie on your hands." Yeah, it is better to let her sleep off her full belly. Besides, since the teleport will be instant, we are not in any rush. Maricel says, "Lizzie will be grumpy enough at having to teleport. No need to make it worse." Miria says, "Is teleporting as bad as going through a gate?" Maricel says, "It is about the same, but it is all at once instead of spread out over 10 seconds. Miria says, Is it too late to vote for taking the long way?" "Yeah, I am afraid so." "The decision has been made?" Vacker says. "Well, while we wait, why don't you fill me in on the politics you are going to be dealing with? I might have some useful suggestions." With nothing better to do, I agree and tell Vacker what I know. Then Maricel takes over since she knows more than I do. I end up learning a bit more about the Free Union and the Empire of Gundar. The Empire has always been somewhat friendly with Maricel's home because they share common ancestry, but the Empire has little liking for the Free Union. Vacker says, "This Princess Mercy sounds like she will be a good ruler and will back you. So now, you need to convince Ilium, and then you will have 2 of the 4, right?" "Yes, but Mercy still has to retake her throne before her voice will carry any real weight." Ilium is a center for trade and diplomacy, but is still only a city-state. They don't carry much weight. Vacker says, "Since Mercy will be new to the throne, even with both you are saying, it won't be enough." Maricel says, "Honestly, even if the other 3 united against them, the Empire would likely still win a war. The only reason they haven't conquered everything is due to internal issues." "Right, you mentioned noble factions or something?" Maricel says, "Yes, the Empire is divided into 3 duchies. Each duke is almost as powerful as the Emperor." Vacker says, "And each duke has his own faction of nobles behind him." Maricel says, "Correct. The only thing keeping one of the dukes from seizing power is the other 2. So the Imperial Court is constantly embroiled in their plots and schemes. So in order to get the Empire's support, I will have to convince the Emperor and the 3 dukes." Maricel says, "Exactly. And I don't need to tell you how hard it will be to get all 4 to agree on anything. My plan to turn the Beastmen into a nation that can defeat the demons alone is sounding better and better to me." Chapter 245. Vacker says, "I actually agree for the most part. The question is, how would the Beastmen fare after?" "What do you mean?" Vacker says, "Well, for starters, would they have the numbers left after the war to continue as a nation? Also, wouldn't one or more of the human kingdoms see their weakened state as a chance to attack?" "Huh, I actually hadn't thought past the war itself." Vacker says, "You should think about it. After all, if you build them into a nation and become their king, then you bear the responsibility for them." "You are right. I will modify my plans for what will happen after my death." Vacker says, "Your death? What do you mean?" Miria sadly says, "Ash will die once the demon invasion is over." Vacker says, "You say that like it is a predetermined fate or something." Actually, it is something like that. So while we sit around waiting for Lizzie to wake up, I explain in detail to Vacker. He has caught hints here and there, but this is the first time he has heard in detail about Krenosha and our deal. I hadn't planned to tell him all this just in case he was looking for a successor to pass on his knowledge to. Now I won't qualify. Vacker says, that is a pretty raw deal you got dealt. How are you so okay with it? My life in my old world was way worse. Even if it is a limited time deal, it is worth it to be in this world. Miria says, that is his answer every time we ask him about it. That is because that is how I really feel. Vacker says, then that is good enough. Lizzie wakes up, finally putting an end to the conversation, which suits me just fine. Before it can continue, I jump up and start gathering the bags to tie to Lizzie's saddle. The others, seeing me getting ready, also stand up and gather around Lizzie so that we can teleport out of here. Once the bags are secure, we all lock hands on top of the saddle. When I am sure everyone is good and connected, I tell Miria to break the item. In a flash, we are somewhere else, and immediately Vacker is puking in the corner. Lizzie just grumbles unhappily, while Miria looks like she wants to join Vacker but is fighting it. Someone ran screaming from the room when we appeared. I am guessing it was a student or something, and I am hoping whoever shows up next is more level-headed. Although, it would be ironic if we got attacked here after teleporting to avoid all the danger. That possibility vanishes as I see Guildmaster Roddick walk into the room. Roddick says, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Guildmaster Roddick. Roddick says, just Roddick, please. All right, Roddick. I am sorry for missing our meeting. Can we reschedule it? Roddick says, of course. Ambrose will want to hear what you have to say even more now. Sometime tomorrow, then. I need to see my people and take care of something today. Roddick says, I will make the arrangements. Anything else I can be of help with? Not right now, but I am sure something will come up. Roddick says, well, when it does, don't hesitate to ask. I will. Thank you. For now, we will get out of everyone's way. Oh, sorry for scaring whoever was watching the room. Roddick laughs and says, don't worry. I am sure he has learned a valuable lesson about sleeping on the job. After giving another round of thanks, we all head outside. I carry 2 of the gold bags to lessen the load on Lizzie. We turn and head towards Summoned Lane, and the inn I have come to think of as home. Vacker is busy looking around and taking in the sights of what will be his new home. Myrcel, you like freaking people out. Want to go over to the cathedral and let the high priestesses know I have returned. Myrcel grins and says, sure, Miria says. I hope the modifications to the inn are done. What modifications? Miria smirks and says, wait and see. No matter what I say, Miria remains silent on the subject. So in the end, I give up and have to wait and see. When we turn onto my street, at first I can't make out any differences, but as we get closer, I can tell something is off. It takes me a minute to realize what I am seeing. The entire inn has been redone so that it looks brand new, but that isn't what Miria was so excited about. They have added another entire story to the inn. It is done so well that it looks like it has always been there. I can tell from the excited look on Miria's face that this must have something to do with me. Did they add another story just for me? Well, me and the girls? Is that for us? Miria says, yep, we now have a place to call home. Is Pole working out of here? Miria says, no, he and his people took over that building over there. Okay, I can talk to him later. Is everyone else going to be here? Miria says, no. Alanis and Layla are still with Mercy as far as I know. Are Justin and his group still with Mercy? Miria says, yes, they are. Drog says, Isabella will be here, right? Miria says, yes, she should be. Drog says, yay, boobies, and takes off running. Miria says, dirty pervert. He never changes. Miria says, are Isabella's boobs that much better than mine? Not better, just bigger, Miria says. Oh, so you have looked? Let's go say hi to Sarah. Chapter 246. As we head into the inn, I completely ignore the way Miria is smiling at me. When we enter, we find the common room is completely empty. I guess that lunch is over, but it is too early for dinner. Sarah is behind the counter relaxing, probably for the first time today. I feel bad that we are interrupting her break. Sarah says, Ash, welcome back. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah says, how are you? Are you hungry? I am doing good and no, not hungry yet. I can wait till dinner time. Sarah says, oh, all right. Well, then let me show you what we have done. Sarah leads me up to the new floor. We come up into the central room, which is perfect for eating together or having a meeting. There is one large bedroom and 3 other smaller rooms. I notice the bed I brought back is in the bedroom. The other 3 rooms are set as an office, a workroom, and a sitting room that looks like it is for the girls. There is also a huge bathroom connected to the bedroom, which is fairly impressive since it is the 5th story. Seems like someone who was summoned has knowledge of architecture and possibly indoor plumbing. The rooms are all furnished and decorated, and it all looks quite amazing. They obviously put in a lot of work. It looks amazing. I can't believe you did all this, Sarah says. It isn't as big a deal as you might think. Magic makes a lot of things much easier. Still, it can't have been easy or cheap, Sarah says. The high priestesses helped out with the cost, and the Mages Guild didn't charge much. It seems everyone wants you to make Ilium your home. So it seems. I am still grateful to you, Sarah. After all, this is your home, Sarah says. No worries. I always loved harem anime, and now I get to watch one in real life. I turn and stare at her, waiting and hoping she will say she was joking, but she just laughs and heads downstairs. After she leaves, a harried-looking Isabella comes out of the sitting room, followed by Drog, who is wagging his tail. I am guessing he has been trying to look cute in hopes of tricking Isabella into cuddling him, like she would a puppy. Isabella says, "Welcome home, Ash. It is so good to see you safe and sound." "Hi, Isabella. It is good to see you too." Drog, "Leave her alone before I banish you to the stables with Lizzie." Drog, "Ah, but master. Do as I say." Drog, "Yes, master." Drog sulks off to a corner, and Isabella immediately looks better. His attention surely is a strain on her. Then again, who wouldn't be stressed out by having a perverted demon following them around? Maybe she could use a break. She might be willing to go on a mission for me. Isabella, could you do me a favor and go fetch Pole? I want to start setting plans in motion. Isabella says, "Sure thing. Give me a few minutes." Before she leaves, she comes over and hugs me and kisses me on the cheek. I guess she really did miss me. Other than the puppy piles, I don't remember her ever showing that much affection to me. It is a little worrisome. I have enough problems to worry about right now without trying to figure out women. Vacker says, "Not to be rude, but I can understand why Drog is obsessed." "She is a fine figure of a woman," Miria says. "Oh, great. Another pervert." Vacker says, "I am not a pervert, but I am male." "You are very attractive as well, Miria." Miria blushes and doesn't respond to his words, and the room falls silent while we wait for Isabella to return with Pole. Only a few minutes pass before Pole comes running up the stairs at full speed. As soon as he sees me, he breaks into tears and throws himself to his knees before me. Pole says, "Lord Ash, I am so relieved to see you. I tried not to worry, but everything hangs on you." "It is all right, Pole. Pull yourself together. I am back safe and sound." Pole says, "I am sorry, my lord. I am ready to assist you in whatever way you require." First off, how many outcasts do you think there are in total? Pole says, "I would estimate around 100,000 or so. That should be more than any one clan can muster, right?" Pole says, "Far more, but the outcasts are scattered all over the Beastlands. Also, there are very few warriors amongst the outcasts compared to the clans. But there are those who want to be warriors that just never had the chance. Like Miria." Miria says, "Oh, yes. There are a lot who are like I was, both amongst the outcasts." Good. That is what I had hoped. Now before we can begin, Pole, can you help Vacker bring up the bags from the stables? Pole says, "Of course. My lord." Once they have fetched the bags, I empty the 3 bags of gold onto the table and use the cleaning stone on the pile. Luckily, it works and cleans the whole pile, so I don't have to do it coin by coin. This is a good start, but I am going to need more gold to carry out all my plans. So the start of the plan is going to involve using this money to accomplish a few different tasks. Pole, you are going to play merchant and travel to all the outcast villages. I need you to be known to them. Take Anya with you. Some of them will know her already, and she will be a good introduction." Pole says, "Yes, Anya seems very competent and eager to pay you back. Stage 2 of the plan will involve building a city and moving all the outcasts into it, Paul says. Wow, that is an ambitious plan. It is only a stepping stone, but an important one. I can trust you to accomplish this for me, right, Paul? Paul says, of course, my lord. Miria, who is in charge of the buildings on the street that are empty. Miria says, Sarah is. I will need to speak with her as well then. We need a building for Vacker to set up a school in. Vacker says, not wasting any time, are you? Nope. I lost a lot of time with the kidnapping. My plan bought us a limited window of time, and I have a lot to accomplish during that window. Chapter 247. Miria says, does that mean you have missions for us as well? Yes, everyone is going to have a mission, including me. Isabella says, what is my mission? You are going to a village in the kingdom with an adventurer escort if I can arrange it. Isabella says okay. May I ask why? Because this gold is only a start. We are going to need more. The village I am talking about has a lot of gold that is partially mine. I want you to retrieve it. And the villagers if they want to come. Isabella says, okay, I think I can manage that. Drog says, I want to go with her. Isabella and I yell, no. Everyone has a good laugh at that, except Drog, who slinks off into another room to sulk. We then sit down and start counting out the gold coins. We need to separate them into usable amounts. When Sarah comes up with our dinner, I ask her for bags we can use for the gold. She also tells me I am meeting the city master in the morning. Since he is also the master of the Adventurers Guild, I plan to ask him about hiring the escort for Isabella. I also at some point plan to have the girls join the Adventurers Guild, so they can gain experience when I am not around. If they want to anyway. I doubt Leela will, but I don't plan to force anyone to do anything if I can help it. Maricel returns while we are eating, and I ask her to go to Mercy to let the others know I am back safe. I also ask her to get the latest information on how the war is going. I've got a lot of things to do, but I will need to join Mercy for the attack on the King's Palace. I have to deal with the Shadow Demons. Who knows what they have been up to? But I doubt they have been just sitting and waiting this whole time. I hope to have enough time before then to set my plans in motion and destroy at least one of the temples. Since I don't know what kind of time I have, it is best to just do what I can and deal with things as they come up. Most of my plans will take a while to get going anyway. But once I start them, they should progress on their own. That is the thing about having people I can trust. Once I set their direction, I can just let them go. It is much better than having to watch over their shoulders to make sure they are doing what I have asked them to do. Paul, I trust almost as much as the girls, and Anya has a really good head on her shoulders. In fact, they would probably make a great couple. If it happens, it happens. I am not playing matchmaker. I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if I opened that particular bag of cats. Miria says, you never told me what my mission was going to be. About that, how hard would it be for you to visit your tribe? Miria says, easy enough. It has been a long time since I was banished. Then I would like you to do so. Miria says, okay, but why? I want you to find others like you. I am picturing a group of cavalry archers with you at their head. Miria says, I don't really see the point, but if that is what you want, I will do it. Okay, good, Miria says. And what is your mission going to be? Well, first, I have to get all this stuff in town sorted out and deal with the political stuff with the government. Then, I hope to be able to go and destroy the Temple of Wind before Mercy needs me. Miria says, let me guess. You plan to go alone? Not entirely. I will have Lizzie and Drog with me. Drog yells, I don't want to go. Shut up. You will do as you are told, or I will let the High Priestesses banish you. Isabella says, he seems to be getting worse. He is throwing a tantrum like a child, and I am about ready to end him. Miria says, I thought he was useful to you. He was in the past, but he is less useful now. Vacker says he is a demon, right? How is it he obeys you? He is under a slave contract with me, Vacker says. Wow, how did you manage that? I beat him in a soulscape. It was either the contract or permanent death. Vacker says, that is strange. Most demons would choose death. Since we are done eating, I tell Vacker the details of how I met and tamed Drog. Deciding to join in for story time, the girls both tell Vacker how I saved them. They make me sound heroic. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like I have only ever done what I needed to survive, or what I wanted to do. The girls, of course, would never understand. To them, I am the hero that saved them from a horrible situation. To argue that I am not a hero is to make less of what they went through, so I just keep my mouth shut. Besides, Vacker is a warrior. He should understand that things aren't always as described. Vacker says, "You sure have been a busy little demon since you were summoned." Ah, actually, I wasn't originally a demon. That happened about the time I fought Drog. Guess I forgot to mention that part. Vacker says, "So tell me now, how does one become a demon?" It takes a while to explain since first, he has to understand my ability to absorb things, which leads to a longer conversation with me, explaining the system I see and my skills. We probably would have gone on all night, but we are interrupted by Sarah coming into the room. Sarah says, "I heard you wanted to see me. Sorry it took so long. Dinner is always the busiest part of the day." "It is fine. Just have a few questions. First, we need to convert one of the empty buildings into a swordsmanship school for Vacker here to run." Sarah says, "That should be no problem." "What is the second?" "I want to know about the streets bordering this one. What condition are they in?" Sarah says, "Most of the residents believed the rumors and moved out. The streets are mostly abandoned. Why? Who would I need to talk to about buying them?" "Paul says you are going to buy more streets. That is part of the plan for the future. For example, if Isabella brings back the villagers, we will need space for them." Miria says, "Just how many plans are you working on at the same time?" "Oh, about a dozen or so right now. Why?" Sarah says, "Isn't that a lot to keep track of?" "It is, but I am doing the best I can." Chapter 248. Miria says, "Just don't overwork yourself." Pole says, "Yes, ask us for anything you need." "Oh, that reminds me. Pole, you have other beastmen here with you, right?" Pole says, "Yes, my lord." "Are they available as messengers?" Pole says, "Of course." "All right, first send one to the beastmen still with Mercy. I want around 100 of the most level-headed to come here. You will need guards for the merchant side of things, and I would like a little muscle available just in case." Paul says, "Consider it done." Sarah says, "I will find out about those streets for you. Do you need anything else tonight?" "No, that is all for now. Thank you, Sarah." Sarah says, "All right, good night." Paul says, "I will take my leave as well, my lord. I will set things in motion first thing in the morning. Don't rush things. Slow and accurate is better. We have time to do things right." Paul says, "Of course, my lord." "Oh, Miria, I forgot to ask Sarah if she had a room set up for Vacker." Miria says, "I already took care of it. He has a room on the floor just below us." "Great, thank you." Vacker says, "I'll take that as my quee and say goodnight as well." Once Vacker leaves, it is just me, Miria, and Isabella. But for some reason, I suddenly feel nervous. Deciding it is just my imagination, I ignore the feeling and head to bed. I don't realize how tired I am until my head hits the pillow and I am out like a light. Miria shakes me awake in the morning, telling me Maricel is back, and breakfast is on its way up. For some reason, she seems grumpy with me, although I can't think why she would be. I will figure it out later. For now, I get dressed and head out to get some breakfast. Morning, Vacker, Isabella, Maricel. Vacker says, "Good morning." Miria and Isabella have apparently already eaten because they head downstairs without a word. Maricel relays greetings from everyone with Mercy, and then goes on to describe the march on the capital. The only odd thing she reports is that every village they have checked, all the able-bodied men were taken by the retreating king's forces. After the losses they have suffered, it isn't too surprising that they would resort to conscription. Maricel says, "According to the women left behind, the men were taken before Durandal fell." "Huh, that doesn't bode well." Vacker, "Do you know anything about shadow demons?" Vacker says, "No, sorry. I had never heard of them until now." Drog, "Anything else you haven't told me?" Drog says number. Since Maricel is done with her report, she excuses herself and also heads downstairs, and Drog follows her. Since it is just me and Vacker, I don't bother with my manners and dig into the food laid out on the table. It is excellent, as usual, and I realize I need to get Vacker active, or he will become fat. Vacker, have you been up long? Vacker says, I was awake a couple of hours before you. Any idea what might have upset the ladies? Vacker says, Well, we were talking about the conditions in the prison and about Lady Shinun. Oh no! Tell me you didn't mention the kiss. Vacker says, It may have come up, but I didn't mean for it to. No wonder they are all pissed at me. Vacker says, I am sorry, I was just trying to be polite. It is fine. I will figure out how to deal with it. Vacker says, I am surprised they would react so much to a single kiss. Just be glad Ruby isn't here. The inn would be burning down, Vacker says. Sounds interesting. When do I get to meet her? As soon as I can figure out how to summon her back. At Vacker's confused look, I tell him about it while I finish eating breakfast. As I tell him all about Ruby, I realize the mages have had her medallion for quite a while, and I need to check up on that as well. I am starting to think I should really write down all the things I need to do so I don't forget anything. Or maybe I should hire a secretary to keep track of things for me. Paul might need someone to keep the books as well. It is something to consider. I will talk to him about it later. Before I can do anything else, a boy comes up to inform me that a mage from the guild is waiting for me downstairs. Guess everything else will have to wait. I quickly clean up and head downstairs to meet my escort. He is not anyone I recognize, and he doesn't introduce himself. He simply turns and leads me to the Mages Guild. Once at the guild, a different mage. This time, a woman leads me up into the higher part of the building and into an office. Roddick says, Ash, welcome. Hello, Roddick. Roddick says, Ambrose will join us shortly, but first I thought there might be some things we needed to discuss. Actually, I did want to ask about the medallion I left with you. Roddick says, yes. After the meeting, I will take you to the twins and they can tell you about it. Thanks. Is there something you wanted to ask? Roddick says, You may not know, but Zamart and I were apprentices together. We are good friends, and I am curious about his sudden increase in power. So at Roddick's invitation, I sit down and tell him about finding the Archmage's grave deep beneath the castle. He is extremely interested when I tell him about the trap demon and the things I found. He acts almost like a kid listening to a story. I can see the excitement in his eyes. Roddick says, fascinating. If only I had known there was such treasure to be found, I would have led a team down there myself. Ambrose says, Did I hear something about an adventure? Roddick says, Ash, may I introduce Guildmaster Ambrose of the Adventurers Guild and the current head of the Guildmaster Council? Ambrose says, which means they stick me with all the boring city stuff when I should be out adventuring. Pleased to meet you. So, basically, you run this city, Ambrose says. Yes, it is a position that is supposed to change every year, but the other guildmasters keep electing me, Roddick says. You are the best at the job out of all of us, and you don't let the power go to your head, Ambrose says. Maybe, but it is so boring. I want action. So you were disappointed when the kingdom didn't invade? Ambrose says, Actually, yes. We had some fairly fun surprises in store for them. Not that we aren't grateful you managed to prevent the attack on us, Roddick says. We are very grateful, which brings us to one of the purposes of this meeting. Ambrose says, Right, congratulations. Count Ash, wait. What? Chapter 249, Ambrose says, For services rendered to the city, intentional or not, I hereby grant you the title of Count of Ilium. Roddick says, Congratulations, Count Ash. All right, cut the crap. What are you two up to? Roddick says. I told you he wouldn't just accept it. Ambrose says, Fine. We need you to become a noble to help us block a faction of the nobles that wants to kick out the summoned. Let me guess. The same nobles that spread the rumors? Ambrose says. The very same. They are causing more trouble. How does me becoming a noble help stop them? Roddick says, Because you own the street they live on, you would be a landed noble. As such, no other noble has the right to interfere with people living on your lands. So to get rid of the summoned, they would first have to deal with you. Ambrose says, We have been able to prevent things from getting violent so far, but it is getting harder. If they have to go through you, then any violence would be aimed at you first, and we are confident you can handle it. Being a shield for the summoned is fine by me. But what else is being a noble going to entail? Ambrose says. Well, first, you would have to attend a party in your honor tomorrow night. You will meet the other nobles and guildmasters there. Roddick says also, depending on what noble faction you join will determine other responsibilities. Do I have to join a faction? Ambrose says. No, but doing so will make it easier to affect policies in the city. You know, I really wanted to avoid getting tangled up in politics. Ambrose says, that is a funny thing for a future king to say. Roddick says, think of this as a learning experience. You should learn about politics before you are a king to avoid beginner mistakes. As much as I don't want it to, that does make sense. Ambrose says, don't worry. Most of your noble duties can be pawned off on an able subordinate. Roddick says, if you don't have anyone suitable, I can help you find someone. I am not sure. I will let you know. Do I have time to think about this, or is it an immediate thing? Ambrose says, we need to know now so we can start the arrangements. And is this the only way? Ambrose says, not the only way, but it is the best way. And you agree, Roddick? Roddick says, actually, I think letting you run rampant and kill a bunch of the annoying nobles is the best way. But I was outvoted. I like that way better. Can we do that? Ambrose says, no. Do you know how much paperwork I would have to do if you did that? All right, fine. You can make me a noble, but I won't promise not to kill any nobles. Ambrose says, please don't make my job any harder than it already is. Anyway, if the city is run by the guilds, why do you even have nobles? Ambrose says, the guilds are more powerful than the nobles, that much is true. But most of the guilds have nobles as members, so it isn't completely separated. Roddick says, if the nobles ever gain enough power, then we will have a king instead of a guildmaster. Luckily, the nobles can't work together well enough for that to be a likely outcome. That being said, the guilds don't always get along very well either. I guess I thought that Ilium would have less problems like this since it is such a small country. Ambrose says, I wish. If anything, we have more because we have ambassadors from the 3 nations causing trouble on top of the normal problems. Oh, that reminds me. What do I need to do to claim and build the Beastman embassy? Roddick says, actually. Nothing. The city is responsible for the embassies. Once there is a Beast King Ambrose here, we'll have to take care of it. Ambrose says, don't remind me. At least I don't have to deal with that yet. Well, that is a load off my shoulders anyway. Ambrose says, any other questions or requests before I go back to my boring paperwork? Actually, yeah. Any issues with me or my people joining the Adventurers Guild? Ambrose says, not at all. They just have to pass the test like anyone else. Also, I ask Sarah to check, but maybe you know already, who owns the streets adjacent to mine. Ambrose says, they used to be owned by a couple of nobles, but when they became worthless, they defaulted on their taxes. The city owns those streets now. Do you want to buy them? Actually, yes. How much? Ambrose says. Well, as a new noble, I can give you a discount, say 50,000 for each street. 100,000 for both? Done, Ambrose says. Good. Should I collect payment from the church? No, I will have someone deliver the gold to you. Roddick says, you have that kind of gold on hand. Maybe we should have made you more than a count. Just keep in mind that no matter what title you give me, the Beastmen will come first. Ambrose says, we have taken that into consideration when planning all this. Now any other business. Just one last thing. I need to hire a team of adventurers as escorts. Ambrose says, an escort quest is fairly standard. Anything special about this mission? They will be going into the kingdom and bringing back a large amount of gold and possibly a village's worth of people, Ambrose says. Okay, so only highly trusted adventurers, still easily doable. How soon do you want them? As soon as possible. They will be escorting Isabella. Ambrose says, all right, I'll make the arrangements today and they will be ready tomorrow morning. You will, however, be paying extra for a rush quest. That is fine. How much? Ambrose says. The team I am planning to use has 5 members. A rush quest like this will be 20,000 gold per ember, so another 100,000. Okay, I'll pay for that now and buy the streets when they return. Ambrose says, that is fine. No one else is going to want to buy them. Chapter 250. No one wants the summoned for neighbors, right? By the way, can I get a list of the nobles in the faction you mentioned, the ones that spread the rumors? Ambrose says, sure. Roddick says, wait, Ambrose. Ask why first. Ambrose says, oh, all right. Why do you want it? Because if they are against the summoned, then they are my enemies. So I will make sure to ruin or kill all of them. Ambrose says, that might not be so bad. Roddick says, Ambrose. Ambrose says, all right, fine. Ash, you can't go around killing nobles. I am sorry, I can't give you the list you asked for. It is fine, I'll find out who they are on my own. Roddick says, Ash, we are trying to maintain a balance here. If there are less nobles, then the guilds stay in charge, right? Sounds like a win-win to me. Ambrose says, I can't see any problems. Roddick says, I do. What if he kills someone with connections and starts a war right here in the city? So give me a list of those I can't kill, and then we should be good. Roddick says, yes, I think a list of those you can't kill is a good idea. No matter what, I think you are going to cause trouble in our nice, quiet city. Ambrose says, the quiet has gone on too long. We need excitement. All right, so who in the guilds is your main problem? Is it the Bankers Guild or the Merchant Guild? Ambrose says, we don't have a Bankers Guild, but why did you name those two? Because those are the two most likely to have control over the money. Whoever has the money is the one causing problems. Roddick says, you are correct. The head of the Merchant Guild is our biggest problem. He is on the list of those you can't kill. I am not yet familiar with Ilium's trade, but I imagine a big part of it is that the Beastmen won't trade anywhere else. Roddick says, that is true. We are the only source of Beastmen goods, and that is a huge part of our income. So what would happen if the Merchant Guild suddenly lost access to the Beastmen's trade? Ambrose says, the Merchant Guild would go absolutely nuts. Roddick says, what are you planning, Ash? My man Paul is going to set up a merchant caravan that will take over all trade with the Beastmen. Ambrose says, he can't. You need permits and the backing of a noble to establish something like that. So all I need now are the permits, right? And you would be the one to issue those? Roddick laughs and says, very shrewd, Ash. Ambrose says, oh, I like you, young man. I like you a lot. You will have the permits by the end of the day. Roddick says, just be wary. Pine is not above using muscle if he has to. I take it you mean Guildmaster Pine, Ambrose says. Also Margrave Pine. Oh, no wonder he is such a thorn in your side. He is most likely funding all the nobles causing you grief, Ambrose says. Yes, not that we can prove it, mind you. And don't worry, soon I will have muscle of my own, Roddick says. That just means fighting in the streets. And you tell me not to worry. Oh, right. Is there a police force or city guard? Ambrose says, we have a city guard. It is run by the Mercenaries Guild. Okay, I should probably meet with that guildmaster as soon as possible. Roddick says, I'll try to arrange a meeting before the party tomorrow. Right, the party. Should I be looking for a tailor? I mean, how should I dress? Ambrose says, come in armor. Let's shake everyone up a bit, Roddick says. Actually, that is not a bad idea. Look barbaric and everyone will underestimate you. Okay, I can do that. Anything else we need to discuss? I have a lot of things to work on. Ambrose says, no, you have given us enough to work on as well. Roddick says, nothing here. I was just making introductions. All right then, I will take my leave. After shaking hands with both of them, I quickly leave the guild and head back to the inn. All that talking has left me hungry. It is too early for lunch, but if I ask Sarah, maybe I can get a second breakfast. When I enter the inn, I am lucky to find it empty and Sarah sitting looking bored. Hi, Sarah. I know it is between times, but any chance of some food? Sarah says, sure, give me a few and I'll bring something up. Thanks. So I head upstairs to talk to the girls and wait for my food, but to my surprise, only Isabella is around. I guess Miria is still avoiding me, which is too bad. I wanted to only explain this once. I sit down across from Isabella and try to explain about the kiss. It is awkward and generally an unpleasant conversation. Isabella says, "So you are saying she kissed you and you were unable to stop her?" Yes. Not only did she catch me off guard, but she is powerful enough to have killed me anytime she wanted to. Isabella says, "You know, it sounds a lot like you are making excuses." I know, and that is why I want to explain it to Miria as well. Isabella says, "You will have to wait. She has already left." Left? What do you mean she left? Isabella says, "She took a bag of gold and left to do the mission you gave her. Maricel went with her to keep her company. She left without saying anything. I guess she really is mad at me." Isabella says, "Maybe. She didn't really say anything to me either. I guess I will have to wait until she gets back to talk to her. But if you see her first, please fill her in." Isabella says, "Sure, I can do that. But with me leaving tomorrow for my mission, I am not sure when I will see her again." I know. I have a few days of politics and other stuff to do, and then I will be leaving on my own mission. So I have no idea when we all might see each other again. Chapter 251, Isabella says, "That might be part of why she is mad at you. After all, you are going to go off alone and do dangerous things again. It is probably both." Isabella says, "It might be. She didn't say anything to me before she left. It is all right. I will sort things out with her eventually." Before the conversation can continue, Sarah comes up with a tray full of food for me. Glad of the distraction, I take the tray from her and eagerly dig in. Instead of leaving, she sits down and watches me eat. The food is delicious as always, and I don't stop stuffing my face until it is all gone. Sarah says, "It is a good thing you are active, otherwise, with the way you eat, you'd end up fat." No worries there. I won't be sitting around much. Oh, that reminds me. You don't need to ask about the streets. The city owns them, and I've already agreed on a price. Sarah says, "Oh, okay. Need anything else?" "Do you have time to help? You always seem really busy." Sarah says, "Actually, I have to work at it to find things to do. We don't have all that many customers, in case you haven't noticed. So if you have something more interesting for me to do, I am interested." Well, as it turns out, I am going to be a noble, and I will need someone to handle things while I am away. Isabella says, "They are making you a noble! Congratulations!" Sarah says, "So this street and the other two, once you buy them, will be your lands?" Yes, that is correct. And thank you, Isabella. Sarah says, "So you need someone to manage the streets and the people while you are out adventuring?" That and work with Pole on his merchant enterprise and Vacker with his school. Sarah says, "Sounds more exciting than just running the inn. I'll do it." Are you sure? It isn't going to be too much work? Sarah says, "I can handle it. I can hire some people to help with the inn. If the noble stuff gets to be too much, I can hire help for that too." Well, if you want to try it, I am fine with it. Sarah says, "Yes, I want to do it. Running the inn is fun and all. But I want more out of this life I have been summoned into. I want this life to mean something, and I can't think of anyone else worth following. I am flattered. Sarah, but you know my circumstances, right?" Sarah says, "Yes, I am aware you are going to die after the invasion. Before that, you are going to do great things, and that is what I want to be a part of. As long as you understand, then welcome to the team." Sarah says, "Thanks. So, what is first?" First, I need to take 100,000 gold to the Adventurers Guild to pay for Isabella's escort. Then, I need to stop by City Hall to pick up my noble papers or whatever, so I can officially back Pole's merchant enterprise. Sarah says, "So you don't need me for anything yet?" No, not yet. Everything is just getting started right now. As I start counting bags of gold, I tell Sarah what plans I am setting in motion. She is going to need to know what is going on if she is going to be in charge when I am out running around. I am going to have to trust her with a lot of things, but I feel like I can trust her. Once I have the 10 bags of gold I need, I drop them in my pouch and head out to find the Adventurers Guild. It turns out to be fairly easy to find. All the guild buildings are in the center of the city around the city building. When I enter, the guild is busy. Lots of adventurers walking around or sitting and talking, receptionist says. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How can I help you? Ah, I made arrangements with Ambrose for a quest, and I am here to make the payment. Receptionist says, Ah, very well. Please follow me. Right this way. The receptionist comes out from behind the counter and leads me through a hall behind the desk and up a flight of stairs. This part of the building is decorated much nicer than the common area, maybe a guest area. She takes me to a room that is fairly lavish with several comfy-looking couches. Receptionist says the guild master is currently out. But if you would be kind enough to have a seat and wait a minute, I will fetch our second in command. Sure, no problem. After she leaves, I sit down on one of the couches to wait. Looking around, this room seems meant for nobles. They are the only ones I can think of who would like this type of gaudy decoration. My musing is interrupted by the arrival of a very harried woman. She looks like a secretary who hasn't slept in days. Jezel says, Hello, Ash. My name is Jezel, and I basically run this mad house. Nice to meet you. I am guessing Ambrose isn't around much and leaves everything to you, Jezel says. Absolutely. It is okay, though. I got the quest request from him and have already contacted the team he wanted. That is good to hear. I am here with full payment as promised, Jezel says. A noble who pays on time, is that even allowed? I am not your typical noble, Jezel says. Well, if you ask me, that can only be a good thing. I tend to agree. Anyway, here is the payment, and sorry for causing you more work. Jezel says, the apology isn't necessary, but it is appreciated. Nobles also don't apologize, but don't change because of what is expected. Oh, I will never be a typical noble. I can guarantee that, Jezel says. That is good to hear. It has been a pleasure assisting you, and I look forward to our next meeting. Thank you for your help, and it was a pleasure meeting you. As I leave, I pay attention to the adventurers. They all seem in good spirits with no signs of tension. That tells me that even though their work is dangerous, the guild takes good care of them. That means Ambrose is a good guild master, and I can trust him with my people. On my way out, I grab some guild applications. I will leave them in our room for the others. I won't make them join the guild, but if they want to get stronger, it will be a good way. Next, I head over to the city building to find out what I need to do to become a noble and fall into a trap made of red tape. Chapter 252. The mass amounts of paperwork I have to read and sign take me hours to get through. I am guessing this is a special case since I am not a born noble. I can't see most nobles being willing to do this much boring work. By the time I am done signing papers, my hand is cramping and I am starving. So as soon as they give me my signet and patent of nobility, I leave and head straight back to the inn. The papers for Pole's Merchant Enterprise were delivered while I was out, so I sign and seal them while I am eating lunch. Once I am done with the papers, I hand over my new seal to Sarah for safekeeping. Sarah says, So, what is the plan for after lunch? Next on my list is to visit all the crafters among the summoned and talk to them about supplying goods to the beastmen. Sarah says, that shouldn't be too hard. No one buys the goods they make for humans. Isabella says, not even the adventurers. Sarah says, no, even they can't risk offending any of the nobles. Isabella says, if they can't sell anything, how are they surviving? Sarah says, Lord Ambrose was providing me a stipend each month to keep everyone fed. I guess now that money will need to come from you, Ash. Well, for now, this is what we have, until Isabella returns anyway. If that runs out before she gets back, ask the church for some money. Sarah says, the church bought this street for you, right? Yeah. The goddesses have ordered their followers to support me. Sarah says, that is certainly helpful. Why aren't we just getting everything we need from them? Because I don't want to depend on anyone. Once we are making money, I intend to pay them back for this street. Sarah says, while I can understand the desire for independence, aren't you pushing things a little too hard? Maybe, but I am working with a time limit here. I can't afford to go easy with things. Sarah says, I will do whatever I can to assist you. Isabella says, I will complete my mission so that money won't be an issue. I appreciate the both of you and everything you can do to help. They both seem a little embarrassed, but I finish eating and get up to leave, which breaks the tension. I am almost to the stairs when I realize I am forgetting something, but when I look around, I can't see it anywhere. I walk over and take a quick look into each room, and while I spot Drog sleeping in a corner, I can't see the backpack anywhere. Isabella, where is the backpack? Isabella says, "Oh, it is under the bed. Why?" "I am going to empty some stuff out of it before you leave with it tomorrow." Isabella says, "Okay, let me fetch it for you." Isabella quickly gets up and goes to get the backpack. Once she gives it to me, I sling it over my shoulder and head downstairs. As much as I hate talking to him, I decide I need to go see Walter first. I am curious if he finished my armor, so I walk down the street trying to remember which shop was his. Why the shops don't have signs, I don't know. Eventually, I give up and stick my head in a shop to ask only to find out I passed it already. As I backtrack looking for it, I decide to ask Sarah later why there are no signs. If it is an issue of money, I will tell her to get signs made and I will pay for it. Walter says, "Finally, get in here and try it on." He doesn't even let me answer, but physically drags me into the shop and points at an armor stand. I feel my mouth drop open as I stare at the armor. It is beautiful. It is mostly red with black and white accents. The white are made of bone, so Mitch must have helped. The black are dyed leather. It is beautiful, Walter. Walter says, "Shut up, take off that trash, and try it on." He isn't giving me much choice, and I must admit I want to try it on. But the fact that he called what Shinun gave me trash bothers me a little. As I put the new armor on, I am amazed at how well it fits. I know he had my measurements, but this is perfect. As I finish putting it on, the armor feels like a second skin. It fits every part of me perfectly. Finally, Walter hands me a helmet that goes with the armor, and I realize that my trusty Lionheart helm just doesn't go with the new armor. So I take it off and store it in my pouch, and then try on the new helmet, which is styled to look like a drake's head. The lower jaw is hinged, so that when it is open my face is visible, and when it is closed only my eyes are visible. The total effect is both awe-inspiring and terrifying at the same time. It will be perfect for the party. At Walter's request, I move around and even do some gymnastics to test the armor's fit. It doesn't restrict my movements at all. I can move around like I am not wearing armor. "Walter, it fits perfectly. I can move like I am not wearing armor. It is a masterpiece." Walter says, "It is adequate. It is the best I can do with my current skill, which isn't up to the quality of the materials. If only I had better materials to practice on." Actually, that is part of why I came today. Would you have any problems making gear for the Beastmen? Walter says, "I don't care who I make things for." "We will pay you a fair price for what you make," Walter says. "I don't care about that. As long as I have a place to work and food to eat, all I want is to perfect my art, and for that I need better materials." "Don't the Beastmen bring in hide and leather from beasts?" Walter says yes, but the merchants buy it all and won't sell me anything. "Well, I am working on a plan that would allow me to provide you with those hides," Walter says. "If it will hurt the merchants, I will help." So, my guy Pole is going to take trade goods made by the Summoned to trade to the Beastmen. We are going to attempt to take complete control of the trade right out from under them. Walter cheers and says, "That will ruin them. I love it. Pole can have whatever he wants out of what I have made, but none of it is anything good." "If you made it, I am sure it is better than anything the Beastmen have," Walter says. "The materials are just common leather, and not even good leather. Speaking of materials, I've got some for you." The fur from the behemoth-like beast comes out first, then every piece of leather I have left in my pouch. As much as I like working on crafts, I decided it is time to put them aside and focus on what I need to do before the invasion. So I am going to hand over all the materials I have to the Summoned crafters, who can make better use of them anyway. That way they will have trade goods for Pole to take to the Beastmen. The more Pole has to trade, the better. That way he can bring back more materials and give them all to the Summoned. Then the Nobles crafters can suffer from lack of materials like the Summoned have had to do. Walter says, "I can do something with these. What else can I do to help?" "Just make things that will fit Beastmen. The more Pole has to trade, the more materials he can get." Walter says, "In that case, get out so I can get started." "Oh, leave the old armor. I might be able to salvage something from it." "All right, I am going." Chapter 253. As I am leaving Walter's shop, I remember that Mitch is just across the street, so I head over there. When I enter, he is working on something, so I move over to an empty table and start taking things out of my pouch. I pile up the horns and bones from the behemoth and all the drake bone I have left. As I reach into the pouch to verify I got it all, another bone comes to my hand. When I pull it out, I find it is from one of the bears I killed outside the Capitol. Next, I find a bone from one of the bird things in the underground. I thought I got rid of it all when I was in the trials. Mitch says, "What is all that for?" "This is all for you." Mitch says, "What do you want me to craft? Weapons or tools? Whatever you think beastmen might need." Mitch says, "I am making stuff for the beastmen now." "Do you have any problem with the beastmen?" Mitch says, "No, not at all." So I explain again the plan I am working on. Mitch agrees with the plan completely. He even agrees to talk to most of the others summoned on my behalf, saving me a ton of work. I do, however, plan to talk to the blacksmith myself. I want to know him myself before I hand over all that ore. Mitch says, "Actually, there are 2 blacksmiths. They share a shop, but not much else." "What do you mean?" Mitch says. "One is a European blacksmith. The other is an Oriental blacksmith. They don't agree on much." "Well, how about you introduce me to them, and then I can talk to them while you go talk to the others?" Mitch says, "Sure, we can do that. But if I may ask, why do you want to talk to them?" "1, because I am something of a blacksmith, and 2, because I have some very precious ore that I may or may not give them." Mitch says, "Fair enough. Let's go." So Mitch leads me down the street all the way to the end of the street where it meets other streets. He is taking me to one of the corner shops, a place that should be attracting lots of attention to the street, but instead looks almost abandoned. From the looks of it, the blacksmiths have suffered just as much as the other summoned. Mitch says, "Harold Hung, I want you to meet Ash. He is a summoned and the new owner of our street." Hung says, "That sword. Where did you get it?" "I made it." Hung says, "Forgive my rudeness, may I see it?" So I draw Blitz and hold it out for him to inspect. As I am holding it, I notice Mitch leave. Hung spends several minutes staring at every inch of the blade. He seems totally engrossed. Harold, on the other hand, barely gives it a glance. He doesn't seem interested at all, Hung says. "The blade is beautiful. You are skilled." "What metal is this? I have never seen it before." "Something I found by chance underground," Harold says. "Do you have any more?" "No, I used all I found in the forging of Blitz," Harold says. "Too bad. I am sick of working with pig iron." "Pig iron? Is that really all you have to work with?" Hung says, "The Blacksmiths Guild has an exclusive contract with the Mining Guild. All ore that enters the city is under their control, and all we can get is pig iron." Harold says, "They won't sell us anything better unless we join the guild as apprentices." "Apprentices," Hung says. "They wouldn't even sell us a forge or tools. We have had to make do with what we could cobble together." "Before we get into that, do either of you have a problem forging tools and weapons for beastmen?" Harold says. "I don't have any problem with it." Hung says, "The few I have met have been honorable. I see no issues." "All right. If I provide a forge and materials, can you show me your skills?" Both say, "Yes." So I clear a place and take the forge out of my pouch. Their eyes almost fall out of their skulls when they see it grow. Then, as I pull out bars of high-grade steel, almost 500 of them, they start to look greedy. I don't even have to say anything. They start up the forge and examine the tools while it is heating up. They are having to use wood and coal to fuel the forge, since there is no elemental to fire it up. They seem to have forgotten that I am even here as they move everything around to where it is most comfortable for them. Once the forge is roaring, they both start working, and after just a few minutes, I can tell they are both decently skilled. From what I can see, the only thing they really lack is experience working with decent material. As I watch, I can tell they both use completely different styles. Even the way they hold and swing a hammer is different. Since they work so differently, it is hard to tell if one of them is better than the other. Deciding that only the end results will tell me what I want to know, I tell them I will be back in the morning to see their work. As I walk outside, I can tell from the light that there are still 2 hours till dark. I have time for one more errand before dinner. So I turn away from my street and head towards the Mages Guild. It is time to find out about Ruby's amulet. When I walk into the guild, mages of various ranks step out of my way and bow as I pass. It is weird, but I am guessing Roddick has something to do with it. Finally, one of the lower-level mages steps in front of me and after bowing turns and leads me to a small waiting room. Roddick says, "Ash, sorry to keep you waiting, but I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything is fine. I am just checking things off my to-do list, so I am here to see about Ruby's amulet." Roddick says, "Oh, right? Follow me, I'll introduce you to the twins." Chapter 254. By the way, why is everyone bowing to me? Roddick says. Preparations for the party have started, and rumors have started to spread because of it. What kind of rumors? Roddick says, surprisingly, mostly true rumors about you and your accomplishments. How would they know anything about me? Roddick says, did you forget that refugees you saved came here from the rebel camp? Besides that, word travels fast, especially when a hero is roaming around. I am not a hero. I just do what needs to be done to ensure my safety and that of those I care about, Roddick says. Yet the number of people you care about is so large that you may as well be a hero. Ah, here we are. Roddick stops in front of an ornate double door. Above the door is a plaque that says Artifact Storage. I do remember him saying that the twins were the best in the guild at dealing with artifacts. It makes sense for them to be here. When we enter, I am relieved to see that it is a pair of male and female twins that makes it easy to tell them apart, Roddick says. Ash, this is Rai and her brother Ray. They are the ones you need to talk to. Now, if you will excuse me, I have other matters to attend to. Sure. Thank you, Roddick. Rai says, hello, Lord Ash. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Rai and Ray. Roddick tells me you've been working on my medallion. Rai says yes, we have, and I must say it is quite fascinating. Oh, how so? Rai says. Well, summoning items in general are fairly rare, but a summoning item linked to a specific entity is even more rare. Ah, it is a contract item, Rai says. That makes sense. No wonder it is so difficult to work with. So, there has been no progress. Rai says, no, we have made some progress. It is naturally healing itself, so it doesn't exactly need to be repaired. Instead, we have been focusing on how to speed up the repair process. And you have succeeded, Rai says. Somewhat. If you look here, you can see that it is sitting in a mana gathering circle. This acts to feed mana to it faster than it was absorbing it on its own. So, what kind of time frame are we talking about? Rai says. We have managed to cut it down from years to months, probably about 6 months. That is longer than I was hoping for. Is there anything we can do to speed that up? Ria says. Unfortunately, no. Fire mana would make it faster, but neither my brother or I are fire mages. There is a fire mage in the guild, but his control isn't good enough. He would likely damage the medallion. I don't know any fire mages either, but does it have to be a mage? What about items that use fire mana? Rai says. It would be possible if you had a fire-based item, but such items are rare and expensive. Also, the item would be destroyed in the process. But it would speed up the process. Yes, Rai says. Yes, definitely. How much would depend on the amount of mana in the item. Suddenly feeling hopeful, I reach into my pouch. As soon as Rai mentioned fire mana, I remembered the ever-burning torches I found in the pit. I haven't needed them since I gained the ability to see in the dark. But maybe they can be of use now. So I pull all 10 out of my pouch and set them on a table next to the twins. These are ever-burning torches from the ancient empire. Will they work to feed the medallion? The twins spend a few minutes examining the torches. Once they have them all lit, they arrange them in a circle. They place them over the magic circle with the flames pointing inward, and then move them in until all 10 flames merge into one. Then they set up a tripod and suspend the medallion from it so that it is hanging in the flames. Rai says, works. Rai says, you'll have to forgive my brother. He doesn't speak much. What he means to say is that, yes, the torches will work. These are not only precious items, but they are valuable antiques. Are you sure you are okay with them being destroyed? You could sell them for a fortune. Using them like this will speed up the process, but is it really worth it? How much? Will it speed things up? Rai says, well, the torches are old, so they only have so much mana left in them. As near as I can guess, with all 10 torches, the medallion should be fixed in a month, maybe less. That is worth it. Do it, please? Riai says, "All right. It is your money to waste, my lord." The being tied to the medallion is named Ruby, and she is far more important than a few magical trinkets. Riai says, "My apologies if I offended you, Lord Ash." "I am not offended, but don't make the mistake of thinking I am a typical noble," Riai says. "I will keep that in mind. We will continue working on the medallion." "All right, thank you. Please send word to the inn once it is repaired." Riai says we will. As I turn and walk out of the guild, I am glad to now have a definite time frame for Ruby's return. I will do my best to destroy the temple and be back in a month so that I can be here when Ruby comes back to us. Although, it is a fairly safe bet that she is going to be very mad at me. I am going to get hit at least once. That, however, is a worry for later. My growling stomach is telling me my immediate worry is food. Since the best food in town is waiting for me back at the inn, I hurry my pace and head that way. Once I enter my street, my steps slow. Something is different, but I can't tell what right away. It takes me a minute to realize what is different. The sun is down and normally the street would be mostly dark, but not tonight. As I look around, I see that all the stores are lit up, and the street has a feeling of life that it normally doesn't. It is a good thing to see, and I am finding it hard to believe that it is my influence that has caused this. I have been setting all these plans in motion, and only looking at the end goal. I didn't stop to think how it would affect the people around me. Thinking about it now, I don't see any negative effects, but I will have to be more aware as I plan in the future. Chapter 255. Seeing the street more alive improves my mood as I continue on to the inn. When I get upstairs, Isabella is there, and that is when I realize I didn't empty the ore out of the backpack like I had planned to. That was the whole point of visiting the blacksmiths, but I got distracted with testing their skill and forgot. So, I set the backpack on the table and pour ore into my pouch until it is full again. I am guessing that it took a little under a ton of ore to fill the pouch, so not even a full pile from the backpack. The backpack should be able to hold everything Isabella needs to, and then some. After giving the backpack back to Isabella, I head downstairs to order dinner for the two of us. I tell Sarah she is welcome to join us, but she tells me she has a lot of people wanting to talk to her, probably about my actions. They don't really have any reason to trust me, so they are probably looking to Sarah to vouch for me. So I end up having dinner with Isabella, just the two of us, and again I feel slightly uncomfortable. Once again, I ignore the feeling. It is either my imagination or something I really don't want to think about. So we end up eating in silence. It is not altogether unpleasant, but I kind of wish there was someone else with us. "Are you nervous about your mission tomorrow?" Isabella says yes a little. It is not the mission itself so much as how much is depending on it. Don't worry too much. I am more worried about the people than the money. I can always find other ways to get my hands on gold. Isabella says, "I love how much you care about people, even those you barely know." It is not so much that I care about them in particular. It is more like I don't like the situation they are forced into. If it comes down to a choice between them and what needs to be done, they will lose. But when I have the power to affect their situation without it damaging the bigger picture, then I will do what I can, Isabella says. So it isn't the people as individuals, but just the fact that they are in a bad situation. Kinda, it is hard to explain. You see, if I met someone who was in a bad situation through their own doing, I'd leave them alone. The people in that village were forced into a bad situation and had no way to fight it. Isabella says, so the powerless who are being taken advantage of. Yeah, something like that. Isabella says, that is a fairly heroic way of seeing things. Yes, but I am not a hero. If those same people stood between me and someone I needed to kill, I would cut right through them. I might regret it later, but I would still do it, Isabella says. That is rather jaded. Is there such a thing as a jaded hero? How should I know? I don't think of myself as a hero at all. I just do what I need to do. I have been put in a position where the things I need to do affect a lot of other people, and they might see me as a hero. Isabella says, so if enough people call you a hero, doesn't that make you a hero regardless of how you view yourself? I don't know, maybe. Isabella says, "You know, I think this is the most you have ever said to me." In my defense, I think this is the first quiet moment we have shared since we met. Isabella says, "You mean since you saved me from being raped by someone I thought was my friend?" Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, you should get some sleep. You've got an early morning tomorrow. Isabella says, "What about you?" "I've got some planning to do. I can get by on 2 hours of meditation." Isabella says, "More plans. Don't you have enough going at once?" "Not more plans. I need to work on the next stages of my current plans." Isabella says, "Oh, I figured you would have all that worked out already." "I do, but recently I have realized I need to make sure my plans don't cause collateral damage if it can be avoided." Isabella says, "I doubt you can avoid all casualties, especially with how many plans you have going." "Oh, I am not trying to avoid all casualties. I just want to make sure only those I want hurt get hurt." Isabella says, "Who do you want to hurt?" "Well, my list of targets includes the Merchants Guild and the nobles who are against the summon for starters." Isabella says, "It sounds like you are getting more and more ambitious as time goes on." "No, it isn't ambition. I've just included the summoned as people to protect." Isabella says, "You know, the more people you protect, the more you will be called a hero. Hero, villain, it doesn't matter to me what they call me. Although, the most accurate would probably be a monster." Isabella says, "You are not a monster. Actually, I am. I have the strength and power of a monster. If I really wanted to, I could probably destroy Ilium all on my own. And that is just currently. I plan to become much stronger." Isabella says, "Just because you are strong and powerful does not make you a monster. I didn't actually say I was a monster, just that that would be the most accurate thing to call me." Isabella says, "Well, anyone who does call you a monster is going to get hit if any of us are around." "Good thing you have a mission to complete then, isn't it?" Isabella says, "Even if I am not here, the others will have a similar reaction if they hear someone call you a monster." "Well, there is nothing I can really do about that. That is a problem I will deal with when it happens." Isabella says, "Just as long as you know it will eventually happen." "Yeah, I will try to plan for it." Isabella says, "All right, I'm going to get some sleep now. Good night, Ash." "Good night, Isabella. Sleep well." Once Isabella goes to bed, I turn to planning. Deep into the night, I think through all my plans and how it will affect people. I make changes where I can to avoid hurting innocents, but only if it doesn't hurt the plan. No matter what, my goals take precedence. Getting ready for the invasion is what matters. Chapter 256. After spending most of the night planning and a couple of hours meditating, I am ready to start the day. I have a lot to do today before the party, but first, before I start working on my list, comes breakfast. So I head downstairs to request food be sent up. When I return upstairs, Isabella is awake. "Good morning. Breakfast will be up soon." Isabella says, "Morning, how did your planning go?" "Pretty good. I only need to make a few minor changes to what I had already planned." Isabella says, "That is good. Any changes to my mission?" "Nope, you are good to go." Isabella says, "All right. I'll head over to the Adventurers Guild after breakfast." "Sounds good. Just make sure to stay safe. If need be, use the adventurers as shields. That is what they get paid for." Isabella says, "I don't really like the idea, but I will keep it in mind." "I know it is not pleasant, but keep in mind they are being paid a lot to protect you." Isabella says, "I will do as you say. Just remember the people and the gold are important, but the most important thing is that you return safely." Isabella says, "I didn't realize I was so important to your plans." "It has nothing to do with my plans. You are one of the people I care about." Isabella says, "Thank you, Ash." Another awkward moment is saved by the arrival of our breakfast. We both dig in and pretend the awkward moment never happened. As usual, the food is amazing, and the portions are big enough for me to eat my fill. I keep forgetting to ask Sarah if she is the one cooking, or if it is another summoned. I need to pay my compliments. Once we are done eating Isabella, and I chat casually for a few more minutes before she gets up to get ready to leave. When she is ready, I walk with her to the Adventurers Guild and meet the group that is going with her. I make sure they are aware that if anything happens to her, I will hunt them down just to give them a little encouragement. Isabella gives me a hug and then shoos me out so that she can get started on her mission. So I leave the guild and return to my street and enter the blacksmith shop to see how the two of them are doing. What I find is surprising. Harold has made a large amount of tools and weapons, while Hung has only made 2 swords. The tools and weapons Harold made are all of decent quality but nothing special. The katana and wakizashi that Hung made, however, are absolutely beautiful and are only limited by the material used. It looks like they will do just fine, so I wait for them to finish their current work before speaking. "Morning," Harold says. "Mornin', Lord Ash." Hung says, "My lord, I am impressed with what you have managed in just one night." Harold says, "It has been good to have proper tools and materials to work with." Hung says, "Do you have more steel?" "Actually, no, but I have something better. Although it might be a bit of a challenge." Hung says, "Oh, how so?" "Are you familiar with the weapons of the ancient empire?" Harold says, "Not really. We've only seen one." Hung says, "It was decent, but only really special due to the enchantment." Well, it turns out they cheated. They had a source of iron ore that was inherently magical. Harold says, "Magic ore? Such a thing exists." "Yes, and I have some for you. But you will have to figure out the smelting and working of it yourselves." Harold says. "No problem," Hung says. "We can do that. Are you okay with not getting paid until the first merchant caravan returns?" Hung says, "Not a problem." Harold says, "I am getting skill ups. Money doesn't matter compared to that." "Fair enough." Looking around, I spot an empty ore bin and walk over to it. Tipping the pouch upside down above it, I mentally think of the ore pouring out. Luckily, it works. I didn't want to have to remove the ore a handful at a time. When the first bin fills up, I open a second and repeat the process while the 2 smiths stare in amazement. Harold says, "A bag of holding." Hung says all that ore is for us. "This should be enough for you to start experimenting with. I can provide you with more later, but please finish using up the steel before you start working with the new ore." Hung says, "Of course." Harold says, "Yes, we need to get our skill as high as we can before we work with the new metal." "All right, sounds good. Is there anything else you need?" Harold says, "If you could ask Sarah to send us some food, it would be appreciated." "Sure, I'll see to it." When I return to the inn, Sarah seems busy, so I walk over and sit at the bar to wait for her to have a minute. I notice the common room is much more lively than I have ever seen it, yet there are the same number of people. It is just that the people are more lively, since they are all summoned who live on the street. It must be because of what I have been doing. My plans didn't include giving these people a new sense of purpose or hope, but it seems like that is how it worked out, which is fine by me. I need the items these people can craft for the whole merchant plan to work. If that in turn benefits them and makes their lives here better, then that is just an added bonus. "Sarah, the Smiths worked through the night and haven't eaten. Could we get some food sent over there?" Sarah says, "Sure, no problem. Oh, by the way, a message arrived for you. You are having a guest join you for lunch." Chapter 257. "Oh, who is it?" Sarah says. "Boric, the master of the Mercenaries Guild." "Oh, good. Have you already prepared everything?" Sarah says. "Of course." "Excellent. You are awesome, Sarah." Sarah says, "Thank you. You also got a message from the Adventurers Guild that Isabella and her team have departed. Paul sent a message that the muscle you requested has arrived." "Already? That means we have another 100 mouths to feed. Can you handle that?" Sarah says, 100? Yeah, as long as they all don't come at once. Is this likely to continue? More people wanting to eat here." "Yeah, most likely," Sarah says. "All right. I will see about hiring more staff then. That is a good idea. Also, when Isabella returns, you might want to consider expanding a bit." Sarah says, "Why?" "Because once Paul returns with the first merchant caravan, or maybe even before I expect us to start seeing business coming in from outside the street. Also, if Isabella returns with the villagers, we will have a lot more people running around." Sarah says, "Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I will plan accordingly." "Good. I am going to head upstairs to wait for my guest." Sarah nods, but I can tell she is distracted, probably already working on plans for the inn. So I head upstairs and sit down at the table to wait for my guest. This should be the last thing I need to do before the party. Once this meeting is over, everything I had on my list should be taken care of, as long as I haven't forgotten anything. When my guest arrives, I think there must have been a mistake. He doesn't look like a guildmaster. He is in old, battered armor and worn and ratty clothing. He looks like a warrior turned beggar. He is bald with a thick gray beard, but his eyes give away the lie. As he enters, they scan everything and I doubt they miss a thing. Boric says, "Well, isn't this a nice setup you have here? And look at that shiny new armor. Is that for the party princess?" As a matter of fact, it is. Got a problem with that? Boric says, "Haha, nope." Maybe you will scare some of those old codgers into heart attacks. I take it you don't care much for nobles? Boric says, "The majority of them are about as useful as a broken sword." Agreed. I wanted to just go through and kill a bunch of them, but I was told no. Boric says, "Probably by Roddick, Ambrose would like the chaos." Yeah, to be honest, it seemed more like Roddick was in charge. Boric says, "He acts as a check against Ambrose. He has the power to level most of the city, but luckily for the rest of us, he doesn't crave power." Yeah, Roddick seems like he is trustworthy. Ambrose is a good guy, but maybe a little unstable. Boric says, "True. But with Roddick to tell him no when needed, he is actually a really good ruler. Now enough of this. Why did you want to meet me?" "Because you are in charge of the city guard, and here soon I might be causing some disturbances." Boric says, "What kind of disturbances?" "Well, one of my current plans is going to piss off the Merchants Guild enough that they will probably resort to violence." Boric says, "I am fine with that. The Merchants Guild could stand to be taken down a peg or two. That matches what others have told me of them, but I want to make sure my guys aren't going to end up in jail for defending themselves." Boric says, "That is actually easy. Just make them your guard." "My guard?" "What do you mean?" Boric says, "A court noble is just prestige, but a landed noble is something different. You are entitled to have a guard force to defend your lands. In fact, you are required to have one to help defend the city." "How many am I allowed to have in my guard?" Boric says, "As a landed count, you are allowed a guard force of up to 100. To have more, you would need a higher title." 100 is fine for now. That is what I have. "Is there any rule stating the guard force has to be human?" Boric says, "Nope. You can use beastmen. In fact, the nobles use having beastmen in their guard as a sign of prestige. There are nobles with beastmen in their guard forces." Boric says, "Just a few. Mercenaries hired from among the outcasts." "All right. So do I need to do anything special to make them my guard force?" Boric says, "Well, you need a uniform, and it needs to be registered with me. That is about it, really. If I send out a merchant caravan of my own, it should be fine if it is guarded by my guards, right?" Boric says, "Of course. You can use them to protect anything you own." "Perfect. I will see about getting uniforms made right away. Ah, here is our lunch." Boric says, "Good. I am starving." We pause our conversation as Sarah and her helpers bring in a number of trays and lay them out on the table. As they take the lids off the trays, the smell of the food assaults me and I immediately dig in with no manners whatsoever. Boric follows my lead. He doesn't seem to mind at all, but stops after only a few bites. Boric says, "This is amazing. How did I not know about this place?" "You can thank the rumors spread by the nobles," Boric says. "Those damn nobles. Well, I guarantee you will be seeing a lot more business now that I've tasted this food." Sarah says, "Ash was just warning me earlier to be prepared for more business." Boric says, "Maybe he is something of a prophet then." "No, I just know how good the food is." Sarah leaves while chuckling, and Boric and I dig back into the delicious food. We don't say another word until we are done eating, and there is not a single scrap left when we are done. Boric has eaten so much I may have to help him out of his chair. Boric says, "Man, was that good? Was this made especially for us?" "No, that was the normal food served downstairs. They just bring me bigger portions," Boric says. "Then I am definitely coming back for dinner. This is way better than what will be served at the party." Thanks for the warning. I will make sure I eat before I go, Boric says, and show up late. The guest of honor should always be late. I will keep that in mind. Are you going to be there? Boric says. Normally, I skip that kind of thing, but in this case, I think I will. I want to see the looks on their faces when the nobles meet you. Chapter 258. In that case, I will see you there. Boric says, all right. In the meantime, I need to go convince Ambrose to move the guildmaster meetings here. If you do convince him, I will add a special meeting room when we do the remodel of the inn. Boric says, deal. As he heads downstairs, I can tell. He is genuinely happy. Looks like he was expecting to meet another arrogant noble. While I may be somewhat arrogant, I am nothing like the nobles of this city who have probably never even left the city. Their worldview is so small and they don't even realize it. It blinds them to a lot of things. No need to brood about them now. I will be dealing with them enough tonight. Instead, I head downstairs to talk to Sarah. Again, I have to wait for a few minutes because she is busy. When she has a minute free, I ask her if there is a tailor or seamstress among the summoned. She informs me that there is and gives me directions to her shop, so I head outside to find the shop. When I enter the shop, I feel like I've stepped into another world. There is color everywhere. There are mannequins with all sorts of styles and colors of dresses all over the room. Amara says, welcome. How can I help you? Hi, I am Ash, and I need your help with something. Amara says, sure. Ash, what do you need? Well, I need uniforms for 100 beastmen. Amara says, I see, that is a fairly tall order, but I think I can help you. All right, what do we need to do? Amara says, well, first you will need to design the uniform. Decide on a color and what your symbol is going to be. Then I will need to measure the beastmen and then make the uniforms. So I sit down with Amara to design the uniform. I decide to go with a dark blue as the primary color. It will have silver accents, and the symbol will be in black. For the symbol I, of course, go with a stylized roaring lion's head. When she draws it out, I think it looks awesome, so I decide to go with that design. She tells me she can start as soon as I send people over to be measured. My next stop is the building that Paul has taken over, to meet and talk to the beastmen he has brought in to act as muscle. They all act like I am their lord and master, and to be honest, it makes me a little uncomfortable. After a while, they settle down and stop acting so weird towards me, which is a relief. That is until I tell them they have been selected to become my guard force. Then, they all kneel and swear their lives to me. It is embarrassing. But it is also the kind of thing I am going to need to get used to. After all, once I am a king, people will be bowing and kneeling constantly, and I need to be comfortable with it or I will look like a bad king. After explaining their duties and what I expect of them, I select a few randomly to send over to Amara to get the process started. The sooner we have some of them in uniform, the better. Hopefully enough will be ready by the time Poe leaves. His merchant caravan is the top priority to protect right now, and I would prefer the protectors be in uniform. With that all settled and started, everything is done, and that means I need to get ready for the party. Although, since I am already in my armor, I don't need to get dressed or anything. All I really need to do is kill time until I am fashionably late and make sure to eat something before I go. So I head back to the inn, take a seat in the common room, and order an ale. As I sit there sipping my drink, I watch Sarah and her girls go about the business of serving everyone. The place already seems busier than usual. In fact, several new faces are dressed like mercenaries. Boric seems to have already told some of his people about the food here. Word will spread faster and faster. Whatever plans Sarah has, she is going to have to put them in motion even faster than we first thought. The inn being more active is a good thing both for Sarah and the street. The inn might even start turning a profit. Not that I need the money currently, but I am sure it will make Sarah feel better. In fact, she looks happier already, with just a few extra people in here. Either that or she is just acting. No. As I watch, I get the feeling she is genuinely happier with the extra customers. Sarah says, hey, sorry, did you need something? A snack before I head to the party. But I've got time, so no need to rush. Sarah says, okay, I'll bring something up in a minute. Oh, Walter sent you a package. It is on the table. What would Walter send me? Sarah says, I don't know. Go look. Laughing, I grab my refilled drink and head upstairs to find out just what Walter would send me. With my curiosity eating at me, I set my drink down and pick up the package off the table and tear it open. Inside, I find a cloak of all things. It is made from the fur of the behemoth and dyed red to match my armor. Putting it on and turning to look at myself in the mirror, I am surprised to find it looks good. I expected it to look ridiculous, but it actually suits the armor perfectly. It looks dashing and yet still intimidating. I will have to remember to thank Walter later. This completes the armor in a way that is perfect for the party. As I am admiring it in the mirror, I notice that when I move there is a very subtle pattern hidden in the cloak. After studying it for a minute, I realize that when I move just right, the cloak gives the impression of wings. The skill it took to do something so subtle leaves me stunned until I hear a giggle behind me and turn to see Sarah. Sarah says, "Quite dashing. Lord Ash." "Thank you, Sarah," Sarah says. "I brought you a snack. Make sure not to get any on your armor before the party." Haha, I will be careful. Sarah sets the tray on the table and heads back downstairs while I sit and carefully eat every delicious scrap. I admit I am worried about the party. I didn't have much experience with them in my old life. The fact that it is going to be filled with a bunch of nobles who are basically my enemies doesn't help. Chapter 259. However, it is something I can't avoid, so I gather my courage and make myself get up and head out of the inn. The location for the party is not surprisingly near the center of town, at a very posh-looking building that reminds me of a fancy hotel. I found out it is actually owned by the city and only used for these kinds of gatherings. The rest of the time it sits empty, which seems like a waste to me, but the kind of thing I would expect from nobles. I am sure there are any number of uses the building could be put to in the time between events. As I come within sight of the building, I stop in an alley that lets me see the front of the building so I can watch people arrive. What I see are staff members waiting around, but it isn't until about 15 minutes past the start time that I see guests start arriving. The first few people to arrive do so on foot. Around 30 or so arrive that way before the first carriage arrives. The first carriage that shows up is fairly plain, but the people on foot make way for the occupant. From this, I can gather that the least important nobles and guests arrive first. That must be why Boric told me to be late. If I was on time, then I would have been telling everyone at the party that I wasn't important. Which means I am going to have to stand here until everyone else has arrived to show them I am important. This kind of posturing is exactly why I didn't want to get involved with all the nobles' stupidity. All most nobles ever really do is waste time and cause problems for other people. Now, here I am wasting my time watching them arrive at a party I have to attend to show that I am one of them. The worst part is I could be on my way to the Wind Temple right now if it wasn't for this party. Lizzie could have me miles away from Ilium by now. Instead, I am watching increasingly ornate carriages deliver nobles in fancy dresses and posh suits to the party. Although, I am fairly sure that worse is to come when I actually go in and have to meet all these nobles face to face. A flash of light draws my attention in time to see Roddick and Ambrose appear out of thin air. They are dressed normally, but simply by arriving through magic, they can show that they are powerful. I also see Boric wander up the street dressed exactly as he was earlier today, but no one even thinks about trying to stop him from entering. Apparently, the guildmasters don't follow the same rules as the nobles. They just show up whenever they want and don't bother dressing up. Maybe I should also start a guild. Then I can act like a guildmaster instead of a half-baked noble. The only problem is I have no idea what kind of guild I could start or how I would go about creating a guild. 45 minutes or so after people first start arriving, the carriage I have been waiting for arrives. I recognize it because it has the Merchants Guild crest on the side in gold. And it is by far the most ornate carriage I have seen. That should be Guildmaster Pine, the one who is going to be the biggest opponent to my plans. When I see him exit the carriage, I am surprised that he isn't as fat as I expected. He is overweight, but not hugely so, like I was expecting. If he has control of his vices, he will be even more of a problem. I was hoping that he was an idiot who inherited his position and just wastes all his time eating and partying. He is wearing a plain brown robe, so he looks like a guildmaster, but he is wearing more jewelry than any woman who has entered. He has rings on every finger, multiple bracelets on each arm, and several necklaces. The only thing missing is a crown, which is probably his goal, to become king of Ilium. Once he enters, I leave the alley and walk across the street towards the doors. The staff members move to block my path, and they look nervous doing so. I take my signet ring out of my pouch and show it to them. They quickly scurry out of my way. It has been in my pouch because it doesn't fit any of my fingers and I haven't had time to get it altered. As I walk up the steps towards the door, a well-dressed man with a staff is waiting for me. He should be the herald to announce me. Since Ambrose wanted me to make an entrance, I lean over and whisper instructions to the herald. His face lights up and his eyes twinkle with mischief. Herald yells, "Lords and ladies, it is my honor to present Count Ash, the Drake Slayer." The entire room goes silent, and all eyes turn to me as I walk in and down the stairs. The room is brightly lit and highly polished. It is a grand ballroom as far as I can tell, and all the lights reflecting off of jewels makes my eyes twitch. As I scan the faces in the room, many are staring at me with a poleaxed expression. Guess they didn't believe the rumors about a beastman becoming a noble. The ones that are staring at me with disgust I mark in my mind, they are most likely the anti-summoned faction. In all those faces, I only see 3 smiles: Roddick, Ambrose, and Boric. They are grinning like mad. Of course, they aren't grinning at me so much as at the nobles, most of which look like they ate something sour. When I reach the ballroom floor, I turn to move towards Ambrose, and the nobles part before me, without even realizing they are doing it. When they do realize they moved for me, their faces sour even more. By yielding to me, they are admitting I am more powerful. By walking straight up to Ambrose and giving him a small bow, I am letting all the nobles know where I stand. Conversations start back up, but with my hearing, I can catch most of them, and the ones I can hear are all about me. It is really not surprising considering the entrance I just made. Ambrose is still grinning ear to ear. Is this kind of what you had in mind, Ambrose? Chapter 260. Ambrose says, "No, this is even better than I had hoped." Roddick says, "You can practically see them all recalculating their plans." Boric says, "Haha." The looks on their faces. The Drake Slayer part was a nice touch. "Where do you think the armor came from?" Boric says. "What? You actually killed a drake?" "Yes, I did," Boric says. "How bad was it? How many men did you lose?" "I didn't lose any. I was alone," Boric says. "You fought and killed a drake all on your own? I think I have underestimated you." Ambrose says, "This isn't really the time for stories as much as I would like to hear it as well." Roddick whispers, "Actually, everyone around us is listening. Go ahead and tell the story, Ash." So I tell the story of fighting the drake. I leave out everything about the trials and just tell the details of the fight itself. Boric and pretty much everyone nearby are completely enthralled by the story as I tell it. I can see others edging closer to try and hear what is going on, their curiosity overcoming their aversion to me. When I finish the story, I can hear people who listen telling others who didn't the story, but not very accurately. The story is going to spread, and it will grow with each time it is passed on, as all stories do. Who knows? If the story spreads enough, it may eventually become a legend. That would be kind of cool. Ambrose says, "Did you see Pine's face? He looked like he swallowed something that was still moving." Boric says, "It was such a good show, I feel like I should have paid admission." Roddick says, "Your amusement aside, he will be modifying his plans as we speak. He has enough money to buy almost anyone in this room. We can't underestimate him. With him, there are 4 guildmasters I know of. How many are there in total?" Ambrose says, "The council is made up of 7 guildmasters. The 3 you haven't met are the blacksmiths, miners, and masons. The guildmaster of the blacksmiths is Pelos, miners is Scott, and masons is Gregor." Boric says, "You will meet them soon. They are here somewhere." "All right. What should I know about them?" Roddick says, "Pelos and Scott are commoners. They worked their way up through the guilds. They always vote for whatever they think is best for the city." "They sound like good people," Ambrose says. "They are, but sometimes Pine convinces them to vote for things he wants." Boric says, "Gregor is a noble and Pine owns him completely. He is basically Pine's dog. He always votes how Pine wants. So he is on the list of enemies. Got it. Anyone I should pay attention to among the nobles," Roddick says. Only two really, Duke Tremaine and Marquis Rend. Ambrose says, Marquis Rend is the leader of the faction that most opposes Pine. Boric says, Duke Tremaine is the highest ranked noble in Ilium. But he got there using Pine's money. Pine really owns most of the nobility, doesn't he? Ambrose says, those he owns are a definite majority. Roddick says, those who he doesn't own are all part of Rend's faction. So if you plan to join a faction, I would suggest his. Should I join a faction? I was planning to just support you guys and work on my own plans. Ambrose says, Rend's faction would help shield you from at least some of Pine's plans. Keep in mind he has a lot of power in Ilium and can cause you all sorts of problems. Surely you can counter most of those problems, you being in charge of the city and all. Ambrose says, I can only fix them after the fact, which takes time and paperwork. If you make me do paperwork, I will make you suffer for it. Roddick says, no, you won't. Ambrose says, oh yes, I will. Boric says, sound like an old married couple, don't they? Sure do. But back to the topic at hand, should I be joining a faction? Roddick says, Rend is one of the few good nobles, so yes, joining his faction would be a good move. If you do it visibly, it would also worry Pine even more. Anything that hurts Pine is all well and good, but I was hoping to avoid as much of the politics as I can. Boric says, too late for that. You are in it up to your neck already, boy, whether you like it or not. Well, I don't like it, but I will live with it. Now one of you point out this Rend for me and then shake my hand. Ambrose says, that is him over there getting some food, and why are we shaking hands? So that those watching think we have come to some form of arrangement, Boric says. Haha, Pine will be worrying about what we are all planning instead of watching what is already happening. I think you will be good at this. Thanks. Now, if you will excuse me, going straight to Rend after making a deal with you three should really worry Pine. As I walk away, I can hear all three of them chuckling away behind me. What is more is everyone watching can see how good of a mood the three of them are in. They will take that to mean that whatever deal we worked out is really good for them, and bad for those who oppose them. As I approach Rend, I size him up. He is in his 50s at least, and looks half-starved. But his salt and pepper hair is immaculate, and he is well-dressed. Greetings, Lord Rend. Rend says, Lord Ash, a pleasure to meet you. Forgive my presumption, but it has been strongly suggested that I join your faction. Rend says, is whatever you and Ambrose are cooking up against Pine's interests? Oh, absolutely, Rend says. Then welcome. Accepting his offered handshake, I take a quick glance around. Every eye is on us. Some are trying not to be obvious about it, but I can tell all the same, and a lot of whispering started up when we shook hands. Finding Pine in the crowd, I see him chewing his thumbnail and looking deep in thought. He seems worried. Rend says yes. It is a pleasant sight, isn't it? Yes, the more he worries about hidden threats, the more likely he is to miss the obvious. Rend says, is this plan you are cooking up going to happen soon? No. A good plan takes time to mature. Rend says, good, I look forward to watching him sweat for a while. Tremaine yells, Lord Drakeslayer! Considering the stories going around, I wondered if we might bother you for a demonstration of swordsmanship? Chapter 261. Who is that? Rend says. That is Lord Tremaine. He wants to embarrass you. I take a step towards Tremaine, and with a look clear out the people between us. Turning the manacles down to their lowest setting, I draw Blitz and leap forward in a single action. In a split second, my blade stops less than an inch from his throat. He hasn't even realized I moved yet. There are gasps and muted screams all around me. To those with untrained eyes, it would have looked like I teleported. Even to Boric, Ambrose, and Roddick, I probably looked like a blur moving across the room. Tremaine belatedly screams and falls on his rear trying to get away from my blade. Lord Tremaine, you wanted a demonstration, didn't you? All the nobles around us are laughing behind their hands, except Pine. His face has gone ash white. It is obvious that he put Tremaine up to this, and just as obvious that he didn't like the result. Any ideas he had about taking me head-on just flew right out the window. He probably thought I was all talk like the other nobles he knows, using a made-up story to seem important. Now he knows I am very dangerous, and hopefully he will focus on that threat and not look for other threats. He notices me watching him, so I give him a nice big smile, one full of teeth. When Pine sees my smile, he has a couple of his cronies pick up Lord Tremaine, and then they all leave the party. I calmly sheath Blitz and tone my smile down to a normal level before I turn around to face the crowd and give them a shrug. The nobles all laugh and pretend it was a great show as I walk back across the room to Lord Rend. "Sorry for the interruption," Rend says. No, I wouldn't have missed seeing that for anything. Which part? Tremaine falling over, or Pine's face? Rend says, Tremaine falling on his rear was good, but Pine's face was priceless. Glad you enjoyed it? So, any paperwork or anything I need to do to join the faction? Rend says, No, I will handle everything. Just if anyone asks, you are a member of the People's Faction. All right, I am sure people will be asking after that little show. Rend says, Oh, I guarantee it. No one, not even me, has had the guts to stand up to Pine publicly like that. Everyone is going to want to talk to you just so they can say they did. That is the last thing I wanted to deal with tonight. Rend says, I can understand that, but you should really go mingle and get it out of the way. We can talk another time, under better circumstances. Sounds good. It was a pleasure meeting you. Much more so than meeting the rest of this crowd is going to be. Rend laughs and shakes my hand again before I turn and walk away to start mingling. He was right. Everyone wants to talk to me, and not one of them has anything interesting to say. I quickly lose track of who is who. There are just too many to remember after a brief introduction. Or maybe it is just that I don't feel any of them are worth remembering. There are only two groups I take notice of. Those that introduce themselves as members of my faction, and those that have made snide comments. When those try to introduce themselves, all they get is a sarcastic answer to their comment, and then they get ignored. The members of my faction, I pay enough attention to that I will remember their names at least. Everyone else who asks gets told I have already joined the People's Faction, which is pretty much everyone else I talk to. They all try to be sly about asking if I have joined a faction yet, but I just bluntly answer what they are really asking so that they will leave me alone. Time passes so slowly that it feels like hours have passed since I talked to Rend when it has only been about 30 minutes. I am seriously contemplating just being rude and walking out when two plainly dressed men approach me. They introduce themselves as the guild masters of the blacksmiths and miners. Pello says, It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ash. Scott says, If you don't mind, we have a problem we would like to discuss with you. All right. I can listen for a minute. If nothing else, it will keep the vultures away. Pello says, we have a similar opinion of them. Scott says, we are coming to you because of the story that is going around and because of your demonstration earlier. So you have something that requires the use of force. Scott says, yes, we have a problem that involves beasts. Isn't that something you should go to the Adventurers Guild for? Pello says, we did. The first group that went in didn't come back. The second group came back heavily mauled. Scott says, they said the beasts were so fast that they couldn't fight them. Can you describe the beasts? Pello says. The second group of adventurers described them as big lizards with feathers. About 5 feet tall, moves on 2 legs. Unbelievably fast? Scott says, you are familiar with them. Yes, I've encountered and killed them in the underground beneath the kingdom, Pello says. Then you are just the man we are looking for. So what is the rest of the situation? Scott says. The damn things have taken over an entire mine, and we have no idea where they even came from. Pello says. It just happens to be the richest and most productive mine in the territory claimed by Ilium. It being closed is severely hurting both our guilds. Do you have a map of the mines? As we move over to an empty table in the corner of the room, so that Scott can spread out the map. Ambrose, Roddick, and Boris join us. The guildmasters greet each other as I am looking over the map. It covers quite a large area, and seems to go fairly deep. Looks like I will be going back underground yet again. At least I got past my fear already. Chapter 262. This mine shaft down here, is this still active? Scott says yes. In fact, that was one of the most promising veins. We actually found minute traces of armatite. That is probably where the bird things came from. Your miners probably broke through into a natural cave system. Scott says, that deep. I've never heard of any cave systems that far down before. The one I was in under the kingdom went down a mile or more from what I could tell. Scott says, well, I don't have any other explanation for them suddenly appearing and eating my miners. So, will you do it? That depends. I have other things I need to be doing. So, to be blunt, what is the compensation? Ambrose says, the posted reward with the guild is 150,000 gold. But I think you should talk to the survivors before you accept the mission. I will talk to them to verify that it is the same beast I have dealt with before, but I will take the mission with 2 additional conditions. Pelos says, what conditions? 1, you will raise your prices for Pine and all his people by 10%. 2, you will stop all discrimination against the summoned. Pelos says, so you really have thrown in with these guys against Pine. All right, I can do that. You do understand the discrimination was by people in my guild because your summon didn't want to learn the proper skills. With a sigh, I draw Blitz again and let Pelos take a look at it. I may be the one holding it, but he studies it intently. From what I can tell, he truly loves blacksmithing. He may even regard it as a sacred art or something like that. He isn't going to like learning how easily we summoned can master a skill. He also isn't going to like that we can far surpass what he is capable of. What do you think of this blade? Pelos says. Well, it is made of armatite, which is truly impressive. The crafting is decent and uses techniques I am not familiar with. I made this sword while trapped underground beneath the kingdom. I did it without ever having anyone teach me anything about blacksmithing. Pelos says, that is impressive. But what is your point? My point is that the summoned gain skills in a different way than you are used to. I did this myself, and I am not even a crafter. The 2 blacksmiths you are referring to have already surpassed my level of skill. Pelos says, how could they? They haven't any ore to work with, Scott says. Wait, you were denying them ore. That wasn't part of our deal. You may get first pick, but you are still required to sell ore to others. Pelos says, we have kept up our end of the deal. We sell your ore so you don't have to worry about it. And when the market is slow, we buy up whatever is left, so you always get paid. Those 2 summoned are the only ones we ever refuse to sell to. Well, I am supplying them with ore now, so it doesn't matter for the time being. But when my supply runs out, I expect them to be able to get ore when they need it. Scott says, that is easy. Just have them come to me. They can have first pick. Pelos says, now, wait a minute. We are supposed to get the first pick, Scott says. Unless he can get our mine back for us, there won't be any decent ore to pick from. Ambrose says, all right, enough bickering, you 2. Try to remember we are in public. The 2 of them look guilty as they realize that all the nobles are still watching us. It isn't all that surprising since 5 of the 7 guild masters are all in one spot. Not to mention, I am still an object of curiosity at the least. I am also sure that some of these nobles are watching so that they can report everything to Pine. Scott says, ahem. Anyway, how soon can you start? Ambrose says, first, he will need to join the guild so he can collect his reward without issue. It would also be a good idea to take some backup. No need for that, no offense, but they would only slow me down. Not to mention, I would have to protect them, Ambrose says. I really don't feel comfortable with you going against beasts that took out my best team. How would your best team fare against a drake? Boric says. They would be its lunch. Exactly my point. Now how long will it take to get me in the guild? Ambrose says. The paperwork is fairly quick, but you will need to take a test or 2 so we can place you. Test me for the highest rank you have, and let's get it all done tomorrow so I can go into the mine the day after. Ambrose says, that is a tall order, but I think I can manage it. Roddick says, top rank, aren't you being a little arrogant? Boric says, if he can kill a drake solo, then he is qualified already. The test is just a formality. Ambrose says, yes, he is being arrogant, but it is well earned. I really have no doubts about him passing the test, but we will still do it anyway. Scott says, Day after tomorrow? That sounds good to me. Roddick says, I still think he shouldn't be going in alone. I won't be alone. I will take Lizzie. I will let her clear the upper levels where she can fit while I go down below. Pello says, Lizzie? Ambrose says, that is his mount. She makes your beasties look like chickens. Boric says, you have a mount that is that dangerous? Ambrose says, he isn't exaggerating. Also, have they come out of the mines to hunt yet? Scott says, not that we know of. Would they do that? They should be sensitive to light, so not during the day, but at night it is possible. Are there any villages close to the mines? Scott says yes, several. Can we check with them to see if they have had any people or livestock disappear lately? Roddick says, I will see to it. Pello says, what makes you think they would come out of the mines? Because they have found humans to be an easy and abundant food source. Which brings up another point. The cave system they came from would have to be fairly extensive to support them. Scott says, what about it? Are you paying me to explore it? Or am I just exterminating the bird things? Chapter 263. Ambrose says, the quest as posted is an extermination quest. Scott says true, but I will throw in a bonus for any mapping you are able to do down there. Okay, good enough. Ambrose says, just focus on getting out alive. Don't go chasing extra money at the cost of your life. While I appreciate your concern, unless there is something much worse down there, I will be fine, Boric says. Judging from the way he moved earlier, I would say he is right, and you are worrying for nothing, Ambrose. Boric, I hate to say this, but that wasn't my top speed. Boric says, really? Are you serious or just bragging? Roddick says, I've never heard Ash brag about anything. I am guessing it has something to do with those highly magical manacles on your wrists and ankles? Yes, they are currently suppressing me with about 1,000 pounds of weight. They are what was used to disable me when I was a prisoner. I modified them slightly. Palos says, 1,000 pounds, and you can still move. Boric says, I've dealt with a lot of beastmen in my life, but none were that strong. Ambrose says, why are you telling us this, Ash? As my allies, you should know what I am capable of, and you specifically need to know before you try to test me tomorrow. Scott says, well, I for one feel very reassured that you can handle our problem. Ambrose says, good point. I will adjust the test accordingly. Palos says, well, this has all been very interesting, but unless you need me for something else, I am going to take my leave. Roddick says, I think we have covered just about everything. And by now every noble is convinced we are plotting something huge. Ambrose laughs and says Pine is going to be paranoid after this. Ash, come by the guild first thing in the morning. All right. Scott says, it has been a pleasure meeting you, Ash, and I hope to hear good news soon. I'll get the job done. Don't worry, your mine will soon be open again. After a round of shaking hands, everyone heads for the door. I try to join them, but get cut off by more nobles wanting to speak to me. In truth, they are fishing for what the guild masters are plotting, but I keep my mouth shut. I finally get sick of their pestering and just start walking out. The look on my face tells them to move or be run over. They move. Once outside, I head straight back to my street, but I stop when I get within sight. There are 2 guards posted at the end of the street, and they are even in uniform already. Amara must have been working non-stop since the beastmen started going over to have 2 done already. They look good, and as I step out of the shadows, they spot me instantly, which means they are alert. They look both impressive and intimidating, exactly how I want my guard force to look. They salute me as I walk past them and head for Mitch's shop. I go in when I see the lights are still on. Mitch says, hi, boss. Need something? Yeah, I have a special request if you still have one of the Drake Claws, and since when am I your boss? Mitch says, well, you do own the place, and currently you are the one keeping me fed and providing materials. Yeah, I do have a couple of claws left. What did you need made? A mining pick? Mitch says. What? That is it. You want to waste a valuable claw on a simple tool? No. I want a mining pick that will last when mining armatite. Mitch says armity. Wow. Okay, now I see why you want it out of Drake Claw. How long do I have? I need it the morning after tomorrow. Mitch doesn't say a word, he just puts aside what he was working on and fetches one of the Drake's claws. As I leave, I promise to have Sarah send over food. But he is concentrating so hard, I can't be sure if he even heard me. As soon as I enter the inn, I order food sent to Mitch, before I get distracted and forget. It ends up being a good thing I did because Sarah wants to hear all about the party and won't take no for an answer. Since she is in control of the food, and I am hungry again, I sit down and tell her every detail I can remember. As I talk, she rewards me with food. The more detail I give her about dresses and stuff like that, the better my rewards. Once I realize what she is after I focus on that. But I really need to do something for her since she is doing so much for me. I will send her to Amara for a dress and the next noble event she is going to in my place. That way I don't have to go and she gets to get all dolled up and go see all this stuff for herself. Come to think of it, I should probably arrange for all the girls to get a dress or two. They could all do with some spoiling now that we have something of a stable situation. Besides, spoiling them will help me feel less guilty about asking them to go into dangerous situations. When I suggest the idea to Sarah, she loves it. She just doesn't know it includes her. She promises to arrange for pocket money for the girls and to talk to Amara once she is done with the guards' uniforms. She also suggests adding uniforms for the inn staff since it is basically my home, which I readily agree to. With that set in motion, I head upstairs to get some sleep and realize that for the first time I get the big bed all to myself with no one using me as a pillow. At least that is the plan, until I walk into the bedroom to find Drog sprawled out and taking up half the bed. I could move him or force him to move, but in the end, I decide the other half of the bed is plenty of room and just go to sleep. Chapter 264. When I wake up, Drog is gone, probably back to hiding and sulking because I wouldn't let him go with Isabella. His pervertedness is starting to become a problem, and I am not sure what to do about him. He is acting less like a demon and more like a petulant child, which I have no patience for. As I wait for breakfast, I try to think of what I can do about him. Ordering him to change his behavior is an option, but not really a good one. That would just make him look for sneakier ways to act out against me. And that would mean I have to keep an eye on him at all times. I am starting to wonder if I really need him anymore. I originally wanted him around for information, but I have gotten most of that out of him already. Maybe it is time to end our contract and give him to Chronosia, she said. She had a use for him in her realm. He is definitely not being useful around here. If anything, he is a detriment since he won't leave the girls alone. My internal debate is interrupted by the arrival of breakfast and a guest. Vacker is apparently joining me for breakfast. Vacker says, "Mornin', hope you don't mind me joining you." Not at all. Sorry I haven't stopped by to see how you are doing with the school setup, Vacker says. No worries, from what Sarah says you have been pretty busy. That is true. So how is the setup going? Vacker says. Actually, that is what I wanted to talk to you about. The setup is almost done, so I wanted to find out what my criteria for recruiting students is. Your criteria? None. Recruit whoever you want to recruit, Vacker says. But it is your school. You are paying for everything, and I owe you my life. It is your school. I am simply funding it, and no more talk about owing me your life. We are friends. Vacker says, "Didn't you bring me here so that I could train your beastmen for you?" No, I brought you here to start a school. Who you choose to teach is up to you. I hope you will keep your mind open, but I will not interfere in any way. Vacker says, "You aren't going to force me to take beastmen." No, that is not how a school should work. It is entirely your choice who you want to teach. Although, I do have some favors I plan to ask at some point. Vacker says, "What favors?" Training for some of the girls, Miria and Isabella. I would like to know the basics so they can defend themselves if need be. Alanis, I would like you to train as far as she can go. Vacker says, "That is it. That is all you are going to ask me for after everything you have done for me? Well, I still expect you to work with me when I have time." Vacker says, "And that is it. I can run the school however I want." Yes, although I would like you to work towards an eventual goal. Vacker says, "Okay, what is the goal?" A school, a proper one. One so good that students come from the other nations to attend. Vacker says, "You are talking about a major institution. That kind of thing takes decades to build. Yes, I want you to lay the groundwork before I leave for the last battle." I will ensure that there are adequate funds set aside for you to continue building after I am gone. Vacker says, You are really serious about this. My question is why? Why plan so much for something that won't be completed until long after you are dead? So far, Ilium has been good to me. I simply want to leave it a better place than I found it. Vacker says, Is it about immortality? Will the school be named after you? Number, actually. I was thinking it should be named the Vacker School of Military Studies. Vacker says, You want to name it after me? Yes, I think it is fitting. Vacker says, That is crazy. You should name it after yourself, or for the summoned. Anything but a washed-up swordsman. A sword master is calling himself a washed-up swordsman. What is going on with you? Vacker says. I am realizing that I am not the man who was thrown into that prison all those years ago. Well, I would hope not. I would hope you at least learned a bit of common sense in the meantime. Vacker laughs and finishes his breakfast, and then leaves after making a weak excuse. I think I may have overwhelmed him a bit, but given time, I think he will come to like the idea. Either way, I am pretty sure I can count on him to lay the groundwork for the school. That will all sort itself out in time. For right now, I have to get moving. Lots to do today. So I quickly finish breakfast and then head over to the Adventurers Guild. The secretary greets me like she was waiting for me and quickly takes me and hands me over to Jezzel. Jezzel says, Good morning, Lord Ash. Morning, Jezzel. I take it you are running me through my tests today, Jezzel says. Actually, I am going to take you to the infirmary to meet the survivors. Then, I will take you through the written test while Ambrose finishes setting up the physical test. Okay, sounds good. Jezzel turns and leads me upstairs and into a new area of the building I haven't been before. It is quieter here, almost like it is separate from the rest of the building, and it gives me the same feeling that hospitals always gave me. Even the room she leads me into puts me in mind of a hospital room. Everything is white and clean, and it smells of cleaning chemicals. How long has it been since they came out of the mines? Jezzel says. About 2 weeks. I am surprised they are still here. Don't you have magical healing? Jezzel says. We don't have any healers on staff, and getting a priestess from the temple is quite expensive. We only call on them if it is a life-threatening injury? What about healing potions and magical herbs? Jezzel says. Again, they are very expensive here because the right herbs don't grow near Ilium, so it all has to be imported. Chapter 265. Wouldn't those kinds of herbs be pretty abundant in the Beastmen's territory? Jezzel says, probably. But they don't harvest them to sell, and we can't send people into their territory to get them. That is probably something I could change in the near future. Jezzel says, that would be amazing if you could. As we enter the room, I see that there are about 24 occupied beds out of 50 or so. The 5 adventurers that Jezzel introduces me to are all grouped together, and they look pretty bad. All of them have large areas of bandages that indicate big slashing wounds. They look like they survived going through a shredder. We talk for a few minutes, and everything they say matches what I encountered with the bird things. The adventurers continuously warn me about how blindingly fast the things are, and how they couldn't even see them most of the time. After listening to their warnings for a while, I ask about the types of things they normally deal with as adventurers. It turns out that this group has never faced a monster before. They normally just deal with bandits. It is only on very rare occasions that a monster wanders out of the Beastmen's land that the adventurers have to fight a monster. The last time it happened was before this group became adventurers, so all they know is from stories they have heard. It is no wonder they got mauled so badly. Fighting humans is nothing like fighting a beast. I didn't know that the Ilium Guild was so different from what I think when I hear adventurers. After talking with them a little more, I find out that this is only the case in Ilium. The guilds in the other nations fight monsters regularly. Maybe I should suggest to Ambrose that he set up some kind of exchange program, so his people get better experience. Then again, if the beastmen become more active near the border, because of my plans, then they won't see any beasts here anyway. I will forget it for now. I can always suggest changes later if it becomes an issue. Since I don't need anything else from the adventurers, I signal Jezzel, and shortly we say our goodbyes. She then takes me to a small room with just a chair and a desk. Then she hands me a packet of papers. A quick look through shows it is a test. This is not going to go well because I haven't studied. As I sit down and start going through it, I quickly realize I am going to fail it. I don't know Ilium's or the Guild's laws. I end up just answering whatever makes the most sense on about 70% of the questions. Maybe, if I am lucky, and the laws are based on common sense, I will pass. But I doubt it. As soon as I am done, Jezel takes the test from me and grades it, then hands it back to me. When I look, I see a score of 68, not a passing grade, but when I ask her about it, she tells me not to worry. She tells me that the written test is only a formality. If I do well on the physical test, the rest won't matter. So she leads me to a different set of stairs that go down and down, and we are soon lower than ground level. Eventually, the stairs led out onto an arena, quite a bit larger than Lord Shenda's. In the stands, I spot Ambrose, Roddick, and Boric, as well as a couple of dozen adventurers. I am guessing that word spread about someone trying to test in as a top-level adventurer. On the arena floor, 4 men with practice swords are waiting for me, and as I walk out to meet them, Ambrose heads down to join us. On the far side of the arena is a boulder the size of a VW bus, which I am guessing will also be part of my test. Ambrose says, "Hello, Ash." These 4 gentlemen are combat instructors for the Guild and are here to help test you. For safety's sake, I am going to ask you to defend only. The 4 of them will attempt to hit you for 1 minute. Fine. The 4 testers give Ambrose incredulous looks at hearing the instructions, but they don't argue with him. They take positions all around me, and at the signal they begin attacking me, and I simply lean out of the way of their attacks. For the next minute, I dodge every single attack they throw at me, and I do it without once moving my feet. Ding, congratulations. Skill Evasive Steps has progressed to level 3. Evasive Steps level 3 AGI plus 12. The art of not being where they think you are. To be honest, I feel kind of bad for the testers, especially when they realize they couldn't even make me move my feet. Those watching have a mix of shocked and amazed expressions, except the Guildmasters. They look like they expected it. I notice Boric looking smug and collecting coins from a few other people. Looks like he was placing bets on me. Ambrose says, "Well, I guess we should move on to the strength test. Ash, if you would kindly demonstrate your strength on the boulder over there." Am I lifting it, throwing it, or destroying it? Ambrose says, "Whatever you want to do." As I walk over to the boulder, I remove my manacles and place them in my pouch. I want to test my strength. So I move to the boulder and push one arm into the sand under it and my other arm up the side. The balance is going to be the biggest issue, but as I lift the boulder, I manage to get it up onto my shoulder. As I stand up with it on my shoulder, I realize that it is not balanced enough to lift it above my head. Just standing straight with it on my shoulder should be enough. As I look around to check, I see nothing but open mouths as everyone just stares at me. Guessing that is good enough, I set the boulder back down gently. But then I decide I want to test one more thing. Motioning people to clear the stands behind the boulder, I wait until they are clear, and then I punch the boulder with all my strength. There is a low rumbling boom, and then there is dust and rock fragments going everywhere. I did not know there was a shield around the arena until I see stone shards bouncing off of it. Then, I see several larger shards rip through the shield and decimate the stands behind the boulder. It is a good thing those people moved, or there would have been casualties. As it is, I think it might be a good idea if I don't hit anything full strength unless I want to kill something. Chapter 266. Roddick says, "How did you know the shards would break through my shield?" "I didn't know there was a shield," Ambrose says. "If there wasn't a shield, I think most of us would be headed to the infirmary." "So, thank you, Roddick," Boric says. I wonder if he could punch through a castle wall as easily as that." Roddick says, "If it wasn't spell shielded, then I imagine he could." Boric says, "So on the guild registry, should we list him as a siege weapon?" Boric starts laughing at his own joke, and several other people join in. But I see a somewhat serious look on Roddick's face as he looks at me. I really don't think they are going to list me as a siege weapon, but I guess in a way I do qualify as one. Looking around, I did quite a bit of damage to the arena, which I am probably going to have to pay for. Ambrose says, "All right, let's go upstairs and finish your paperwork. Don't worry about the arena, we will get it cleaned and fixed." "Once you do, send me the bill," Ambrose says. "Don't worry about it. It was my fault for not taking enough precautions for your test. Speaking of that, Roddick, I am going to want to hire mages to enchant this place properly. Roddick says, "Sure thing, I'll give you a discount." Are there mages who are in both guilds? Roddick says yes, a few. Why? Just wondering what level of cooperation the guilds have. Boric says those two work together some, and you've already seen that Palos and Scott work together. Other than that, there isn't much at all. Would everyone have come together against an outside threat if the kingdom had attacked? Ambrose says, while I would like to say yes, the honest answer is probably not. Boric says, the three of our guilds would have worked together, but support from the others would have been doubtful. Do you think you could have won? Roddick says, no, our guilds, while having good people, are not trained for actual war. Boric says, if we had you on our side, it would be a different story. I still can't believe the four of them couldn't touch you. Why is that so hard to believe? Boric says, because they are the four best swordsmen in the city. They aren't swordmasters. Wait, are you saying Ilium doesn't have a swordmaster? Boric says, there hasn't been a true swordmaster since the fall of the ancient empire. Is becoming a swordmaster so hard? Ambrose says, yes, you have to master all sword styles and every type of sword. Oh, the swordmaster I met didn't tell me all that. Boric yells, you met a swordmaster. Roddick says, it wasn't one of the fakes from the Empire, was it? No, I met him while I was a prisoner. He was the swordmaster for Lady Sheenan, Boric says. He must have been the real thing. No way would a demon lord keep a fake around, Ambrose says. Is that where you learned to dodge like that? Yeah, that is one of the things he taught me, Boric says. Oh, I would love to meet a true swordmaster. All right, come to the inn for dinner and I will introduce you. Ambrose yells, what? He is here? Yeah, I brought him back with me. I am having him start a school for me. Ambrose says, can I meet him too? Sure, Roddick, Roddick says. Thank you for the offer, but a swordmaster doesn't interest me that much. Understandable. So why don't you two come to the inn around 6? Assuming we are done with everything here by then. Ambrose says, oh, we don't have much left to do. We just need to make your guild card. Boric says, he means Jezzel needs to make it while we sit and talk. Roddick says, Ambrose doesn't like making guild cards. He thinks it is tedious. Ambrose says, it is. You just sit and channel mana into the machine. It is boring. At least there is a machine, and you don't have to do it by hand. Ambrose says, that is the truth, Roddick says. Now, if only we could invent a machine that would do all the paperwork. Ambrose says, if you could do that, I would nominate you as a new god. As what, the god of paperwork? Roddick says, no, thank you. Boric says, no. If he took all the paperwork away, he would be the god of laziness. Ambrose says, are you calling me lazy? Boric says, yes. Whenever it is something boring, you are the king of laziness, Ambrose says. Oh, like you have room to talk. Roddick says, all right, that is enough, you two, Jezzel says. Here is your guild card, Lord Ash. Thank you, Jezzel, Ambrose says. Make sure you don't lose that. It is just a guild membership, isn't it? Ambrose says. Well, yes, but being a member of the guild carries benefits. What kind of benefits? Jezzel says. For one thing, since the guild is active in the other 3 nations, the guild card acts as a passport allowing you to move freely. Ambrose says. Also, most cities waive the entry fees for guild members. That is useful. Speaking of fees, I am assuming there are guild fees or dues that I need to pay. Ambrose says. No, they are already taken care of. That isn't necessary. I can afford a few fees. Ambrose says. And I don't think it is necessary for you to pay fees after saving my city. Boric says. I think he has got you there, Ash. All right. Fine. I'll drop it. Ambrose says good. Then I believe we are done. Jezzel says. There is nothing else the guild needs. Okay, then I will see you at dinner. Boric says yes. Ambrose says, I am looking forward to it. I am curious if the food is as good as Boric claims. It is. Roddick, you are still welcome to join us if you change your mind. Roddick says, thank you, Ash. Jezzel, You are also welcome to come along and meet the Swordmaster if you want. Jezel says, Thank you. I would love to. Chapter 267. The first thing I do is head back to the inn to let Sarah know that I will be having 2 guildmasters as guests for dinner. Then I head over to Vacker's place to let him know and see if he has any ideas yet on how he wants to get the school started. When I enter, I am impressed at how much the place has changed. It looks nothing like a converted shop. The floor has been replaced with hardwood and polished smooth to provide a workout area. There are dummies for practicing against and primitive exercise equipment against one wall. Vacker has accomplished a lot in just a few days. The place totally puts me in mind of a dojo from a manga. Vacker says, Hey Ash, what is up? I am here to invite you to dinner where you will meet the guild masters of the adventurer and mercenary guilds. Vacker says, Why would they want to meet me? Well, I found out something interesting. The refugees from the main continent founded an empire here that was then wiped out about 1,000 years ago. Turns out, there hasn't been a real swordmaster on the peninsula since the empire fell. Vacker says, Until me. Exactly. Vacker says, You know, I probably couldn't pass the test again in my current condition. They won't be asking you to take the tests, I don't think. Maybe later when someone from another country challenges your title. You will have plenty of time to get back into shape before then. Vacker says, Are you going to ask me to take students from the 2 guilds? It wouldn't be a bad idea. It would help you build some reputation and help attract students. It is still up to you, though. This is just a suggestion. Vacker says, Well, I doubt any of them would be young enough to become a swordmaster. That doesn't matter. I doubt any of them even have the drive to try. But just learning something from you would be worth it to them. Maybe have a class teaching the basics and select students from that for more training. Vacker says, That could work, I guess. All right, well, just think about it. As I said, it is up to you. Dinner is at 6. Vacker says, I will be there. Good. Just be warned one or both of them may act a little fanboyish. Vacker says, Haha, that will certainly be a change from the prison guards. I never really met the guards, just the torturer. Well, other than when they were dragging me back and forth, but we didn't talk much. Vacker says, Trust me, you didn't miss anything. Well, Ambrose and Boric are entertaining characters. I think you will like them. Vacker says, I look forward to meeting them. Okay, see you at 6. As I leave, I realize I really don't have anything else I need to do before dinner. For the first time since I got back, I have free time. Everything is in motion, and there is nothing else I can do right now. So instead of heading back to the inn, I turn aside and head to the stables. The second I set foot inside the stables, Lizzie rushes me and headbutts me in the chest. As I reach up to scratch her head, I realize that she doesn't like being cooped up in here. If I am going to stay in Ilium for an extended period of time, I am going to have to make a better place for her to stay. So I give Lizzie a good cleaning to make up for leaving her stuck in here for a few days. I spend the rest of the time until dinner playing with her, and I am really glad that she understands what playing is. I am reminded again that if I had to fight her, I am not sure if I could win. The Drake was stronger, but I haven't faced anything that is as fast as her. Before I leave, I tell her we are going out tomorrow, and she seems to understand and perks up a bit. When I get upstairs, Vacker is already there. He seems excited and nervous about meeting new people. He is also wearing a sword at his belt, which he hasn't done since we arrived in Ilium. Vacker says, If I am going to be a sword master again, I need to carry a sword at all times. It is a good habit to be in. I learned the hard way that nowhere is absolutely safe. Vacker says, Didn't you have a sword on you when you were taken? Yes, and I attempted to fight back. I just wasn't strong enough. If I hadn't had Blitz on me, it would have been even harder to try and resist. Vacker says, I understand. I feel better when I have a sword on me. When I was a prisoner, I only got to touch a sword when training her people. It is only now that I am starting to remember the joy that wielding a sword used to give me. That is good. Enjoying what you do is always important. Vacker says, And are you enjoying what you are doing? You mean all my plans and everything. Actually, I am having a blast. Vacker says, Really? I thought all this sitting around in meetings would be driving you insane. So far, all the meetings have been with people I like, other than the party. Besides, These plans will make the lives of people I care about better even if I am not around. Vacker says, aren't they also going to hurt some people? Yes, but only people who deserve it. The thought of watching them fall only makes me happier. Vacker laughs and says, remind me to never make an enemy of you. Somehow, I don't think that will ever be an issue. Before Vacker can respond, we hear footsteps on the stairs, and it seems my other guests have arrived. Ambrose, Boric, and Jezel all come up the stairs together, and I introduce them to Vacker. I asked Sarah to bring up the food a half hour after everyone arrived, so the three of them get 30 minutes to bombard Vacker with questions. Then, when the food arrives, I immediately dig in. So does Boric and Vacker. Jezel follows our lead. Ambrose looks confused as the rest of us start stuffing our faces. But after a minute, he shrugs and starts eating. After he takes the first bite, he starts stuffing his face just as fast as the rest of us are. Not another word is said until we are all so full that we can't possibly eat another bite. By then, enough food for 10 people has vanished from the table. It is obvious that we have all eaten too much, but the food is so good that it is hard not to. When Sarah returns with her helpers to clear the dishes, even she is impressed at how much we ate. Chapter 268. Ambrose says, Boric, you were right. This place is amazing. Jezel says, I work a lot of long hours at the guild. Do you by chance deliver? Sarah says, unfortunately, no. We have no way of keeping it warm. Ambrose says, what if the Mages Guild came up with a box or something that kept things placed inside warm? You too, Ambrose? Ambrose says, yes. I want food like this a lot more often. Sarah says, well, if we had something like that, then we could probably deliver. I would have to hire more people, but other than that, it should be doable. You could always hire kids to make the deliveries. Sarah says, kids? I guess that could work. Is there an orphanage here? Ambrose says, yes, the city has one. It is funded by the Merchant Guild. The Merchant Guild, is it well run? Ambrose says, I've never heard any complaints. Boric says, it is not well run, but it isn't horrible either. Ambrose says, how do you know? Boric says, a few of my guys came from there when they turned 16. Ambrose says, at 16? We don't allow recruits younger than 18? Boric says, probably why you haven't had any of the orphans join. They didn't want to wait another 2 years. Are you saying they join your guild just to get out of the orphanage as fast as they can? Boric says, pretty much. Ambrose says, if kids are willing to become mercenaries just to get away, then it must be pretty bad. Sounds like a surprise inspection might be in order. Jezel says, I agree. I will take care of it first thing tomorrow. Ambrose says, but what are we going to do with the kids if we shut them down? Sarah, we still have an empty shop, right? Sarah says, yes, what are you thinking? That we could convert it into an orphanage temporarily until we can build a proper one. Sarah says, oh no, I am not good with kids. I am not running it. I wasn't planning to ask you to. Just hire a couple of mothers who have grown kids from the town outside the walls. Vacker says, why ones who have grown kids? Because they have already seen all the tricks and stunts and won't put up with it. Jezel laughs and says, I know exactly the type you mean. I can help you find a couple, Sarah. Sarah says, thanks, I appreciate it. But Ash, why are we doing this at all? Well, for one thing, you will have your runners. For another, kids will liven up the street a ton. But mainly because it will stick in Pine's throat that he lost to us. Boric says, I like it. Ambrose says, actually, I approve as well. Sarah says, oh, I thought maybe you had a soft spot for kids. Nope, can't stand them. Besides, Vacker said, it takes starting young to become a true swordmaster. Vacker says, that is true, and orphans tend to be highly motivated. Yeah, I think that might actually work. Ambrose says, are you only looking for young students? Vacker says, I started learning the sword at 5 years old, and it still took me till I was 27 to become a swordmaster. For me to train someone all the way the younger they start, the better. Both Ambrose and Boric look very disappointed at Vacker's answer. Surprisingly, so does Jezel. All three turn to me as if in an appeal to have me change Vacker's mind for them. It is hard not to laugh at the hopeful expressions they turn on me, almost begging with their eyes. Vacker says, Ash has suggested that I set up a class to teach people the basics and look for more advanced students that way. Ambrose says, that is an excellent idea. Boric says, once you decide on the fees, I'd like to sign up for just one class. I am too old to learn much, but I would like the honor of seeing you as a teacher just once. Backer says, that is something I can do fairly easily, and no need for talk of fees. We could even do it tomorrow if you want. If the three of you can spare the time. Ambrose says, we will make the time. Jezel says, I am allowed to join in. Boric says, of course, you are the best with a sword out of the three of us. Ambrose says, besides, we know we can trust you to keep quiet if the two of us embarrass ourselves. I am starting to wish I was going to be around to watch, Vacker says. Are you leaving? Yes, first thing in the morning. Vacker says, where to this time? Just clearing some beasties out of a mine near Ilium. Vacker says, no demons, I hope. Ambrose says, I certainly hope not. Should be just normal beasts. Nothing to worry about. It should only take me a day or two, Vacker says. When you get back, I want you to make some time to spar with me. Okay, any specific reason? Vacker says too. Fighting you will push me to my limits, and while I may not have enough time to make you a sword master, I can teach you to fight one. Ambrose says, now that is something I want to watch. Boric says, I second that. I would love to watch you two spar. I don't mind an audience, Vacker. Vacker says, it is fine by me. They might even learn something. Okay, we will arrange it when I get back. Ambrose and Boric let out a cheer, and even Jezel looks excited. Sarah just looks like she finds the whole situation amusing. These are good people, and I am glad that I met them. Now I just have to keep them safe. In fact, I am starting to feel like I need to protect all of Ilium from both internal and external threats. We chat a bit longer and make plans to have a sparring match followed by another dinner once I return from the mines. As I head to bed, my mind is filled with plans, both new plans and additions to existing plans. A lot will depend on how the current plans go, but I think I can solve a lot of the city's problems and make it a much better place to live. Chapter 269. The sun is just barely coming up when I wake up in the morning, but even this early I can smell breakfast cooking 3 floors down. I get up and quickly do my morning exercises after sending word down that I am awake. When my breakfast arrives, an unfamiliar woman comes with it with the explanation that Roddick sent her. Beliza says, greetings, Lord Ash. My name is Beliza. I am Roddick's second in command. Pleased to meet you. Please join me. Beliza says normally I wouldn't, but I have heard amazing things about the food here, so thank you, I will. Also, sorry for any extra work I have caused you. Beliza says, it hasn't been that bad. Don't worry about it. So, what did Roddick send you here for? Beliza says, we got the reports back from the 2 villages close to the mines. There have been disappearances of both livestock and a few people at both villages. So the bird, things have been coming out of the mine at night to hunt. Beliza says, does that change anything? It just means I need to prevent them from getting out again tonight. Beliza says, right? Anything else the mages can do for you? No, thank you. I'll be leaving as soon as I finish my breakfast. Beliza says, all right, good luck. You don't have to leave. Finish eating at least. Beliza says, I would. It is delicious. But I have a ton of other things to do, starting with talking to Sarah about what kind of device we need to make for her. Ah, right, so everyone can order delivery. Beliza says, that is what I've been told. Apparently Ambrose insisted we make it a priority. After tasting the food here, I now understand why. All right, I will let you go do your work. Beliza says, it was a pleasure to meet you, and good luck in the mines. Thank you. After she leaves, I quickly finish all the food that is left and then put on my armor and grab Blitz. Once I grab the pouch and attach it to my belt, I am ready to go. But I have one stop to make before I can leave. So I head downstairs and wave to Sarah before going down the street to Mitch's shop. Mitch says, morning, boss. It is done. Thank you, Mitch. Sorry for the trouble. Mitch says. No need to apologize. It wasn't that hard. Here you go? Wow, it is perfect. Thanks, Mitch. Mitch says, no problem, boss. Glad you like it. After saying goodbye and stowing the pickaxe in my pouch, I head back to the inn because I realize I forgot something. When I get back upstairs, I end up having to search all of the rooms because he is hiding. I finally find him curled up under the desk in the office, pretending to be asleep. Drog, come on, it is time to go, Drog says. No, I am staying here to wait for Isabella to get back. All right, enough is enough. I am done arguing with you. I revoke your permission to materialize. Drog looks shocked right before his body disappears, and he returns to Blitz. He immediately starts whining in my head, so I just tune him out. Maybe if I leave him in the sword for a while, he will stop acting like a child. When Ruby is finally back, maybe she can help me with him. He was always scared of her. If that doesn't work, then I am going to have to get rid of him. He makes all the girls uncomfortable. That, and now that I am interacting with so many people, I can't afford to have him misbehaving. If Pine knew I had a demon with me, I am sure he would use it against me. So would a lot of other people, I am sure. My plans are going to improve things for a lot of people, but they are also going to make me a decent number of enemies. I need to be careful about certain information. I don't want a mob showing up and trying to burn down the inn. Although, now that there is a visible guard force on the street, I don't really expect anyone to try and cause trouble here. But you never know. All right, Sarah, I am off. I should be back in a couple of days at most, Sarah says. Okay, I will handle things here. You just make sure you come back safe. Don't worry, I will be careful, Sarah says. Somehow, I doubt that. You shouldn't listen to stories. I am very careful, Sarah says. They were your stories. Well, maybe. All right, I am as careful as I can be in a given situation. Sarah Judge says, well, try not to get eaten. That I can do. Sarah laughs and gives me a hug. Then I head out to the stables where an excited Lizzie is waiting for me. She runs over and headbutts my chest, then rubs her face against mine, her way of showing affection. When I go to grab her saddle, I get a pleasant surprise. Someone has upgraded her saddle. The underside is now lined with behemoth fur, so it won't damage her scales. And the back of the saddle now has 2 flags on poles. One is my new symbol, and the other is the symbol of the twins. With the length of the poles, the flags will be just above my head when I am mounted. I am not sure who thought of this or who did the work, but I am touched and grateful. As I put the saddle on her, Lizzie seems to like the changes to the saddle. At least she doesn't protest it as much as she normally does. If she is happier with it, then that is all the more reason to find out who did this and thank them. Walter probably did the work on the saddle, but it definitely wasn't his idea. But he will at least know who asked him to do the work. When I get back, I will ask Walter about it, but for now, I put it out of my mind and mount up. The ride out to the mine would take about 3 hours by horse. Lizzie gets me there in just under an hour. The main entrance of the mine is large enough that I am able to just ride Lizzie inside. Chapter 270. From the map, all of the upper areas of the mine are this large. I plan to let Lizzie roam around and hunt down any beasts that are up here. Meanwhile, I get to check out all the lower mine shafts where Lizzie won't fit and clear them out, leaving the shaft that broke through for last. Luckily, from what I saw before, they are not pack hunters, like velociraptors, so they shouldn't be hard to deal with. Lizzie, I want you to search all the upper chambers and kill anything that isn't human. She seems excited, and as soon as I take her saddle off, she takes off into the maze of passages. Now anything hiding up here or that comes up to go hunting Lizzie will take care of. Now onto my job. I start with the smallest mine shaft and start going through them one by one, checking for beasts. As I am searching, I can't help but think that I shouldn't be here. I should be on my way to the Temple of Wind. That will be my next mission. This is important for Ilium, not the mine itself, but what it will represent. All those nobles can convince themselves that the Drake story is just a story, but this is something they won't be able to ignore. It should also help get the miners and blacksmiths guilds to lean our way, and it will hurt Pine directly. The raise in prices won't really hurt him, but he will know he is the only one paying higher prices, and that will worry him. If he becomes hostile to the Blacksmith's Guild because of it, that will push them further to our side, and they will bring the miners with them. If Palos and Scott side with Ambrose, that gives him the majority of the council and will allow him better control of the city. It will also prevent Pine from winning votes, and that should hinder his plans quite a bit. I may hate politics, but I have to admit that this part at least is kind of fun. Killing my enemies is much faster, but plotting to bring someone down like this is definitely enjoyable. The best part is, these are all just distractions to keep Pine from noticing Pole's merchant caravan. If Pole is even decently successful, we will destroy the Merchants Guild in one simple move. As I am thinking all this, I am walking down the 4th mineshaft, but I am still paying attention. So when a shadow suddenly moves, I am already moving to dodge before I can even see that it is a bird thing. As it lunges out at me, I take a half step back and turn my body slightly so that it misses me completely. Its head passes in front of me, jaws wide, and I reach up and draw Blitz, bringing it down in one smooth motion. The thing's head hits the far wall as the body collapses at my feet. Getting a look at it confirms it is the same thing I fought beneath the kingdom. My speed is at least a match for it this time, but it worries me a little that I didn't spot it until it moved. Summon Bones. Bones, I need you to watch my back. These things are the enemy. They are extremely fast and like to attack from ambush. Bones gives me a happy chattering noise and starts looking around as I kneel down next to the body. First, I pluck all the feathers, and those that aren't damaged go into my pouch. I am not sure if they will be useful for anything, but no sense wasting them. Once the feathers are gone, I start skinning it very carefully. Ding, congratulations. Skill skinning has progressed to level 5. Skinning level 5, AGI plus 5, you can skin well enough to preserve the hide. That should help. I want to keep the hide as intact as I possibly can to give Walter good materials to work with. Once the hide is removed, scraped clean, and placed in my pouch, I start taking the meat off the bones. I don't keep all the meat since I expect to kill several more of these things. I just keep the best parts. As I am starting to collect the bones, I hear a collision and then a screech behind me. When I turn to look, I see Bones fighting another bird thing. It has an advantage in speed, but Bones is holding his own. Instead of getting up to help, I just watch. I want to see how well Bones does on his own. The bird thing manages to get several hits in on Bones, but his armor takes the hits without showing any signs of damage. Bones' attacks on the beast are much more effective, and in a couple of minutes he manages to kill the thing. Throughout the fight, Bones is chattering away happily, and I can tell he is really enjoying the fight. Bones has gained a level. It still makes me jealous every time he gains a level. I want to be the one leveling up. Bones drags the body over next to me, and then goes back to keeping an eye out for more attacks. I go back to working on the first body. The large bones go into my pouch to give to Mitch later. The smaller bones that won't be useful I toss to Bones, who catches them and pops them in his mouth like they are candy. Once all the bones are removed from the first body, I repeat the process on the second body. At least this delay is going to provide some materials for the crafters to play with until Pole gets back. Come on, Bones. Let's go find some more to kill. Bones chitters happily as he follows me. I would probably be fine on my own, but it is reassuring having him watching my back. We finish that mine shaft and the next without any more encounters, only 2 left to go. As we are moving down the next shaft, Bones suddenly moves in front of me with his shield raised. The shadow he is facing suddenly moves to attack, and he catches the attack on his shield. As the thing stops from the impact, I move past Bones with Blitz in hand. While the bird thing is still biting at Bones' shield, I bring Blitz under and up and cut through its neck in a single move. Bones, how did you know it was there? It hadn't moved yet. Bones cocks his head as if considering my words and then points at the body and then at his head. Maybe he is telling me that he sensed the thing. He is an undead, and in D&D undead sometimes have the ability to sense living things. If that is the case, it would explain how he was able to detect the thing and react to its attack even though it is faster than he is. Bones, can you sense living things in the area around you? Bones nods and looks happy that I understand what is going on even though he can't explain it to me. So, after I deal with the body, we continue on and clear the rest of the shaft. Then, we move into the last one. This one is the deepest, and the one I think the bird things came from, and I am expecting to find an entrance to a cave system somewhere at the bottom of this shaft. Chapter 271, as we continue down. I am surprised that we don't encounter another bird thing. Maybe I was wrong and they got in somewhere else. But when we reach the end of the shaft, I find a section of floor that has collapsed down into a natural tunnel. So I was right after all. I draw Blitz and hold it at the ready. Then I drop down into the tunnel. Despite my expectations, nothing attacks me when I land in the tunnel. Bones quickly joins me. The tunnel is a bit smaller than the mine shaft, and there is a trickle of water running down the middle of it. I decide to go up the tunnel first and look for the source of the water. The tunnel ends at a stream, which is where the water is coming from. There is no room for anything big to come from the stream. So I turn around and head the other direction with Bones following close behind me. The tunnel continues to slope down, and after a few minutes I start seeing light ahead. The light worries me. If there is light down here, then that means the bird things will be able to adapt to sunlight easier. Now it is even more important that I find and kill all of them before they move outside permanently. If they manage to move outside and breed, they will cause endless trouble for Ilium. As I continue down the tunnel moving closer to the light, a reflection in the left wall catches my eye. When I take a closer look, I am excited to see that there is a very small vein of Armatite in the wall. I have been wanting more Armatite ever since I finished forging Blitz. The noise will probably attract attention, though. Bones. I am going to mine this wall for a bit. Be ready for something to attack. Bones moves past me and takes up a position facing the light as I pull the pickaxe that Mitch made me out of my pouch. Each time I strike the rock, the sounds echoes down the tunnel and goes who knows how far. I keep expecting something to attack after each strike, but for the first few minutes, nothing happens. The vein isn't very big, maybe a few pounds of metal at most. It is only going to take me 10 to 15 minutes to get it all. I have gotten most of it out when I hear a different sound from the echoes, and the sound is getting closer. I stop swinging, so the echoes stop and I can hear the new sounds more clearly. I can hear 4 distinct steps approaching. So I am expecting 2 of the bird things and get ready to help Bones fight them. What comes into view is totally different. It looks like a cross between a badger and a turtle. It is alone, but it has 4 legs, which explains the footsteps. The head, neck, and legs are covered in fur. Its main body is covered in shell-like armor, and all 4 feet have massive claws that look like they will chew through anything. It is moving towards us at a decent pace, but nothing like the speed of the bird things. I have plenty of time to analyze the thing as it charges forward. It looks familiar for some reason. Bones moves ahead of me and takes the charge head-on with his shield. The impact slides him back 10 feet before the turtle thing stops. When it opens its mouth and roars, I finally figure out why it looks familiar, except for the fur it looks like Gamera. It brings back memories of watching really old monster movies, and now I get to fight it, like a hero. Of course, it is nothing like the size of Gamera, and hopefully it isn't going to breath radioactive flames, but I still feel like I am going to fight a serious monster. As I move in to strike, it seems to sense my movement and draws its head back under the shell, just like a turtle. Just out of curiosity, I swing Blitz at the shell, but it bounces off without leaving a scratch. That shell is impressive, and now I want to take it back to Mitch and see what he can make with it. However, first I have to figure out how to kill this thing. Bones attacks several times, but has no better luck hurting it. Anytime either of us gets close, the thing flails around with its front claws, forcing us to dodge back. The thing is making it very difficult to get close. But at the same time, it isn't really a threat to us. It is a standoff, and it is getting on my nerves. So I move in front of it and focus on dodging the claws. I find a gap to move forward a little after every second attack. It is too heavy to keep its weight off its front legs for long. After dodging the 8th attack, I move close enough to strike. But hitting the shell won't do any good. So I dodge another pair of attacks and then crouch down with Blitz held ready to thrust. Crouching down lets me see under the shell, and as soon as I see the thing's eyes, it reacts. The thing opens its mouth and its head shoots forward, like it was spring-loaded. It is a surprisingly fast move, but not fast enough. My thrust with Blitz moves much faster. Blitz goes into its mouth, through the roof of its mouth, and out the back of its skull. It freezes for half a second, and then drops to the floor twitching. Bones and I move back until the twitching stops. This thing indicates a serious problem. It is not just the bird things down here, meaning that there is a lot more going on down here than I expected. Possibly things even worse than these. With the turtle's body blocking the tunnel, I figure it is safe enough to finish my mining. While I swing the pickaxe, I try to think through all the implications of two large predators in a confined area. It is obvious the bird things couldn't hunt the turtle, and the turtle can't catch the bird things. So what do they both eat? Chapter 272. It would take a very large ecosystem to support two predators, and that is not what I was expecting to find down here. If there are more than just a few tunnels, then my mission becomes almost impossible. I might have to go back and recommend that Scott collapse the mine shaft that leads down here and avoid digging this deep again. Although, I am not sure if he will be willing to, now that I have confirmed that there is Armatite down here. He may decide that any risk is worth it to be able to send miners down here. From their reactions, I am fairly sure that Armatite is extremely rare and valuable. Possibly valuable enough that people will risk their lives for a chance to get some. Sending miners down with adventurer escorts would be a possibility. If Ambrose had any adventurers that had experience with beasts, it will all depend on just what I find down here. I am not ready to give up just yet. No way will my curiosity let me turn back now when there are so many unanswered questions. However, to continue, I first need to do something about the turtle's body, which is blocking the tunnel. Since I don't think I have anything that will cut the shell, I am going to have to leave it intact. That in and of itself is going to be a problem since it is almost as wide as the tunnel. Before I worry about the shell, I start cutting the body apart and removing it from inside the shell. The entire body is furred, so I do my best to skin it in decent sections, so the fur might be useful to Walter. The fur on the head and legs is black, but the fur on the main body, which was always under the shell, is white. It seems odd to me that it would have fur under the shell, but I am hardly an expert on turtles. When I find the core, it doesn't give me the option to absorb it, so it goes into the pouch. The heart I set aside until I am done butchering the turtle. At this rate, I might just fill my pouch again. I let Bones have the smaller bones again, since they really aren't that useful in Scrimshaw, and he deserves a treat. Once everything else is done, I pick up the heart and take a bite. It is tough and chewy and not all that tasty. Devour activated. Physical resist plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Toughness plus 10. A fairly unpleasant meal, but worth it, thanks to Devour. And I only had to eat a quarter of the heart. I will save the rest and see if Lizzie wants it. For now, I need to figure out what to do with the shell. If I can get it out of the mine, I am sure Lizzie can pull it back to Ilium like a sled. Flipping it up on its side allows me to drag it back to where the tunnel meets the mine shaft. The problem now is that the hole between the two is only about half the size of the shell, but I am not giving up that easily. So, using the pickaxe, I start widening the hole. Since I am working on it anyway, I decide to make it easier to use if Scott does decide to send miners down here. Hi, Ding. Congratulations. Skill Masonry has progressed to level 4. Masonry level 4, STR plus 4 and plus 4 able to build simple structures using brick or stone. It is interesting that masonry went up instead of mining. Maybe it is because I am shaping the stone instead of digging something out. After all this time, I still don't completely understand how the skill system works, but the skills I have learned have saved my life more times than I can count. It takes me over an hour to make the hole big enough that I can lift the shell and push it into the mine shaft. Lizzie hears the noise and is waiting in the first big chamber to see what is coming up. She seems disappointed when it turns out to be me. When I put the shell down, she sticks her head in through one of the holes, and I can't help but chuckle at her curiosity. Since I am back up where there is airflow, I decide I may as well take a break and cook some food. I already know how delicious the bird things are, so I start cooking up some of the turtle meat to see if it is any better than the heart. Once Lizzie stops poking around inside the shell, I offer her what is left of the heart. She takes it and lays down clutching it in her claws while she chews on it, just like a dog with a bone. She keeps at it, so she must be enjoying it. I, on the other hand, do not like the turtle meat. Even when cooked, it is not very good, so I take all the turtle meat out of my pouch and dump it on the floor. No sense wasting any space on it. Once Lizzie is finished with the heart, she moves to the pile and starts eating chunks of turtle meat. I am not sure if she actually likes it, or is just that hungry. When I start cooking some bird meat, she leaves the pile to come sit by the fire and watch the meat cook. Seeing her interest, I add several more chunks. I already know that she enjoys cooked food, and there is no way I am going to refuse to share with her. Lizzie, did you kill anything up here while I was gone? She nods and then taps the floor 5 times with a claw, meaning she killed 5 things. Once again, I am amazed at her intelligence level, and I wish I knew a lot more about her species. I don't even know if she is young or old. Her scales look perfect. I would expect graying or curling if she was extremely old. My best guess is that she is equivalent to a teenager or young adult. It is not from anything concrete, just a feeling I get. When I get back, I should ask Roddick if his guild has or can make an item that would let me communicate with her. Although, with her personality, that could be a double-edged sword, but I think it would be worth the risk to satisfy my curiosity. Once Lizzie and I have eaten about an entire bird thing between us, I clean up and get ready to go back down. Lizzie has started playing with the shell, spinning it and pouncing on it. I find it interesting that even her teeth and claws can't scratch it. If Mitch can find a way to work with it, maybe I should ask him to make armor for Lizzie from it. The shell is extremely tough yet very lightweight. It would be perfect as armor for her. It would protect her very well and it shouldn't slow her down noticeably. Basically, it would make her the perfect combat mount, which she pretty much is already, but I still worry about her getting hurt. Leaving her to her play, I head back down the mine shaft and into the tunnel. When I get close to where I butchered the turtle, I spot a bird thing. It is bent over, licking up a puddle of blood. I lunge forward at top speed, drawing Blitz as I move. The thing barely has time to raise its head before it is separated from the body. Bones runs forward, but then stops and looks disappointed that the fight is over already. He watches over me as I deal with the body. I've gotten much faster with all the practice. Once I am done, we move down the tunnel towards the light, but we stop when the tunnel ends. Chapter 273. Bones and I find ourselves standing on a ledge looking out into an enormous cavern. I can't even see the far side from here, and the whole place is brightly lit by the same glowing crystals I found beneath the kingdom. That is where the similarities end. This is more like looking at a whole new world. There are plants everywhere, and something similar to trees. Off in the distance, I can even see things flying around. Who knows how many different types of critters live here? The whole thing makes me think of the Journey to the Center of the Earth movies I watched as a kid. Looking left and right, I would guess that the cavern at this point is about a mile wide, and it gets wider as it moves further away from me. I can also see at least a dozen more tunnel entrances just on this wall alone. This cavern may just be the start of things. Just from what I can see from where we are standing, I would say Ilium could easily fit inside this cavern. My thoughts are interrupted when I hear a roar in the distance. I can't see what made it, but it sounds big, very big. Now, if I was the careful type, I would hurry back to report this. But my curiosity is not going to let me do something that boring. The cavern floor is only 10 feet or so below us, an easy jump for me and Bones. To my surprise, when my feet hit the floor, I feel dirt under them, rather than the solid rock I was expecting. The next thing I notice is that even here at the edge of the cavern, it is at least 20 degrees warmer than it was in the tunnel. As I start moving forward, I see insects and small animals fleeing my approach. It looks like there is a full ecosystem in here. When I reach the trees, it gets even warmer, and I find that it is a mix of trees and giant mushrooms. The air is humid, giving me the feeling that this is a jungle rather than a forest. As I enter the trees and the light is dimmed, I see even more signs of life, both flying and crawling. Normally, I would follow one of the outside walls for mapping purposes, but this time, I am going right up the middle. First, I want to see just how far the cavern stretches, and I want to see just what kind of life is down here. Once I know more, I will go back and talk to Scott to see what he wants to do. For now, I keep going forward, slowly and carefully, especially watching where I step. With all this life, there are probably a lot of poisonous critters mixed in, and I don't want to step on one. The thing that bothers me the most is the silence. Except for the sound of wings and the occasional rustle, it is completely silent. There is very little air movement, and all the smells are new to me, so all I really have to go on is my eyesight. Lizzie's senses would be so much better than mine down here, but it would take a ton of work to make the mine shaft and tunnel big enough. If I could get her down here, I am sure she would love this place. It is probably similar to her natural habitat. My thoughts and my body completely freeze as I step into a clearing and see something that shouldn't exist. My eyes are telling me that I am seeing a real-life Stegosaurus, but my brain is insisting that it can't possibly be real. It is the size of a bus with leathery skin and plates running down its spine. It is a Stegosaurus. It notices me watching and gives me a dull look before going back to munching on the vegetation. After staring at it for a few minutes, my disbelief fades and I start to notice some differences. It doesn't have spikes on its tail, and it has 8 rows of plates down its back. Each plate is slowly moving side to side. If something tried to bite down over the plates, its mouth would end up shredded. It may not be exactly the same, but it is definitely a dinosaur. This may really be some kind of lost world down here. Then again, I don't know enough about this world. Maybe there are dinos living on the surface too? Considering the things I have seen so far, I can't rule out the possibility. The bird things could be cousins to velociraptors. Now that I think about it, Lizzie would probably be closer to a dino than a normal lizard. Maybe there is something similar to a T-Rex down here? That would be awesome. Well, except for the fact that it would probably be trying to eat me if I did find one, the Stegosaurus doesn't seem to care about my presence at all. It probably thinks I am too small to be a threat. As I move closer, one step at a time, it continues to ignore me, even when I move up right beside it. I just stand there for a minute, letting it get used to me being this close. Then I carefully reach out to touch it. Rubbing my hand over its skin feels like rubbing a leather coat that is stuffed full of marbles. The Stegosaurus doesn't seem to mind me petting it, so I continue, and even now I can't believe this is really happening. Although this guide does suggest that this mission I am on is futile, there is no way I can make this place safe for minors. Maybe if this cavern is isolated, it might be possible still. But from the number of tunnels I saw, that is pretty unlikely. Even if I knew the answer for sure, that wouldn't stop me from exploring this place more. As a kid, I was a total dino nerd, and that carried over into adulthood from watching Jurassic Park and Godzilla movies. Even if they are going to try to eat me, I want to see all the predators. They were always my favorite. Suddenly, the Stegosaurus raises its head and then turns and moves away quickly. I have to jump back to avoid getting hit by the tail. Something must have spooked it. Retreating to where Bones is waiting, I crouch down and wait to see what spooked the Stegosaurus. I am also curious how the Stegosaurus detected the threat. I didn't hear or smell anything. A minute later, another creature enters the clearing slowly. It is about 20 feet long and has a set of large teeth. At first, I want to call it a snake, but it has the head of a crocodile, and then there is the matter of it floating. It is almost like it is swimming through the air. It is a really strange sight, and I find myself fascinated. That is until it turns in my direction and suddenly lunges at me, moving fast enough that I barely have time to roll to the side. Chapter 274. Even as I roll, the thing changes direction and follows me. It is about to bite into my shoulder when Bones slams his shield into the side of it. It zips away from the impact as if startled, and then circles back to take another look at me. It almost seems like it can't see Bones at all. It has completely ignored him from the start. If it is like a snake and sees heat, then it would make sense. After all, Bones isn't undead. He doesn't have body heat. That makes Bones my best weapon in this fight. If it can't sense him, his every attack will be a surprise attack. The thing is cautious. It is still circling and sizing me up, but once it decides to attack, it will be on me in an instant. The thing is faster than the bird things, but the way it changed direction instantly is what has me worried. If it can react faster than I can dodge, then my only option will be to not leave enough room for it to attack. So I plan to lure it into attacking me and just barely dodge the attack. I won't have room to attack it either, but Bones will. Bones, wait until it attacks me, then go for the kill. Bones gives me a nod and gets ready, then I take a single step back as if I am going to run away. Instantly, the thing stops circling and shoots at me like an arrow, and I wait until it is inches away. At the last possible second, I lean just far enough that the thing scrapes against my armor as its mouth passes me. Before Bones can reach it to attack, it has looped back and wrapped around me. It has me wrapped up so fast, I don't even have time to react, and it immediately starts squeezing. Luckily for me, its strength doesn't match its speed, and all I feel is a light pressure as it tries to crush me. With my arms pinned to my sides, I don't have the leverage to break free, even though I am much stronger than it is. Now that it has stopped moving, Bones has a clear shot at it. but he takes his time to line up his attack. In one sudden move, he lops the thing's head off, and once he does, the body drops to the ground, freeing me. "Good job, Bones," he chatters at me. He seems happy that I praised him, and then he goes back to looking around, watching for danger. He keeps watch while I start carefully skinning the body. I want to keep the entire skin intact if I can. Snakeskin has a lot of uses, and I am sure Walter will enjoy working with it. As I start peeling the skin off, I find out the secret behind how the thing moved. Along its spine, it has thousands of pairs of translucent wings. I decide to leave them alone so I don't mess up the skin. I was hoping it flew with magic. Then maybe eating its heart would give me the ability to use magic again. Now I am reluctant to eat its heart. I wouldn't mind having wings, just not insect wings. I would prefer black feathered wings that would look awesome. Surprisingly, when I find the heart, it is small enough to eat in one bite, but then I find another and another. By the time I am done butchering the body, I have found 10 small hearts and no beast core. I sit looking at the pile of hearts, trying to decide if it is worth the risk of getting insect wings. Eventually, I decide to take the risk and pop one in my mouth. It is surprisingly sweet and tasty. One by one, I eat all 10 hearts, but Devour does not activate, which is disappointing to say the least. There have been times when Devour didn't activate, so it is not a big deal. The lack of a beast core worries me more. The turtle had one, and the bird things had them, so why would this thing not have one? It is a puzzle, and one I don't have enough information to solve, which drives me nuts. Then again, the existence of this cavern is like that. I don't see how a jungle with what should be prehistoric monsters can exist outside a movie. I know this is another world, but I feel like the science I know should still work here, unless it was all done by magic, but even that doesn't make any sense. If only I had more knowledge of this world. Maybe I should ask the goddesses how much they know about the world. That won't work, though. I already know that their knowledge is limited by their worshippers, so no getting easy answers out of them either. Maybe Vacker would know more since he was raised on the main continent. Shaking my head, I put aside all these random thoughts and focus on finishing my task before the smell of blood attracts something nastier. In fact, I am surprised nothing has come looking yet. I haven't even heard any small scavengers moving around nearby. This whole situation is getting really confusing. There is a huge ecosystem, but what I have seen of it doesn't make any sense. The silence is what bothers me the most. I just can't figure out why everything is so silent. Since it is a cave, sound would carry further than normal, but that still doesn't explain the need for total silence. The only thing I can think of is that the top predator hunts by sound, but I have made a lot of noise since I came in here and haven't seen it. Once everything is put away in my pouch, I decide to continue exploring. I need to solve this mystery, or I will go insane. I do my best to make no noise at all. That is until I find a special rock sticking up out of the dirt. It is almost 10 feet tall, and at least half of it is armatite. I just can't walk past that much armatite. Within a minute of me starting to swing the pickaxe, I hear a roar. The same roar I heard when we first found the cavern. A few minutes later, I hear the roar again, but this time it is definitely closer. Despite the risk, I keep swinging the pickaxe, and every chunk that breaks off the stone goes straight into my pouch. If whatever is coming forces me to run away, I will at least take what I can with me. Soon I start to feel vibrations through my feet, impact tremors just like in the movie. They just motivate me to swing harder and faster to get as much ore as I possibly can. The next roar is deafening and is almost right on top of me from the sound of it. I quickly stuff the last few pieces of ore into my pouch along with the pickaxe and draw Blitz as I look towards the source of the roar. I see the head above the trees and am surprised because it has no eyes. Other than that, it looks a lot like a T-Rex. Chapter 275. Staying absolutely still, I wait to see what it will do. It lets out a low growl that I feel as much as hear. Then its head turns to aim directly at me. It must have something like echolocation. It is probably short range, and the roaring was longer range, but it was the sound of mining that attracted it. This thing must be the reason why everything around here is so silent. I am guessing once it locates you, it doesn't lose you easily. Meaning, if I run it, will probably chase me all the way to the tunnel, so I will need to be faster than it. It is still growling and has its head aimed at me, but it hasn't moved closer yet. Maybe if I just stay still long enough, it will think I am a tree or rock and go away? Of course, I realize that it is probably just wishful thinking, but I really don't want to try and fight this thing. Now that I have the time for a better look, the head isn't that of a T-Rex. It is narrower and more streamlined, more like that of a velociraptor. That could mean any number of things, but the most worrying is it could mean it is more intelligent than a T-Rex. Fighting a big dumb animal is one thing. Fighting something with intelligence is an altogether different story. It has the advantage in size and power, while I should be faster and harder to hit since I am small. But being smarter is a lot more important. The fact that it is blind and can only see me through sound means its ears must be extremely sensitive. That could be another advantage if I use it right. As I am thinking about ways to battle it, the thing finally moves as it slowly pushes past the trees into the clearing. The body is very similar to a T-Rex, but the arms are not small. They are about half the size of the legs and end in fearsome-looking claws. This thing has nothing but weapons. Teeth, claws, and I even have to worry about getting stepped on. Then I notice that its tail ends in a formidable-looking club and is more flexible than expected, so that is another attack to watch out for. No wonder this thing is the top of the food chain. I would even go so far as to call it a super predator. It has no obvious weaknesses except for the fact that it is blind. If I was fighting it in darkness, that wouldn't even be a weakness. But while the crystal light isn't as bright as sunlight, I can still see perfectly. The thought of fighting this thing in its element is terrifying. I think I would rather fight another drake. This whole time while I have been studying it and trying to come up with a plan, it has kept growling. When the growl stops and it suddenly breaths in through its nose, I realize I might have made a mistake. I suddenly remember in one of the movies they talked about how good a T-Rex's sense of smell is. If it can smell me, it will know for sure that I am not a tree or a rock. Even as I come to this realization, it is too late. The thing is already lunging at me with its jaws wide open. The sight is enough to make my heart skip a beat, and because I was so focused on staying perfectly still, I am slow to react and can't get out of the way in time. In desperation, I extend my arms to try and stop the mouth from closing on me. I immediately feel my arms being forced back, and with a thought, I ditch the manacles. Then, using all my might, I am just barely able to stop the jaws from closing further. Looking down, I see the teeth a few inches from my sides. If I was any weaker or had been any slower in getting rid of the manacles, it would have bitten me in half. It is continuing to try and bite down so I cannot do anything, but keep pushing as hard as I can against the jaws. This leaves me in a seriously bad situation. I can't move, and it still has its claws free to come in and tear me apart. If I was alone, this would probably have been the end for me. But luckily for me, I have Bones. Before the thing can get me with its claws, Bones charges in from the side and slashes his sword into its neck. The thing backhands him, and even though he got his shield up in time, Bones is sent flying across the clearing. However, in that brief moment when its attention is directed elsewhere, it stops trying to bite down. That gives me the chance to push its jaws away and drop and roll out from under the head. I roll a few extra times to give me some distance, and as I regain my feet, I draw Blitz. Running away would be the smart move at this point, but I am not yet convinced that I can't beat it, especially when I see Bones back on his feet and coming back into the clearing. The two of us working together can defeat this thing. At least I am pretty confident we can. Bones, move to the far side. When it is focused on me, you attack, and when it focuses on you, I will attack. Bones immediately moves sideways around the clearing until he is on the other side of the thing. The Rex growls again to relocate me, but it also looks in Bones' direction as well. I guess Bones smells like Bones, so the thing ignored him until he moved to attack. But now it knows better. The slash on its neck doesn't look very serious. It is bleeding, but only a little, not much chance of it bleeding out from that. Much like the other big beasts I have fought. I am probably going to have to inflict a lot of wounds and wait for the thing to bleed out to kill it. Luckily, as I watch, I don't see any signs of the wound healing. If it healed like the Hydra, I would probably have to give up and run away. The thing takes a step towards me, with its head down and its arms spread wide, and it is still growling as it moves. Before I can warn him, Bones tries to move in from behind it, but has to jump aside as the tail slams down where he was just standing. Apparently, while the thing is growling, it has no blind spot, which makes my plan pretty much useless. we are either going to have to wait to attack until it stops growling, or I am going to have to be faster than it can keep track of. I am still not too worried. I have several plans in mind that I can try against it. It is acting more cautiously now, and not just charging straight at me. It must have experience fighting multiple opponents. That might mean there are other predators down here who can hold their own against it, even if it is using numbers. It can't be the bird things. Even a dozen of them would be no threat to this thing. That means there is another predator in here that is capable of at least fighting this thing off.